Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. Birds were flying in the sunset sky above the city. The flock was flying to the side, before the hero believed that even a person like him, whose talents awakened, blossomed and took root on the battlefield, the warriors ran forward, could start a new life. The knight blocked the sword strike with his shield. Flames rose on the battlefield. In this new life he would be able to start a family, which he so desperately wanted. The flag fluttered in the wind. Orange clouds in the sky, but he was wrong. Words were heard among the white tents, how stubborn, no one had forced him to swing a sword more than 10 times for a long time. The guy stood, leaning on one knee, and heard the question, is he the famous Agric? One hand was cut off, the man continued, a talent that blossomed on the battlefield. The surviving hand held a sword. Blood flowed down the guy's face. The wounded man stood in front of the man, thinking that he knew who he was, never thought he would be so happy about it. The blade was stuck in the ground. Looking up, Agric of the Draenic Empire said that it was an honor for Duke Termion to recognize him. The man had dark boots on his feet. Standing in front of him, he grinned and said that he knew who he was. Termion of the Althean Empire was wearing armor. The hero said that he was one of the Hexaclass Knights in the Althean Empire. Just one day on this battlefield was enough for him to feel the weight of the black wave. The hero's face was reflected in the blade. He heard that he had decided to fight, while knowing who he was. The man standing next to him said that it would be a shame to prematurely end such a talent as his. Let him say if he intended to surrender? The brunette looked straight at him. The duke looked at him and said that it was obvious. The blade was pulled out of the ground. Agric swung it, saying that he was born on the battlefield and would die here. Energy flew up. It swirled the leaves. The guy resolutely looked at his opponent. Termion looked at him silently. Waves of energy spread around the opponents. They are everywhere, debris flew, despite this. The duke standing in front of him said that he saw regret in his eyes. There was blood on Agric's face. He heard that he made a good opponent. Termion closed his eyes and finished, if only he could grow a little more. And his sword glowed purple. The man raised his hand with the sword, saying that however, if he wants it. Forward with the words that he hopes that in the next life he can leave his regrets behind. The shine of the sword reflected on the man's face. Agric looked at him resolutely. Bright rays attacked. Behind the tents, a fire was visible. The war between the Draenic Empire and the Althean Empire lasted for many years. On the ground lay a body. A woman in the fire held a child. His mother was a young widow, a refugee from the war. She left him alone in this chaotic world when he was little. The baby cried. She took her last breath. Imagining the skeletons, the hero thought it was obvious what would happen to the orphan of war. He, along with the other boys, carried tools and white armor. Later, holding a sword in his hand, his life only for his own survival, willingness to do anything to survive. The city was engulfed in flames when he turned 14. He was sent to his first battlefield. Knights fought each other. A screaming man was crossed by an attack beam. The warrior's sword was broken. Agric quickly attacked the opponents, where his talents awakened. The boy in the helmet clenched his teeth, the core of mana in his heart. A wave of energy through the opponent's back. It raised his movement and feeling to a level incomparable to before. There was lightning in the air. In the sky above the tents there was a full moon. Words were heard addressing the commander of Agric that he plans to recommend him for the upcoming special nightly assignment. Lightning shone brightly, breaking through 3 mana cores and obtaining the 4th. The man in armor looked forward, hearing that he could join the 5 knights of the Hexaclass Empire. It would not be impossible either. A smile appeared on his lips. He finally got the opportunity he dreamed of. In the distance, the silhouettes of warriors could be seen. Agric on a horse galloped forward. The sword was lowered. After this war, he would finally be able to find peace from this exhausting life. Spears and flags were raised. The guy swung his sword. He attacked the warriors who were screaming. There were traces of attacks around the guy. He finally achieved everything. The daughter of light illuminated his face. And Termion's bright attack threw the guy back. There was purple lightning in the air. The man with a beard was silent. Bright movements of the sword. Agric's blade was broken. Only a fragment remained from the sword. He thought, what a pity. The glow illuminated the man's face. The vortex scattered debris. The hero thought he wanted to achieve more. The sword pierced the boy's body. He opened his mouth, thinking he wanted to start a family. A wave of energy threw him back. Debris flew around. A wave of energy broke the earth. Agric flew back. Dust rose from his movement, and this was his dream. A beam of energy threw him back. The boy fell, leaving a deep crack behind him. Blood spread around. He thought it was destroyed. The hero thought that this would be the end. A slight light appeared. The glow became brighter and brighter, and words were heard. Standing, their little Dane finally woke up. He is a good boy. He does not even cry. Among the sparks, a thought appeared that this. The baby opened a blue eye. The palm took the small hand with the words that his eyes are very clear and beautiful. The couple stood near the cradle. The woman said that she was sure that this child was a gift from God. The man confirmed that it was a gift from God. The hero thought, a child? The baby, who was named Dane, thought, what are they talking about now? The man took the baby in his arms. Aiken held his son with a smile and said that he should become a fantastic spearman and follow in his father's footsteps. The woman opened her mouth and asked, what nonsense? Lily took her son and said discontentedly that he would become a fantastic assassin. The husband objected. How was she going to turn their son into an assassin? It would be terrible. The baby looked at him tensely, heard that the man should use a spear. A spear is the most beautiful and perfect combat weapon. The woman interrupted, shouting that he was much better than drops. He can hide in the dark to kill his targets. The carriage drove down the street. His mother said that he could slip out unnoticed. That was much cooler. Clouds floated in the sky above the mansion. There was a small fence ahead. That's how he thought it would all end. The sky was clear. The carriage drove up to the rich gates. As a result, the hero was reborn, and not just like that, but in the Althian Empire, on enemy territory. The light carriage stopped. The hero thought he was reborn as the youngest son of a certain count. Words were heard that they would do so, teach him both. Lily agreed, saying that she was sure that Dane would become an assassin. The man stood opposite, holding out his hands, and asked his son to become a spearman. Spearmen are the best. The wife objected again. The baby thought that his new parents were participating in a heated debate about his future. The man in the hat looked away. The hero thought he was sure that because he was born in their later years, they were even more eager for him to follow in their footsteps. The earl turned when he heard them arrive and asked his wife to take his hand. He stepped out of the carriage when asked if the castle members saw them and replied that he was only trying to take his wife's hand. Why should it matter? Aiken smiled as he helped walk. Dane thought, what a sight. He looked up with clear eyes. Servants lined the path. The houses had rounded roofs. Birds flew. A rich mansion was connected by a passage. Lily held the baby, saying that Dane seemed happy to be home. He smiled so happily. The baby had a wide smile on his face. He thought that if this was a house like this, a large, bright mansion, he thought that perhaps his talent would be easier to develop than he thought. The mansion, 2 months later. The babble of children could be heard in the open window. Lily stood by the crib, saying that their Dane could babble now. The hero looked at his mother, thinking that he was babbling. This was a new experience for both sides. The women stood in the evening street. Dane thought that the chances of meeting small children were small because he was wandering around the battlefield. The few children he saw were wrapped in bandages and crying because they had nowhere to go. A boy with a bandaged head was crying. Wounded children lay by the stones, many mourning their parents. A child sat in a crib. The hero thought that they were slowly wasting away, dying of hunger. In comparison to this, the Sogress house was a fortunate and rich place. On the green wall hung a candelabra. In the corner there was a small table. The hero thought that here he would not starve. The man opened the door, telling Dane to look at it. The shaft touched the floor. Aiken held the spear in his hands and showed it to his son. The boy looked confused. Hearing how long and beautiful it was, he thought that this man, his father, was the strongest hexaclass spearman in the Empire. The man winked and then held the spear. Dane thought that despite his appearance, he was a war hero known as the Blue Whirlwind. Lily indignantly approached her husband, shouting, how could you enter a child's room with something so dangerous? The man said he just wanted to show Dane. The woman looked furious, reminding that she said no early education. This is the former best assassin in the Lily Empire. In a mask, she stood behind a tree, said that if he continues in the same spirit, she will teach him the basics of stealth while he is still small. The hero thought that one would hardly expect an assassin to raise her voice. Dane closed his eyes, exhaling when he heard that all their days are doing this. The famous house of magicians, the house of teleportation, puts a staff next to the child at the moment of his birth. The woman screamed that a spear is not a staff, it is sharp. The child thought about what a harmonious family. The gaze looked straight. In front of him was a vase of flowers. The reason why the two of them were so concerned about his future was because his two older sisters had chosen professions that had nothing to do with spears or killing. Clouds floated in the sky above the castle. Green movement. The girls were standing by the crib. The first one said to look at this. If he did, his cheeks would become fuller. Arabella clasped her hands in affection and said that now Dane was even cuter. The boy was thinking about his cheeks. He imagined his sister creating a magic seal, and thought that due to her talent for magic power, Arabella had taken the path of a mage since childhood. At 12 years old she was already a 3rd-level mage. Since the highest class for a mage was 9 chain, this meant that she was a genius who had already passed the basic level. The girl poked her brother in the cheek with her finger and asked if he wanted to study magic with her later, and it was so boring to study alone every day, he mentally asked him to stop. Claire sat next to her, worried, saying that summoning was also good. There were blue dragons around the girl. Claire is a talented summoner. She made her first summon at the age of 7, and she is able to handle 2 summons at the same time. Arabella, delighted, offered her sister to touch him. He was so soft. The girl was taken aback. Dane's eyes shone sweetly when he babbled. He thought that at first it seemed to him that she did not like him, but it was more like jealousy, when they have a younger brother or sister. A finger touched the child's nose. He thought that now she was less afraid of him than before. Frozen with her index finger, the girl asked how he could be so soft, and her sister giggled. Claire touched her brother's face, saying that it would be funny if he could summon too, she would teach him later. Dane closed his eyes, thinking that everyone wanted to teach him their specialty. He imagined a family portrait. His father was looking forward, he was a hexaclass spearman. Lita was smiling slightly, and his mother, a former assassin who even tried to kill the emperor in the past. Arabella was wearing a red headband, his older sister, a genius mage. Claire was standing in a green dress, another older sister, a genius summoner. Smiling, looking at the portrait, the hero thought that the house of Count Sogress was the ideal noble family, and the ideal family that he imagined. He closed his eyes slightly, thinking, is there any meaning in this new life together? Remembering the blazing battlefield, he thought that although death was regrettable, the tent was engulfed in flames. There was a crack in the ground, this place was a battlefield. Blood was spreading around the boy's head. Now he thought it was ridiculous to even say that he would take revenge on someone who defeated him fairly and justly. The boy sat in the cradle, watching the family arguing about what it should be a spear. The mother said that stealth and killing methods were more useful, and the girl argued that magic was in fashion these days, and the second added that summoning was also good. Dane smiled, looking at them, and thought that he always hoped for a family. He was glad that he was born here. He looked at his relatives who were arguing angrily. He closed his eyes, squinting. The sun illuminated the bright mansion. He thought that this was a harmonious family, right? People gathered in the hall. The Sogress family has one special ceremony, the selection ceremony. The child sat in front of objects. When a child born in the family turns 1 year old, many objects are placed on the table in front of him. The parents held the child with a spear in their hands. People try to predict the future by the object that he grabs. People stood at the entrance to the mansion. Words were heard that today is the first birthday of young Master Dane. The young master is already 1 year old. Time flies very quickly. The man in green waved his hand and said that the young ladies have become a mage and a summoner. What will young Mr. Dane choose? The man in red said with a smile that they will find out at the selection ceremony, and invited them in. The ceiling was richly decorated. People were gathering in the hall. There were many people in the room. They gathered at a long table. Words were heard that the young ladies brought items with them, so cute when they had time to grow up. Dane looked puzzled. His mother with a smile offered to choose what he liked. The boy looked to the side, wondering what to do. Everyone was probably waiting for him to choose the item they put down. Aiken smiled widely, thinking that it was impossible that Dane would not be attracted to the dragon's tail. It was a silver mystical magic spear, the tip of which was made of rare ore. When mana was put into it, it would become as sharp and heavy as the mana put into it by the mage. The man thought that this was the spear he had spent his entire life with. Let him take his father's spear. Lily put her palms together, thinking that he was too handsome to become an assassin, but he would still choose the dagger. The dagger in the brown sheath, the night claw, was made of ore that could contain all the elements of the world. It could store and combine many different poisons. Arabella put her hands on her hips, thinking that Dane would become a great mage in the future. He would follow her to the academy. There was a small brown purse, a subspace bag, an item that only mages or those with a talent for magic can use. The girl mentally asked to take her older sister's bag. Claire looked down, thinking that if he could summon, she would take it too, and they would fly on the beast together. She put down a metal disc, a summoner's mark, which they use and receive a code depending on their talent. With it they can summon those they have tamed. The girl thought that this was her dream for him. Dane looked away grimly, thinking that he seemed to hear what they were thinking. He exhaled. Looking at the objects, Dane thought that it was unpleasant, but he could not avoid it. The child leaned on his hands. The people smiled in anticipation. Everyone looked in that direction. Dane crawled forward and thought that he needed to look at the crowd's reaction and choose based on that. Aiken smiled broadly, telling him to choose what he wanted, maybe something long and strong. His mother said happily that short and sharp is beautiful. Arabella added that his sister liked this bag the most. He remembered, she showed it, and Claire talked about her sign. The palm lay on the table. Dane's gaze became surprised. The objects in front of him shone brightly. The spear and the bag glowed. The dagger and the sign too. Dane opened his mouth in surprise, thinking what was happening. The parents looked at each other. The mother asked what was happening. The father said that he did not know either. The people shrank, talking among themselves, that all 4 objects reacted. How was this possible? The man in the white suit said that it seemed that the young master was a genius of an entire generation. The boy looked happily at the objects, thinking that he was talented in the war. He opened his mouth, continuing the thought that this life was on another level. Arabella approached her father and asked what they should do now. This had happened before, and heard that he himself could hardly believe it. Mother and father looked at each other. The boy was sitting on the table. hearing that maybe he should teach him all four. The sister's mouth opened in surprise. The second one also turned around in surprise. Dane was smiling happily. There was training equipment on the platform. There were swords in the stand. The sounds of training were heard near the stairs. The man jumped back, leaving a mark. A gloved hand was clutching the hilt. Aiken was standing next to his son. Turning around, he praised him with a smile and said that he had perfectly honed the technique he had taught him before. Dane, who was already 7 years old, held a spear and thanked his father. The man placed his hand on his son's head, saying that he was great, as expected. Dane looked around. Herman approached them with an object on a red pillow and said that he brought it. The man holding the spear said that it was just in time. Taking the black spear, Aiken said that it was his birthday present. He was originally going to give it during the banquet, but he wanted to give it to him before his mother did. Holding the black spear, Aiken told his son to take it. He had been preparing it for 2 years. It was a special order from a famous craftsman. The boy looked at it in surprise and heard congratulations on his upcoming 7th birthday. The father smiled. The boy received his spear. He took the black one with a smile, thanking his father, saying that he would use it well. The black shaft had a silver tip. The hero thought it was amazing. He lowered the weapon, thinking that the black handle of the spear and the silver tip looked amazing. Dane held the spear, thinking that it was very light, and heard a question if he liked it. There were wooden boxes in the corner. The boy answered that he liked it, and heard his father ask him to adjust it to his body type. The child waved the weapon with a happy look. The father looked at him with a smile. Reaching for the spear with 3 points, he turned to his son and asked if he remembered the difference between a sword and a spear. His palm reached for the handle. The boy standing in front of him said that the length of the spear allows you to effectively limit the enemy from approaching, and due to the narrow contact area, it has a high attack efficiency. Herman bowed. The father said that this is true. Aiken extended his hand, saying that when he reached a certain level, it would be harder to use than a sword. That was the main problem with a spear. It needed a minimum distance to attack an opponent. With a wink, his father said that there was no need to worry about it too much. Every weapon had its pros and cons. Even swords that were called the ultimate weapon would become weak in certain situations. Dane said happily that he would keep that in mind. The man held the spear. He then waved it around, saying that since he had a new thing, he would show him something amazing. The boy's eyes widened. He looked at the glow around the spear, thinking that it was the magic power of a hexaclass spearman. Even just the magic power it emitted was stunning. Aiken closed his eyes. He moved his foot to the side. His hand was gripping the handle. The man thrust out the spear, surrounded by a bright glow. The rays illuminated his face. The child looked surprised. Aiken thrust the spear forward. The hero thought he had just thrown it. The shards of wood shattered into pieces in the radiance, and words were heard that the reason the space here was distorted was because he was emitting magic power in his body at the same time as he struck the spear. A bright flash, the man explained that this technique uses the properties of a core, which concentrates magic power in one place. Dane, who was standing opposite him, said that he had heard about it from his sisters, that people can surpass physical capabilities with the increase in the number of cores, and their limit increases. He looked down, thinking that in his past life he had 4 cores. Aiken smiled, saying that he studied well. He has 6 mana cores. The child opened his mouth in surprise, thinking that if he had not died, he could have achieved this too. A hand fell on his shoulder. His father suggested that he try with a new spear. Looking at him with his mouth open, the hero agreed. With a slight smile, the man advised him to relax his mind and forget about what he was thinking and just throw the spear. The boy looked forward. He turned to the side. His fingers gripped the hilt. Dane thought that in his past life he had no interest in spears. He stood there with his mouth open and thought that after realizing his talent for fencing, he only used them as an aid. Gripping the spear with determination, he thought that it was time to give it his all. The boy closed his eyes. Aiken looked at him with a smile, thinking that he had good form. Still smiling, he thought that it took him 7 years to master this technique. With Dane's talents, I wonder if he can. A bright glow broke the space. The man looked at it, dumbfounded. A shining crack reflected in his eyes. A purple glow emanated from the boy's spear. The space around the tip seemed to crack. The father's mouth wide open in surprise, he asked how he did it. He came closer, saying he was impressed. Dane looked at him and said that the moment he threw the spear, he gathered magical power in one place and poured it into the tip, and when the magical power reached the tip, he stopped its flow. The man's mouth opened even wider, he asked, did he absorb the magical power and then stop its flow? Did he form a mana core? The boy imagined himself floating in a bright glow, and said that he read a book about creating a mana core, and he tried to do it. And fortunately he succeeded, and thought to himself that he actually formed it while breathing mana. Words were heard on the training ground, that he formed a mana core while reading a book. Truly a genius was born in their house. Aiken sat down next to his son, saying that he felt it since his birth, but now he is sure of it. One day he will become an outstanding warrior. Dane smiled, thinking that there would be more surprises in the future. Aiken had a smile on his face, wondering if their son would become a mage, a spearman, an assassin, and a summoner. People gathered on the grounds, the 7th birthday of Dane, the youngest of the Sogress house. They looked at the mansion. An expensive chandelier hung from the ceiling. People gathered around the set tables. The men smiled. A man with a golden goblet called out to Aiken, saying that it had been a long time since they had seen each other. Aiken asked Duke Termyon how he was doing. Duke Termyon, from the greatest house of the Althian Empire, smiled and said that there was no need to be so formal. They would talk as usual. Aiken approached and whispered that many people were looking at them. He would be less formal later, the man asked, told him to do as he wanted, and if he knew where the boy was. Looking away, Aiken called Dane to come and greet Duke Termyon. The hero remembered the face of the man in armor. The way he looked at him with determination in his past life, and thought that he was here. He approached, and Termyon said that this boy was his son, whom he always praised. He stroked his beard, heard Dane introduce himself. He thought that he could not help but feel angry when he saw him. The child bowed, saying that it was an honor to meet him. The man laughed, saying that he had a good son. It seemed that he did not have to worry about him. A girl in a dress came closer. Words were heard, that it meant he was learning to use a spear, and confirmation of this. Dane's appearance became surprised. Aiken looked to the side. A girl with pink hair approached them, greeted the count. Layla, the youngest daughter of Duke Termyon, bowed and said that it was an honor to meet him. People were dancing and chatting in the hall with a set table. Musicians played their instruments. The men smiled. Aiken turned to Termyon, asked how the Baroness was. The man replied that they were trying everything they could, but had made no progress yet. The man's eyebrows arched pitifully. He said that they were going through a difficult time, but he was sure that she would recover. Termyon closed his eyes and said that if he suddenly disappeared, let him understand, it meant that he had used the scroll to quickly return to the capital. The man held the glasses, asked where Dane had gone. There were many people in the room. Words were heard that he seemed to be a rather witty child. He would like to talk to him more. The man said that he was also interested. He did not see Miss Layla either. Termyon saw children in the window. They were walking along the street. He said that it seemed that this party was too boring for them. Words were heard near the light buildings of the city, that, to be honest, she did not like to follow her father everywhere. The girl smiled, saying that she was glad she came here with him now, and thought that he looked even more handsome in the moonlight. The heroes stood next to each other on the street. Dane smiled a little and said that he was glad to hear that. Their territory was a nice, peaceful place. The young lady standing behind him said that in their territory, Termyon, something was always happening. Nobles came every day to bow to their father, and sometimes even the imperial family showed up. She imagined herself standing next to the rich ladies, and said that every time that happened, she had to go meet them in a dress. She hated it. She preferred to dress normally and swing a sword. Dane looked at her in admiration, and thought that she was using a sword. She waved her hand and asked how about him. The hero replied that he liked both. It was not as surprising here as in the capital. The friend was surprised when she heard that he looked forward to training with a spear every day the most. While imagining the tall building, the girl said that she had forgotten that Count Sogress' nickname was Blue Whirlwind. She had heard many times from her father how incredible he was. So did that mean that he also aspired to enter the academy? The words that no, he was training with a spear for special reasons, and the question of why not were heard from the white balcony. Layla was surprised, saying, "Isn't training to enter the academy an obvious choice? It is incredibly difficult to enter." Dane touched his cheek and said that he was training to become even better when he entered the academy. The girl's eyes widened. The boy standing in the arch heard the question that if he didn't enter, and replied that he would just have to try again. Then, scratching the back of his head, Dane said that if he still failed, he would consider it not his path. The friend said that she did not believe it. At the mansion buildings, she asked if he was afraid of disappointing his house members, and heard that he was not particularly, said that she greatly valued failures in her house that were unacceptable, but let him forget what she had just said. The boy exhaled, thinking that he did not know that nobles worried about such things, and asked why she thought so, she would succeed. A joyful Layla asked if he could then look at her swordsmanship. The hero asked again. The pink-haired girl smiled happily, hearing the consent. At the white building, a question was heard about where his training ground was. Dane invited her to follow him and thought, this will all be fine, if it is not long, right? Several swords on a stand. The blade moved in the air. The young lady swung the sword. Then she moved swiftly. Extending her hand with the sword, she cried out. Crossing his arms, Dane thought that she smoothly transitioned from attack to defense, and the timing of her attacks was excellent. He touched his chin thoughtfully, thinking that after a while she was starting to get a little out of rhythm. Layla turned, breathing heavily, and asked how he was, to which he replied that it was fantastic, a joy to watch. She smiled and asked, wasn't it? The boy closed his eyes. He pointed, thinking that he should probably tell her, and said that from the third form onwards, she looked like she was taking a half step longer. Holding his chin, Dane explained that that was exactly how it looked when he remembered the other forms, because she kept taking a half step longer than before, the later sword forms being a little abrupt. The girl's eyes widened. She froze like a stone statue, and the boy thought he had been too abrupt, and apologized out loud if it had upset him. She took her sword hand into the garden, hearing that he hadn't seen such skill in swordsmanship in a long time, and said that that was what it was. But she remembered her movements, saying that this was the piece of the puzzle that she was missing. She lifted her leg off the ground, and suddenly hugged Dane, saying thank you very much. He looked at her in surprise. The girl pressed her cheek, said that he had a keen eye. He instantly caught what she had been doing wrong all this time. She thanked him and would remember it. Pushing the girl away, Dane said that she was strangling him, and could she please put the sword away, and apologized. A wide smile appeared on Layla's lips. The embarrassed guy adjusted his suit, and thought that she had surprised him with a sudden hug. Shouts were heard at the evening mansion, calling Dane and Layla. The girl looked there in surprise, saying that it seemed that they were being looked for. The guy suggested going back. 2 people approached them. The man said that here they were, and the woman asked where they had been. They had been looking for them everywhere. In the rich hall, a woman handed her son a box and said that she sincerely congratulated him on his birthday and his first manicure. The boy opened the lid. In the box lay a golden lion entwined with a snake. It was a brooch with a family crest. It was similar to those that the sisters boasted about. Lily smiled and told him to cherish it. The boy's eyes shone. He heard that now this brooch would serve as proof of his status and honor. She touched the child, who listened to the words of congratulations from the guests. They said that finally he truly deserved the name Sogress. He would grow up to be a wonderful person like the Count. Mom and Dad smiled. Dane stood next to them with a smile and thought that for the first time he received such warm applause from so many people. Suddenly the room shook. There were paintings on the walls. A loud scream was heard. The tables were shaking. Someone was shouting. Someone asked what was going on. Was it an enemy invasion? The lady dropped her glass. Dane turned to his father, but he told him to calm down. There was no need to worry. Looking up, Aiken said that it was starting all over again. He thought they would have some silence today. Lily asked him, "Do you have a guess? Who is it?" He looked ahead and thought, no way. A glow appeared near the ceiling. A blue flash. Beams were spreading everywhere from it. People looked at it in surprise. The man opened his mouth and shouted, "What is it?" A girl flew down from above. She had long white hair. She spread her arms. Surrounded by beams, she fell from above. Her feet touched the ground. The girl asked, "Can they tell me the time?" Arabella stood with her arms spread and asked, "His older sister is not late, right?" The guests were shocked, asking if it was Lady Arabella. The girl walked through the hall while they were discussing that she used teleportation magic. Someone heard that you need to be at least 5 chained to open even a small gate. Their lady is a genius. Dane frowned, thinking that she was so loud and bright. Looking out the window, people's mouths opened in shock. The girl said that there was a monster in the sky. The man pointed and shouted that it was a wyvern, but someone recognized that it was Lady Claire. A dragon was flying against the moon. Claire was sitting on top of it, saying that she was late. Pushing the door, she entered the hall. She passed by people who were discussing that she was a genius summoner, but to control a wyvern, isn't she 16 years old? Arabella turned around and asked, "Is she here too?" 2 people in brown boots. The sisters stood opposite and turned to Dane. Smiling, they congratulated him on his birthday at the same time. The girls handed their gifts to their brother, saying their congratulations. They held boxes. Arabella told him to open it, but she was sure he would like it. Aiken, displeased, said that they only gave him a letter for his birthday and prepared gifts for their younger brother. In one of the boxes was a ring. Dane said that it was a subspace bag in the form of a ring, and heard that yes, Arabella designed it herself. Raising her finger, Arabella said that the subspace magic was of the highest level. It was made by her professor. Dane thought that he knew how difficult it was to implement subspace magic into an object. His sister held the ring with a smile, offered to put it on. The hero thought that it was even more difficult to create an artifact that could be imbued with it. Putting the ring on his finger, Arabella explained that she applied his genetic code to it, so no one could use it except him. It was the only one of its kind in the whole world. There was a blue stone on the ring. Lily came closer, saying that judging by the small wave of mana coming from it, she must have used high-grade magic stones. Arabella closed her eyes and said that if she poured some mana into the ring, it would open the subspace. He would no longer have to open and close the pouch. Dane looked at the ring, saying what a valuable thing it was, and thanked his sister. He imagined a mage and a warrior, and thought that only rich people on the battlefield used this, such as generals who were born nobles or mages. He never thought that he would need one. He looked at the ring on his finger. A green glow appeared around the ring. The girl said that it would also grow with age. Aiken opened his mouth in surprise. Claire looked ahead attentively. Termion and her daughter were also surprised. Looking at this, Arabella asked in surprise, "He opened the subspace even before her. He really is a genius." The girl spread her arms, saying that he was truly incredible. He could have both a mana core and a circle. Claire held out the box and asked to open her gift as well. Dane pulled the ribbon, saying words of gratitude. Inside was a yellow egg with red dots. The boy did not take it in his hand, and his sister exclaimed anxiously that this was not just like that, he needed to be careful with it. The family members looked in that direction carefully. Approaching his brother's ear, the girl whispered that this was a familiar. She imagined the egg in front of her, and said that she once tried to summon Decaron, and she succeeded. She does not know what exactly will hatch from it, but assures that everyone in the world knows how valuable it is. The boy looked at the egg anxiously. He imagined the creatures, thinking he had heard of this before. Familiars, unlike summoned creatures, were separate entities, though similar to them. A familiar, once summoned, could remain in this world forever, unlike summoned creatures. Claire placed her hand on her brother's shoulder, saying that no one knew about it yet, only him, so they would keep it a secret until it hatched. The boy agreed. An unhappy Arabella, crossing her arms, asked what they were whispering about, and Claire said she did not know when that would happen. The egg was lying on a cloth. She advised pouring mana into it every day, morning and evening, so that it would recognize him as its master. Mother leaned closer, saying that these gifts were incredibly great, that his sisters had returned. Dane said that he liked it very much. Aiken coughed into his fist and said he was glad they could come, even though they said they could. But could they please say hello to their parents? Arabella looked at him in shock, asking if he was okay. She was very focused on giving Dane her gift. The man came up, holding his hands up, and said everything was fine. He patted his daughter on the head, saying they looked healthy and had come all this way for their little brother, so they should have a good rest. The pink-haired girl was watching the family. Layla looked upset. Dane turned his attention to her. He looked away. The girl tilted her head and he thought she was leaving. Layla looked down upset. He thought why she looked so lonely? Birds were flying above the trees. Termion was walking down the street. He looked ahead, thinking that she was much more incredible than he expected. Remembering Arabella's appearance, he thought that as befitting the best mage in the academy, she was talented. She was also suitable for his son, the best swordsman in the academy. He imagined the boy and girl on the magic seals and thought that if their two houses could unite, it would create a faction that even the imperial family would have a hard time touching. Then no one would be able to encroach on his house and his children. The man looked down, thinking that he should mention involving the older children during today's conversation. He took a step to the side when he heard a sound. Turning around, he wondered if they were training. Who trains so early in the morning? Dane quickly swung his spear. His eyes glowed blue. His foot took a step. The boy made sharp strikes. There were traces of movement around. The hand was clutching the hilt. The boy quickly made stabbing attacks. Standing behind the door, Termion watched. He opened his mouth, realizing that this was the youngest son of the Sogress house. Dane quickly moved around the training ground. The man thought how incredible his movements and concentration were, not at all like those of a 7-year-old child. The attack left traces. He thought that even his simple strikes were so high in technique that spearmen who had been on the battlefield for years could still learn from him. And closing his eyes, Dane breathed heavily. Opening his mouth, Termion thought how this was possible. The boy ran around with the spear. The man thought he had heard rumors that he showed incredible talent at the age of only 1. He thought it was just rumors, but it turned out to be true. The hero took a step. Then he moved his foot to the side. Debris flew around. The man thought that his stance and footwork were similar to a fencer, even if he did not tell him that he learned fencing at such a young age. And small fragments flew near the hero. He raised his hand with the spear. Abruptly lowering it, he said without turning around that he did not know who he was, but he could save face if he came out and did not hide. Termion, who was standing in cover, cursed mentally and thought that he was caught. Dane looked back, and the man thought, more importantly, his movements seemed strangely familiar to him. As he walked out onto the training grounds, he thought that he had definitely seen them before, and apologized out loud. Dane came closer, hearing that he was not trying to spy on him, and asked if it was his lordship. Termion looked at the boy. The boy looked at him resolutely, thinking that he would never tell his origins. A ray of sunlight reflected on the building. Words were heard that Dane, the youngest son of the House of Sogress, greeted Duke Termion. Termion stood in front of him, saying that he was mesmerized by the beautiful sight of the new rising star of Sogress early this morning. Would he forgive him for his mistake? Dane said that he was forgiven. The man looked at him in surprise, thinking that this child had courage. Dane's hand was clutching the blade. The man thought that now that he looked at him, he realized that his body did not tremble at all. Despite training for so long, he at his age had not even created a mana core. Pointing his finger, Termion said that his thrusting attack was excellent. He definitely inherited Aiken's talent. The spear he was holding, the child confirmed that he had been told that it was a spear that his father had carefully prepared for him. He bowed, thanking him for recognizing him. The man smiled. He imagined Dane next to Layla and thought that was the best answer he could give him. His son when he was young also had excellent skills and manners, but not to this extent. Perhaps he should consider marriage from that side as well. Words were heard from the stone wall, that actually Layla was also training in swordsmanship. Dane smiled brightly when he heard that they were the same age, so they could become good friends when they entered the academy. He confirmed, saying that he would try to find a common language with her. Looking at him, Termion said that he liked his straightforwardness. Anyway, it seemed like he had bothered him enough during his training. He took a step to the side. Then he turned around and asked what he was wondering. Had he ever trained in swordsmanship? Dane looked down tensely, thinking that it seemed like his habits had manifested themselves. He was not surprised that he knew it with one look. There were swords on the stand. The boy answered that no, he had read several textbooks on the basics of swordsmanship, but he had never trained. Termion closed his eyes. He smiled discouragedly. While the man thought he swears, he sensed something in him that resembled talent on a damp battlefield. What he thinks, it can't be, he is just a child. Adjusting his clothes, he said that it seemed like he had spent too much time on this simple walk. Then they will see each other later. The boy wished him a good journey. Turning, the Duke said that if he ever visited the capital, he should seek him out. He should repay the hospitality shown to him in the Count's castle. He was personally interested in him, and would definitely visit. Dane smiled a little, wondering if he remembered him. The man walked away, and the boy thought that defeating the one who defeated him in the past, and just thinking about it made his blood run cold. If he began to prepare for it step by step now, he was sure that he could do it. He watched the man go, thinking that he would definitely defeat him in this life. At the bright mansion, words were heard that it was time to return. The boy looked at Herman and asked if he was waiting for him, to which he heard the answer that it was his duty to always satisfy his needs from the shadows. The child came closer and thanked him, thinking that since he did not need to receive lessons in stealth, he was talented enough. Wiping his face, the hero asked if everyone was busy, to which he heard that yes, it seemed like everyone was busy preparing for the second banquet, and other nobles had also begun to arrive. A carriage stopped at the entrance. After all, it would be difficult for more than 30 noble families to arrive on the exact day. Dane looked away, remembering what about his sisters. He handed over the towel and heard the answer that they opened the teleportation gate together and went to the academy. Imagining the girls saying goodbye to their parents, the hero heard them say that they had no choice because exams were coming up, and replied that it was a shame, but oh well. Throwing his spear over his shoulder, Dane suggested that they go back. Herman, who was standing next to him, agreed. The hero thought that when he had time, he should look at the gifts his sisters gave him. Later, he looked down with interest. Smiling, standing next to his parents. Chatting with the men. Ate at the table. He looked at the man who spread his arms. The footage of the banquet floated away. Dane stood in the garden of the pavilion, saying that the life of a nobleman is very tiring. Since the day he was born, his schedule is more busy than usual. Butterflies were flying in front of him. The boy said that he can find solace by relaxing in the garden like now. He stood on a well-kept path, thinking that the master gardener had planted this place so beautifully. He feels a strange peace when he looks at the flowers. White roses were blooming. Butterflies were flying above the red flowers. The hero remembered that his older sister said that flowers contain the most mana in nature. Dane sat down by the red roses, thinking that he had some time. Should he analyze the mana of the flowers? He closed his eyes. Lowering his head, he imagined the petals and thought that he was training as best he could. He had no noticeable development in magic or summoning. He was still unsure of what he should focus on. The boy opened his eyes and thought that having too many talents can be difficult at times. He extended his palm towards the flowers. Then his eyes widened in surprise, saying that this was the mana of the flower. The small flower contained such a powerful flow of mana. If a person could sense the natural flow of mana and make it his own. He imagined a shining circle, thinking that it could settle in the body and become a magic circle. Extending his palm towards the flower, he thought that this body's affinity for mana was enormous. Dane smiled, saying that he could see what others could only sense with their sixth sense. He looked at the glow above his palm and thought that this was the mana that he could only faintly see before, becoming clearer. He clenched his fingers into a fist. He looked ahead in surprise, thinking about what had just happened. Two boys were walking in the garden. One said that he was very bored. His father was too busy talking to other nobles. Even though they had just arrived, they simply brushed them off. They would just show up and then go back to their room and rest like last time. The other asked his elder brother, "Is it okay to do this?" The boy in white stamped his foot, shouting that it wasn't a birthday. What difference did it make? Did he think the young master of the Sogress family would care? The foot stepped on the buds. Dane stood by the gazebo, hearing words that it seemed they had lost their way again. The second asked why this garden was so senselessly big. The boy looked to the side, heard words that there was a man there. Was this child also lost? The red-haired boys stood behind. The eldest shouted that judging by the way he was dressed, he was a servant. Anyone would do. Dane turned around sullenly. Holding out his hand, the boy ordered them to be led to the exit. Dane ran closer and shouted for them to leave there immediately. What? Can they see what is under their shoes? The stranger was surprised, saying that this guy was yelling at them because they stepped on the grass? Running closer, the boy asked why they did not spoil the flower bed. They used the path. The eldest said that he was behaving quite impudently for such a small stature. He looked at him sullenly, asking if he knew who they were. Dane answered with an angry look that they were rude people who had ruined the flower bed. The boy reached out to him and, calling him a servant, asked who he was talking to. He grabbed Dane by the clothes, saying that they were the sons of Count Tyron, guests of this castle. The boy's eyes widened. He remembered Count Tyron. He imagined the man, that he was the nobleman who was captured after he defeated him on the battlefield. The group of men were tied up. The boy thought that he was a very annoying nobleman, and that father, like son. The eldest swung his fist, shouting that even if this was the southern region, he should know about the Tyron house. It was famous in the capital. Their house could make someone like him disappear without a trace, so he should watch his language. Dane frowned at him, thinking that words would not get through. Swinging his fist, the boy shouted that he was crazy. How could a simple servant look at them like that? A sharp movement. The redhead's eyes widened in surprise. Dane hit him in the head with his forehead. He crashed right into the enemy's nose. The younger one cried out in surprise. The hero landed. The younger one approached his fallen brother and asked if he was okay. Looking at his bloody palm, he said that it was unthinkable. His nose was bleeding. His hand trembled. The guy promised that he would kill him. Dane grinned. He confidently put his hands on his hips and offered to try. A cry was heard from the building with a blue roof, that he was crazy. Well, let it not be only his blood that would be spilled today. The younger one looked at his brother worriedly, saying that they should take care of his nose, but he told him to sit still. Dane looked away. The elder Tyron swung. The boy managed to dodge, and he called him a slippery rat. Looking ahead, he thought that judging by his gait he was definitely not the type to use a weapon. Opening his mouth, Dane thought that he was a mage or a summoner then. Dane dodged the attacks. Swinging his hand forward, the elder shouted that this little one was so fast that it was difficult for him to catch him. Dane stopped. A fist flew past him. He thought it was a stream of magic he saw earlier. He imagined a blue glow, thinking that if he could bend this magic to his will, then shouldn't he be able to compress this power into physical form? The glow appeared in his palm. When he thought, should he test it? A blinding flash appeared. The younger Tyron's mouth opened in surprise. Dane put his palms forward. Energy struck his body. The elder fell, surrounded by a glow. He closed his eyes and screamed. The younger brother ran towards him. Arching his eyebrows pitifully, Dane thought that the flower bed was completely ruined. The palm rested on the ground. The elder Tyron stood up, shouting angrily that he could use magic. Who would have thought who he was? The younger asked him to stop. Something bad would happen at this rate. A scream was heard from the mansion with a blue roof, that he would kill him. Let him listen to his call. Rays of red energy spread around the boy. Dane looked at it in surprise, realizing that he was a summoner. Pink glow. It became brighter. Among the rays, the image of a beast appeared. A huge dog bared its teeth. Standing next to him, the boy asked how he felt about this. This is his Genpu. He will show him the consequences of deciding to defy him. Digran Tyron, let Genpu tear him to pieces. Dane touched his chin, thinking that this is a simple wolf-like creature. He feels inferior compared to his sister Claire, who can summon a wyvern. The wolf bared its mouth. It was approaching, the boy shouting that he should rip out his throat. Dane looked forward seriously. The beast had a vertical pupil. Suddenly, the dog abruptly changed its trajectory. Its long tail waved. Genpu turned around, covering the boy. The boys looked at it in shock. The wolf lowered its head. A question was heard in the garden. What was going on? What was he doing? Let him quickly kill him. Genpu wagged his tail, and the younger noticed it. Dane stroked its muzzle, calling it a good boy. At the same time, he was shocked, thinking, how did this happen? He remembered how he stroked the dragon, but he thought that now that he thought about it, even the creatures of Claire's sister were quite friendly, but he just thought that it was because of their blood ties. He put his hand on the wolf's muzzle, thinking, everything is like this in a situation like this, when there is no connection. The red-haired boy was shouting angrily, and the hero was thinking that he might have very high grace, but that was true. It could mean that this man's grace had reached rock bottom. The blood-stained Digran was shouting that this was nonsense. How could he betray his master? Standing next to the wolf, Dane asked if he wanted to continue. The younger grabbed his brother by the sleeve and asked him to just leave. They had lost. He closed his eyes while Digran was saying that he would now cancel his summoning. His eyes became surprised. He saw on his brother's shorts. He was crying, and the older one said that it was awkward. Dane said that the bathhouse was on the first level of the basement of the main castle. The older one grabbed his brother by the hand. Turning around, he shouted at the boy to wait here. He would be right back, and called Denar to follow him. Dane silently looked at them, thinking that he should at least take his spirit. The hero looked at his palm and reasoned that in fact it was very simple. Just like his sister Claire taught him, a weak link between this fool and Genpu. He extended his palm forward. A green glow appeared. After he carefully rewrote this magic onto himself, Genpu became linked to him. The image of the wolf hovered above. The boy thought that he had not done anything close to a real summoning at all. A bright green spark appeared. Only because of his high favor he succeeded in summoning. Dane looked away, hearing the question, "Is this the boy who bullied him?" The redhead stood next to the fat man and said that yes, it was him. The boy thought that he only made things worse. Pointing his finger, Degran said that not only did he bully him and Denar, he even cancelled his link with Genpu. The man took a step. With a stern look, the fat man said that his name was Magard. He was the head of the Tyrant Count family, one of the most distinguished nobles in the capital. Was he the one who did this to his son's face and took away his spirit by force? Dane nodded and confirmed. Thinking back to the tied-up nobleman, he thought that he looked fatter than the time he captured him. A peaceful life was truly wonderful, he would not deny it. Magard pointed his finger and said that as an invited guest, he might not react to such a thing if possible, but this was a situation he could not ignore. Frowning, the man asked why he was alone in such a place and demanded to reveal his identity. Dane sighed. Opening his mouth, he introduced himself as the youngest son of Akin Sogres. He presented a family portrait and said that he was the son of the Lord of the South and the head of the Sogres Count family. Digran's eyes widened and Magard frowned. The hero looked at them while they thought that this boy was Dane. The fat man stood in front of the boy, thinking that he was the youngest son of the House of Sogres. It seemed that events had taken an unexpected turn. He was a prisoner of that boy Grick, despite the fact that he had achieved nothing during the war. Magard chuckled, thinking that he would turn the situation to his advantage, so that the Count would be held accountable, and use this as an excuse to demand the rights to the ore. The nobles who looked down on him would now bow before him. The man spread his hands, saying that he was the birthday boy, and Dane nodded, confirming. The fat man gritted his teeth, thinking that he had come to this southern country only to celebrate his birthday. He placed his hand on his son's shoulder and asked what he was going to do about it. With a wave of his hand, the father said that he had wounded his son, a guest whom he himself had invited, and even stolen their spirit. This was a grave crime. Dane looked at them calmly, heard that this was their last day. He was going to personally talk to the Count and call him to account. Butterflies flew over the flowers. The hero thought that his entire personality was visible through and through, and said out loud that he understood. But first of all, this was an apology. The man's mouth opened in surprise and exclaimed that this was impudence, and the son cursed. Throwing up his hands, the blonde said that it was true that he had hit his son in the nose and hurt him, but he was threatened, and it was self-defense, and he did not steal their spirit. Genpu himself decided to follow him. Degran was indignant, shouting that he would never do such a thing. This boy was lying. Magard introduced Claire, thinking that he had heard that the second daughter was a genius summoner. He understood how it was. It was quite possible that this girl had taught the boy how to forcefully break the connection. A flock of birds flew in the sky. Words were heard, that even if what he said was true, it was right to mourn the fact that his summoned creature was stolen from him, and yet he wanted to say that he wanted an apology first. The boy standing opposite him waved his hand and confirmed. He looked ahead gloomily, hearing the indignation of the elder. Who did he think he was to behave like this? It was not nice to be sarcastic when elders were speaking. Magard glared at him gloomily, thinking that his jaw already hurt from talking to him. Coming closer, he said that he would not scold him. They would go and see what his father would say about this. The protagonist looked at him gloomily, thinking that he had brought this on himself. Akin came up the path with Termayon and asked, were they talking about him? Magard and Degran were shocked. The men stood confidently nearby. They thought that Duke Termayon had come too. Degran, who was standing nearby, exclaimed that he had simply gotten lost in the garden with his younger brother. He had asked his son to lead them. Dane looked away, hearing the conversations, thought that this really looked like his father. Akin listened attentively to the red-haired man's story, and the protagonist thought that he cared very much about his family, not one to be biased towards any one side. Even in conflicts with strangers he could distinguish good from evil. The guy had earplugs sticking out of his nose. He said that suddenly he hit him in the nose with his head and continued to use this strange technique to mock him. With a pitiful expression, Degran said that in order to scare him, he sent his spirit, and it stole it from him and tried to attack. Dane sighed tiredly and thought that considering that he could lie with such an honest face, he was looking forward to his future. Magard closed his eyes and turned to Akin. Standing in front of him, he said that he only wanted to warn him. But stealing this summoning, was that right? He could not ignore this part. Looking up, Akin said that they could not stop at listening to only one side of this quarrel. He pointed his hand at Termayon and said that he wanted to listen to what Dane had to say, and then evaluate the situation as a whole, and a conclusion would be made later. If they were worried about him making a conclusion himself, he would ask Duke Termayon to give his opinion as well. The brunette nodded and said that if they really needed him, then that was what they would do. Magard gritted his teeth in displeasure and cursed silently. Termayon's intervention had only made things worse. He had a bad feeling about this. The men turned to Dane, and his father asked him to explain. The boy pursed his lips, thinking that simply explaining how it had happened would suffice. Broken flowers lay along the path. He said that although it was a little different from what had actually happened, some of what the son of Count Tyron had said was true. There were marks among the petals. The boy invited that these flowers that they had grown with such care in their gardens had been trampled by him as he pleased. He told her to stop. Opening his mouth, Dane continued that the one who had gotten angry and grabbed the other man by the collar and threatened was only Degran. The redhead opened his mouth, screaming that it was a lie. Looking down, Aiken told him to continue. With a confident look, Dane continued that moreover, he heard it very clearly. When he summoned Genpu, the order was to kill him, and also he did not steal his spirit. He approached him first and saw his goodwill. Shocked, Termayon opened his mouth, wondering how a 7-year-old child had such a vocabulary. Mogard was angry when the boy said that he did not steal his summon. He took a step forward and said that this was nonsense. Turning to Aiken, the fat man said that it was impossible for a summoned creature to obey someone who was not even a summoner. He clearly had to use some secret technique. Dane raised his head, saying that he had an innate affinity with summoners. A summoner who was not close enough to his master could obey someone like him. The father standing next to him asked if such a thing was possible, and heard that it was true. Mogard grinned like a madman and asked if he was asking them to seriously believe it. Each story was different if that was true. Termayon closed his eyes, saying that they should be able to prove it with a summon. The fat man looked displeased, wondering why the Duke was interfering. The father placed a hand on the hero's shoulder and asked if he could prove it to them. Mogard looked at his son grimly. Degran pursed his lips, wondering what to do. He couldn't summon Genpu. An order was heard in the garden to summon him quickly. The redhead threw up his hands and said that he couldn't, and the father shouted, how could he suddenly not summon something that summoned several times a day? Dane grinned, thinking of course, he had broken the connection. There was no way he could summon it. Aiken looked at his son, who said that he would summon him now. For this he seemed to need a sign that he possessed. Standing next to his father, Degran asked what he said, his sign. He can't believe he's asking for it. What nonsense. Even if someone else uses a sign that has another summoner's unique code engraved on it, there's no way it will work. Looking ahead grimly, Aiken said that from what he said, even if he uses the sign, it shouldn't work. It won't do any harm if he tries. Wouldn't that prove his words true? Mogard glared at his son, thinking that since he was right, he couldn't refuse, and ordered him to hand over his sign for a while. Tears appeared in the boy's eyes. He turned to his father. The man turned away and told him to hurry. Bright blue swirls appeared when the sign was handed over and surrounded the hero, who thought that just like the sign had a unique summoner code engraved on it, no one else would normally be able to use it. But the Genpu that Degran summoned was imbued with his mana. The sign was summoned by means of transportation. Dane closed his eyes, thinking that Genpu, who was already connected to him, would answer his call. The wolf actually appeared next to him, offering his muzzle, and then licked the boy's cheek. The men looked at it in surprise. Degran opened his mouth in surprise and asked his father how this happened. His father said it was impossible. Looking at the boy standing next to the spirit, Termayon said that this was amazing. Didn't he say that he was learning how to handle a spear? His father said he didn't know what led to this. The boy stroked the wolf, apologized for sending it just for this, and thanked him. Mogard opened his mouth in shock, thinking that this had turned into a disaster. The Sogress family members stood in front of him. The man asked what they should do. They confirmed his call. Aiken asked with a confident look. They acknowledged it. It seemed Dane was telling the truth. The man said it seemed they were wrong, thinking their call was stolen. Mogard smiled awkwardly, saying that his son really didn't try to kill Dane, did he? The hero looked ahead grimly, hearing that he was just trying to scare him a little and wasn't trying to kill him. Putting his hand on his son's shoulder, the fat man said that he clearly didn't mean to. Aiken looked away. Clenching his fist, he thought that he was continuing even now. A girl appeared from behind and said that it was not true. The heroes looked at her. Dane looked surprised. Layla approached them with a determined look. Termayon was surprised and asked the girl what brought her here. The daughter replied that she heard his voice while walking and was greeting the counts. Mogard frowned at her and thought, is this child the daughter of a duke? Aiken frowned and asked, does she mean to say that he lied? Looking at him, the girl said that she accidentally overheard their conversation while walking. Degran stared ahead in shock, thinking that she heard everything. There was a full moon in the sky. A question was heard, was it true? Could she tell them everything she heard? But Dane looked ahead, thinking that he did not expect this. But thanks to her, everything went smoothly. Mogard, who was standing next to the boy, told him to hurry up and apologize, which he did. But Aiken said that he wanted him to apologize to his son, he to him. The man pushed Degran to bow and said that he was going to ask him to do so. The boy took a step towards the boy. He walked with a grim look. Dane watched as he gritted his teeth and apologized. Layla and her father watched this. He thought, is it really an apology if he lowers his head just because he had no choice after a witness appeared? Aiken looked ahead. The boy thought that he really did not want to accept this. Dane looked ahead with a frown and thought that based on past experience, instead of being stubborn, it would be more useful for him to show magnanimity. Opening his mouth, he said that he accepted his apology. Degran smiled shocked and thanked him. Mogart exhaled, thinking that it was close. Crossing his arms, Termayon watched the guy, thinking that he knew he was special, he could be stubborn. After all, the other party was in the wrong. Turning around, Aiken said that they could stop their argument. After all, Dane accepted the apology. He did not intend to forget this incident. He turned away sullenly, and said that he had tried to kill his son with his summoning. Mogart threw up his hands, saying that it had not happened, but the man said that he did not want to listen to his pathetic excuses, that he should take his family and leave this castle. The fat man glared ahead, thinking that he had come all this way without complaining. If he was driven away now, it would all be in vain. He must stay in the castle at any cost. He took a step forward. Grabbing the man's hand, he said that he begged for forgiveness, he would do whatever he asked, just this once. The Count pulled his hand away. Looking at him sullenly, he said that he did not need him, he would send soldiers to his room. Turning around, he walked away, saying that they must go. Duke Termayon nodded. Putting his hand on his daughter's shoulder, he called for her to follow him. Dane turned around. The angry man scolded his son. The hero thought that they started it, so they were reaping what they had sown. The stars were shining in the sky. Anyway, he didn't know that his father could be so scary when he was angry. The girl walking next to him asked if it was true. He defeated him with Monopoly, and heard that it was so. Termayon looked at his comrade and asked, a spearman, a summoner, and now magic is great. Has history seen such talent? Aiken said that he was glad that he had such an outstanding son. Layla was shocked when Dane confirmed. On top was the family crest. Words were heard that talent is one thing, but he is very calm. Usually when children quarrel, they get excited and insist that they are right, but Dane does not do that. The man put his hand on his son's head, hearing that he had no doubt that his son would grow up to be a fine man, and said that it was too early to talk about it, they should wait until he grew up to be sure. Layla smiled when she heard that today's incident had been resolved peacefully thanks to her. For her testimony, everything could have turned out terribly. He touched his beard, thinking that he saw Layla in a good light in this case. Smiling, he said that she had simply told everything as it was, or he insisted, then how about talking about their marriage, wondering that they would not tell him that he wanted Dane to marry his daughter. Dane was illuminated by the moon. Words were heard that it was late, almost time for the banquet. The blonde ran away, shouting that he would go and get ready. Termayon ran after him, having previously asked Layla not to rush back with Dane and asked them to talk more. The girl was confused and disconcerted. She heard her words, that her father could not be stopped. Anyway, why did he, a spirit, ignore his summoner and listen to him? Turning around, Dane heard that she had seen many famous summoner duels in the capital, but she had never seen anything like this. He replied that he was not sure either, it just happened that way. Layla pouted, saying that he was hiding it. It was unfair, even though she helped him. The boy said that he helped her too. Did she remember how he helped her with her swordsmanship? He touched his chin, recalling the scene. The confused girl remembered the hug and said that now that she thought about it, he was right. Dane ran his eyes, thinking that it was true. She helped a lot this time, and said out loud that they both helped each other once, and can help each other again. Layla asked happily and said that it was a great idea. She wanted to use it right away. She smiled happily, while Dane thought that she was very impatient. I wonder what she wanted to ask, and wondered out loud what it was. Imagining a bright glow, the girl asked to teach her how to use a mana bullet. A question was heard. Why did she want to know this? The words were heard at the light building, that because she wanted to grow up faster, she wanted to create at least 2 mana cores before entering the academy. Standing opposite, Dane thought, she is still young, why is she so impatient? And her family is so strict. A friend wants to grow up quickly and make her mother happier. Her mother loves her very much, she will definitely be happy if she gets stronger faster. Imagining the silhouettes of adults, the hero thought that he definitely heard them talking about it. The Countess is bedridden. His lips sadly drooped. He said that he cannot refuse her. Layla raised her hand happily, saying that they would start tomorrow then. Would she sit there until then? Or did he want to start today? The hero glanced at her, and said that she could do as she wanted. The mana bullet shouldn't be too difficult once she understood the flow of magic. The girl looked delighted and said that she was very excited. Now it was his turn. What did he want? Dane looked away. At the rich manor, his words were heard. What did he want? The nobles were sitting in the hall. They gathered around many tables. Words were heard that Count Tyron was kicked out of the castle. What did he do to make this happen? People were holding glasses of wine. A man replied that he heard that the eldest son had caused some kind of incident. The second confirmed with words that he had fought with young Master Dane, and had received a lesson. They came here and made a scene. What a shame. The men stood around, discussing the rumors that Master Dane was also an outstanding summoner. The man stood by the girl in the red dress. Someone said, does this mean that the Sogress house will now be a prestigious summoner house? That's not all. Apparently he also uses magic. The chandelier illuminated the ceiling. A question was heard. How is this even possible? The man with the mustache approached Dane and said that he was the young master, the one from the rumors. He was Baron Opened. Did he happen to know anything about the East? The hero replied that he heard that this territory is famous for its fried trout and sapphires. Open smiled widely, saying, "What a smart young man, that's right, the trout and sapphires of the Open House are the best on the continent." He touched the boy's hand, saying that he heard that he is very talented in many fields, and he thinks it is true. In any case, he brought his daughter with him so as not to introduce her too late. Here, let her say hello to Sylvia. The girl in the blue shoe took a step. The blue-haired girl smiled and introduced herself, saying it was nice to meet you. Dane looked at her with a puzzled expression and introduced himself. Sylvia suddenly approached him. She put her hand to her mouth and said, "Isn't he the one who will inherit the Sogress house in the future?" Grabbing the boy's hand, she told him not to pretend to be ignorant. She heard that he was also talented in many ways. Let him take care of her. Maybe they will become a family in the future. The hero thought, why are children in their time so straightforward? Layla looked at their clasped hands and asked, "Was Dane here?" Dane and Sylvia called out to her emotionally. The girl gloomily asked, "Who is it?" Sylvia bowed and said that she is the eldest daughter of Baron Opened. Layla shockingly said, "It was nice to meet you." The girls smiled at each other falsely, and Dane thought that it was killing intent. He remembered the sisters who were also looking at each other with displeasure, and thought that the girls were scary. The friend grabbed the guy's hand and said that she would borrow it for a while. She glared at the guy and said with a hint that they already had an appointment. He said that she was right and embarrassed, offered to talk later. Sylvia smiled and said, "Of course." She watched them leave with a smile and thought that she wanted to say that she was the one who was laying claim to him. The cute daughter of the Duke, who had the most power in the capital, second only to the Emperor himself. Layla glanced sideways. Sylvia looked displeased. Against the young lady of the Eastern Defense, she had no equal. The moon and stars were shining in the sky. A question was heard about how they met. Maybe he would get engaged to her in the future, and the words that this was not so, they simply greeted each other. Layla smiled happily, asking if this was true, and heard that of course. The hero thought that her expression instantly brightened. They came to a small area. Dane said that they came. This is a secret place that only he knows about. She said that who would have thought that such a place existed. They stood at the small area. The boy said that standing here, no one will bother them anymore. He took a step forward. The girl looked at him with admiration. She raised her hands and said that this was amazing. She didn't know such a place existed. Looking up, she continued that no one would know if they trained here. Waving his hand, Dane confirmed and said that this was a good place to train. Anyway, had she ever felt mana? The girl replied that she had just a little, not enough to form a core, but she had tried to receive mana by breathing it in. Dane touched his chin in concentration, saying that it meant that she was not at the stage of secretion. He thought that he learned it on the battlefield. You would think that she would be taught it in the Duke's house. A glow appeared among the branches. He suggested starting with something simpler. Firstly, she should feel the mana that she absorbs into her body. Squirrels were sitting on the branches, the girl asked again. She watched intently, listening to what Dane was saying as he explained that if she wanted to extract mana from her body, she would need to learn to control it within it. An important part of that was imagination. He moved his finger in a circle. The hero told her to close her eyes and imagine the mana bubbling within her. He smiled and asked her to imagine it bubbling in her body, like blood circulating through her veins. The girl said she would do as he said. The hero thought he could tell from her expression that she didn't understand. Layla put her palm out, hearing that this action became the basis for everything she could do with mana. Her leg took a step to the side. That was the basis. The heroine closed her eyes, hearing that he knew she could do it. She stood with her eyes closed. Dane watched her carefully. After she waved her hands and said that it wasn't working, Dane replied that it was okay for the first time, even if it was the basis. Let her concentrate again. Aiken walked among the branches. Looking behind a tree, he said that even at such a young age, their son was already teaching someone. Dane stood in front of a focused girl, and his father said that he had already grown up. The man was scared when Termion appeared behind him and asked what he was doing here. The brunette looked away. Crossing his arms, he said that he shouldn't be so surprised. This couple was having a secret date late at night. The father asked what couples meant. Anyway, how did he end up here? Termion nodded, apologized for the intrusion. Anyway, something unpleasant, a show of stealth, and his wife, a legendary assassin of the Empire, and he had learned nothing from her. Aiken, discouraged, replied that he did everything he could in his own way. The men stood among the trees. The brunette said that if the owner of the castle were to spy on other people's bodies, they would speak ill of him. Someone answered embarrassedly that he was simply watching his son. Termion smiled widely, saying that he had been keeping an eye on his daughter. The disgruntled blonde said that it was not for him to say this, but he was a hopeless parent. They stood by the stone walls. Words were heard that he had just realized it. Let him take a look too. Both fathers were peeping from behind the trees. Dane put his palm out, creating a magic circle. He looked at the girl and heard a question. Did he have a subspace bag? He answered that yes. His older sister made it herself, and recently gave it to him. Layla was surprised to imagine the silhouettes of the guys and said that her older brother stopped paying attention to her when they entered the academy. The hero carried a mirror. Then he put it in front of the girl, and she asked what for. Layla was reflected in the mirror and heard that he grabbed it just in case. Maybe it would help to imagine something easier if you look in the mirror, and not rely only on your imagination. Standing next to the object, he asked to stand in front of the mirror and look at herself from all sides and said that she would try. She closed her eyes in concentration. Dane with a slight smile and thought that she was very serious. Layla inhaled, opening her mouth. The men sat in hiding. Termayon said that Layla seemed to have caught his son's eye. He asked if he thought so. He answered that of course, it was not often that she opened up like that. Aiken looked questioningly, asked if something had happened, and she seemed like a smart child. A shadow fell on his comrade's eyes. The man imagined her standing, looking at the carriage, and said that she was bright only on the outside. He could not say the same about her inner state. After the brothers left for the academy, her mother was bedridden, so they could not be together like before. The girl sat by her mother's bed. The man said that this led to the fact that it was difficult for her to open up to others. Standing in front of the sad man, Aiken said that he understood her situation. Why act so coldly towards her own daughter? He clarified, is it so noticeable? Closing his eyes, Termayon replied that he was doing it on purpose. A bright spark appeared next to the girl. The man said that when he raised his sons, he gave them attention, and they grew up spoiled. Layla happily looked forward. The man advised not to think that she would be the same. It hurt her. Dane smiled slightly. Words were heard that it was no wonder she asked him for help. Termayon pointed a finger at his friend, saying that he was still grumbling like in the old days. Was he indignant when he did this? Looking at him, the man asked, will he send his son to the capital? If so, then maybe let him live in the Duke's castle? Aiken looked away. Layla happily ran to the guy, saying that she did it. He confirmed that she was great. The man replied that he would do as his son wished, just as Arabella and Claire did. He stood in front of his friend and saying that if Dane said that he would go to the capital, he would definitely do as he said. The man replied that it would be great if he looked in on him when he was there. A question was heard, does he want him to train with him all day? The squirrel climbed the tree. Words were heard that he had become smarter. The animal looked concentrated. Lily was standing among the branches. Crossing her arms, she thought that where did those two go? Why were they behaving so shamefully? She looked away. Layla rushed to the guy with hugs. The mother thought that really the love they feel for their children has a strange power over them. She will just pretend that she did not see anything. Dane and the girl were standing outside and she was thanking him, saying that she thought he was a real genius, and she had often heard people call her a genius, but compared to him she didn't think that was true. He turned away saying that this was just the beginning and that she would definitely grow up, and he thought that the two of them had quietly left. Layla was looking away thinking that he was going to the academy too. The students were standing outside the building and she was saying that all geniuses went there, to which he said that he didn't know yet and asked if he had to go there, saying that he could become quite strong just by training alone. The girl tapped her foot saying that studying wasn't everything, it was where he was going to create his own noble faction. She was looking at the boy saying that he needed to go there if he wanted to make connections from an early age, and he thought that she was pretty knowledgeable about how the world works for a 7-year-old. The protagonist closed his eyes saying that he knew, but he didn't want to go to the academy yet. He remembered reading books, standing in front of the coach and saying that there were games of books in the library that he hadn't read yet and that he still had a lot to learn from his parents, to which she asked if he didn't want to play with other kids sometimes and said that she heard that his older sisters were studying at the academy. The protagonist put his hands on his hips and, thinking that she was persistent, said that he would go there in the future if he wanted to. The shadows from the moonlight fell on the steps and Layla asked him to tell her if he wanted to which he agreed. The house stood under the night sky and she said that when he came to the capital, he should visit her house and see what she was doing, to which he replied that he would definitely send her a letter if he planned to go to the capital. The girl folded her hands and asked MC when he would tell her about the request. He smiled, closing his eyes, and said that he would tell her when he went to the capital. The red-haired girl became wary and asked again. There were people standing in front of the carriages, and someone was saying that they were leaving. Dane watched the transport move away. In his hands was a stone with an engraving. He carefully examined the object. Termayon stood in front of the boy, who asked what it was, to which he replied that it was his birthday present, and hoped that he would like it. The hero looked at the gift in surprise and thought that it looked valuable. The man imagined the engraving on the stone and said that the symbols of their house were revenge, a sword and a blacksmith, and the history of their house began with their ancestor, who was a blacksmith. The man swung a hammer, and it said that thanks to him, their house had the best forge in the empire and the entire continent. The drawing shown and the interlocutor said that all the weapons that the empire was guided by were made in this forge. The crystals were shining and he thought he knew it, and all the ores of the world could be found there. The weapons were sparkling with their points, and all kinds of mystical weapons and artifacts were created in the greatest forge on the continent. Termayon smiled and said that if he went to the forge and showed them this insignia, They would create for him a weapon of his choice, and this insignia was essentially a certificate of honor and skill of the one who owned it. Aiken stood next to his wife and said that this was a very precious insignia and asked if this was not something that even the imperial family desired. Termayon put his hand on the boy's hair. He stood in front of him and asked him to develop and help his father, to which Dane thanked the Duke. Layla smiled, waving her hand. Plush clouds floated across the sky. The blonde leaned towards the hero and asked him why it was difficult for him to see her off, to which he replied that it was very difficult, since she was his first friend. The woman looked ahead and said that when he went to the capital, he would be able to meet her again. Lily showed her fist and ordered him to become even more beautiful and shake his friend, to which he meaningfully remained silent. The protagonist looked away and thought that he could not stay here forever, and they would see each other again when he came to the capital, and asked her to be healthy until the days when he came to her. The carriage moved around the city. The Duke sat in it and thought that it was strange. Termayon closed his eyes and thought that when he looked at MC, he remembered that man. The knight was bleeding and he constantly remembered the warrior, who at a young age showed triple-class abilities. The man lay near the wreckage while the boy looked down, and if he were alive now, he could become one of the high-class knights of the Empire. The horses pulled the transport behind them, raising dust. 2 carts rode on neatly laid tiles. The houses stood under an azure sky, and he wanted to see Dane as an adult as soon as possible. The curtains allowed light to penetrate into the luxurious room. The hero looked at the egg and said that he fed it manna every morning and evening and asked if it was too early for it to hatch. The object lay on the pillow and he thought about the egg with a mysterious familiar. The creature stood in front of the artifact, and if he could feed the egg with manna and imprint himself as the master before it hatched, then he could permanently control the summoned creature, which usually only exists temporarily. The hero closed his eyes and thought that the quality of his mana should match the quality of the familiar's mana, and there were probably many tricky conditions that had not yet been met. From the touch, the mysterious object began to shine, and he said that he had heard that there are eggs that never hatch because their conditions are never met, and he hoped that this was not the case. The guy's face was illuminated by light, and he thought that even if he changed the flow and strength of mana, there would be no reaction. The protagonist held the thing in his hands. The flash illuminated everything around. He put the gift in the box and said that maybe hoping that he would succeed in one try was too greedy on his part. The doors were closed and MC was asked if he was ready, to which he said that he was going. Dane froze and an object glowed behind him. He turned around and said that he had just definitely heard something. Herman looked at the guy and asked what he had just heard. The hero examined the gift and asked to wait a second, saying that first he would check the egg. The protagonist was scared and thought that he did not feel anything else and assumed that he was wrong, getting nervous in vain. The servant extended his hand and asked that the egg gave a reaction, to which he replied that he thought that it seemed to him and suggested that they just go. The man took a step to the side. MC struck and moved forward. He charged. Several cuts were made. Dane was training. He lowered his head and closed his eyes. His foot was on the tip of his toe. Herman clapped and said that it was amazing, asking when he had practiced with the sword, to which he replied that he just wanted to swing it for a bit. Dane saw his reflection and it said that as expected of a genius, he was talented even with the sword. The protagonist looked down and thought that learning to use a new weapon was fun and could not hold the sword in his hands all this time, since his father was watching closely, and was glad that he had not lost his grip yet. Herman brought food and asked the boy to have a snack before continuing, to which he agreed and thanked him. The protagonist held a cookie and thought that it would be nice to practice this too. The father looked out the window and said that the same thing every year gets boring, and nevertheless, they achieved a lot during the last banquet. Aiken was serious and thought that he could confirm that many nobles were paying attention to the South and that most of them hoped for good relations with them. The crowd of people stood in a heap, and since the war was over, the South, with its good climate, holds many things that are so desirable for the nobility, and perhaps their interests should have been obvious. The man closed his eyes and thought that, however, these interests could not compare with the attention paid to Dane. The hero looked ahead and he thought that the conflict with the Duke's eldest son exceeded all his expectations. The dog licked his son and he thought that he calmly and logically explained the situation in front of the adults. The protagonist held the sword and he thought that he confidently proved his talent, and considered MC too mature, and he sometimes wanted him to behave a little childishly, like other children his age. The clock showed the time and he said that it would soon be time to leave. Aiken looked ahead and the sun broke through the glass into the room. The dragon's tail spear was emitting frost, and he was saying that he needed to walk him a little today. The father entered the room and behind him was a spear. He froze and noticed something interesting. The man was watching his son training with a sword. Dane was holding the sword and he didn't understand why the hero was using a sword and not a spear. He looked displeased. He remembered how the Duke stroked the boy and thought that it must have been the damn Termayon that told him something, otherwise he wouldn't have swung the sword after so much training with a spear. The hand held the weapon tightly. He swung the sword. There were 3 powerful cuts, and he thought that it seemed that the boy was quite experienced in handling a sword. The hero dealt blow after blow, and the man thought that the strength he was demonstrating was beyond even those who had trained with a sword all their lives. The protagonist looked away. Aiken watched the process and did not understand when he learned it, thinking that one thing was clear, namely that he was talented in handling a sword as well. The walls and ceiling were shabby, and the father said that he watched him and asked when he learned fencing. MC looked at the man and thought that he was found out, and suggested that it would be better if he told the truth. The bearded man was tense, and after he said that in fact he did not learn it, and he answered that it meant it was a talent. Dane was excited while he said that stealth assassinations, summoning, and now fencing. Bows were in stances, and he said that if he were someone else, he would not believe that a child could show talent in all these areas. Aiken looked at the child and asked, "It is interesting to know about the world." The white-haired looked up and said what he wanted to say, but he was interrupted, and he said that is exactly it, and he means the world outside the walls. The houses were in the county, and Aiken said that he thought that maybe this county was too small for his son's talent, and said that the boy would lose if he stayed here. Dane looked down, thinking that it seemed like he realized that he couldn't keep him here forever. His father smiled and he said that, frankly, he was curious. They stood opposite each other, and the bearded man said that they needed to start preparing the boy to go out into the world, to which he asked again and was told that although it was unfortunate, he should listen to his son's wishes. The spear hit the floor, and he said that today he brought the hero something special. The protagonist froze and was speechless. Aiken held the spear in his hands and asked if he recognized it, saying that it was the tail of the dragon that reacted to his son on his first birthday. The tip was pointing upward, and he thought he remembered that he reacted to it. The man extended it forward and asked to try holding the spear. MC took the weapon. Something abrupt happened, and the boy was afraid. He looked at the gift and thought that there was a lot of power here. The father put his hand on the jaw, thinking that it was reacting much more strongly than when he was a year old. Dane looked away, and he thought that no one could blame him anymore, and he decided that he should make the talent with the spear shine brightest. He put his hand on his son's shoulder. The parent smiled and said that he thought that before leaving he should at least master the skill of the spear, and asked him to be ready, to which he agreed. Aiken looked down and said that one day this spear would be the one's thing, and until then he should be strong enough to wield it with pride. Dane smiled and said that of course, instead of a dragon's tail, he would work hard to apply the teachings of the one with pride. The father put his hands on his hips and said that this was what was expected of his son. The walls were made of stone, and the one asked if they would begin, to which he agreed. The protagonist lay on the bed and talked about the outside world. He was puzzled and thought that it had always been interesting to him. He frowned and said that even in the days when he wandered the battlefields. The camp was located under the sky, embraced by ash, and he said that in his life Agric he knew only war. He cleaned the sword and said that tidying up the camp, cleaning weapons, eating bad. The fighter swung and said that it was also necessary to go to battle. The warrior opened his mouth wide and said that the only way to save himself was to end the war. He pierced the sword and said that or die in battle. Dane lay on the bed and said that only these two ways, and he could not even imagine life outside the battlefield. The knight stood behind the hero, and he said that the situation with him was completely different, and he realized that he did not know how his talent would be used and how the world would accept him. The hero walked down the street and did not know what he could do in this world. The sun was shining on the city, and he thought that he had the opportunity to travel everywhere and achieve anything. There was a picture of a family in the picture, and he wanted to stay for a while and enjoy the warmth of this place. But thanks to his father's question, his thoughts changed. He smiled and said that he would go outside. The walls were decorated with a nice pattern, and his mother said that this was how he made his decision. Dane jumped up and called out to the guest. He got out of bed and asked when she had arrived. She smiled and asked him not to worry, saying that he was so deep in thought that he did not even hear her knock. The hero put his hand on his jaw and asked again, to which she said that she heard from his father that he was deep in thought, and asked what he was interested in learning about the world outside the county. The hero looked down and said that his father said that it would be a waste of his talent if he stayed here, and after thinking for a while, he also became interested in the outside world. The blonde was upset, and he apologized. She sat down in front of him and said that everything was fine, to which he replied that his sisters were not here either, and if he also went to the outside world, they would remain alone, but did not finish. Lily held the guy's head and said that it would be fine and that she knew how amazing his talent was. Her hand touched strands of hair, and she said that even if he did not want it, the outside world would call him itself. She remembered how they walked along the street, and said that it would be wonderful if he could stay here longer with his mother, but the world would not allow him to do that. They sat at the table and drank tea. The sun was setting behind the mountain, and she told him to go and do what he wanted. The mother held her hands on the boy's shoulders, and he said that even if he left the house, he would often return and tell him about everything he saw in this world. She smiled and thanked her son and said that it looked like he would need to be prepared to send him out into the world, like his father. She let go of his hand and said that she was preparing, but did not finish. Lily smiled and said that she planned to teach him surveillance and gradually move on, but it looked like she would teach him how to set traps and avoid them, and he thought that he would receive special lessons from his mother as well. Dane smiled, imagining the stances, and she said that he would also have to learn the structure of the human body, and he thought that he would be exhausted before he went outside. The woman leaned over, saying that in any case, his mother would teach him a lot, to which he replied that he would do his best to learn. The blonde looked pleased. The hero smiled, thinking that special lessons from their parents with love. The sun was shining on the structures, and he thought that if he wanted to go out into the world, he needed to prepare. The sun was setting behind the horizon, hiding its rays behind the mountain range. The city looked deserted, and the action took place in the region of the empire. The houses were close together, and with its warm climate and rich natural resources. The market was crowded, and this place became the cornerstone of the empire, so that they would not be exhausted during the war. People looked at each other, and he said that thanks to the generous rule of Count Sogers. Akin looked ahead, and there was peace and warmth. The people were in the square, and finally, when the war was over, all the few rebels were detained. The child raised his hand, and in peacetime, which seemed to last forever, people walked along the street, and peacetime finally returned. The roofs of the houses cast a shadow, and someone asked if they had heard rumors that Dane had visited a shop, and the man was asked if this was really true, to which he was told that he had gone and bought something in the shop, and the citizen said that he had heard that the owner's eldest daughter had fainted that day. The girls looked at each other, and one of them said that the rumors were true, to which she replied that she had heard that he was becoming more and more handsome every day, and she would like to see his face at least once, and had heard that he had not yet gotten engaged to anyone, and asked if maybe she should try. The redhead looked at her sister, and said that she had gone crazy, and asked her to wake up, saying that he was only 14. They were walking along the path, and one of them was saying that from what she had heard he didn't look like a 14-year-old at all, to which she asked again, and she said that she had heard that he was already as tall as the Count. Dane was looking ahead, and she asked what that could be because the Countess was also tall. The girl's eyes were shining, and she said that one thing was clear, namely that he could be taken for 20 years old. The sister looked to the side, saying about his beautiful silver hair and green eyes that would make her heart stop if she saw him, and the other answered that she should see him the next time he came, and asked her when she thought that would be. She looked ahead while she was saying that she had heard that he often came into the shops, to which she replied that now that she thought about it, she had heard about it from the forester too. People stood in the square while the fan said that it would probably be easier to meet with the foresters first, and then go to what she asked again, and asked if she would really do it. On the outskirts of the county there was a beautiful green forest. Birds, huddled together, flew over the crowns of mighty plants. Wolves hid in the shade and rested. Animals flew forward under the open azure sky, and this area was saturated with ancient magic, and here Dane carried out the escape tasks that Lily's mother gave him. The man took a step forward. The guy hit the tree with his weapon. He held a handkerchief and said that the wind direction was to the south. The hero looked around and said that since he had already seen a spider here, and he needed to go west. The protagonist looked tired and thought that there were still 3 hours and he needed to get out before the end of sunset. MC ran past the tree poles. He swung, and one of the most important things in stealth killing is not to be seen by the enemy. There was a sharp movement, and it was said that within a given time, Dane had to avoid the traps and nets set by his mother. He moved very quickly and had to get out of the forest, which was fraught with many other dangers. He landed at the edge of the forest among the rocks. The hero looked around. He looked up and thought that he needed to inhale the air and mana from the environment, and hold them before exhaling again. The sun was shining on the crowns of the trees, and he thought that after giving priority to stealth and merging with the environment, traps hidden in unexpected places began to open. Threads blocked the passage between the trees. He examined them and said that it was exactly like now. The trap was exposed, and he thought that thin threads, almost transparent, filled the entire space, and thought that the traps would activate as soon as he touched them. The protagonist walked with a spear in his hands and thought that it was the simplest, but therefore the most mechanical. He shook his hand and said that he was glad that the mechanism was easy to disarm. He looked ahead and got scared. MC saw creatures from the forest that wanted to attack him. The paw was standing on a stone. The animals rushed to attack. Dane froze, recognizing the Rizzled pack, and did not expect them to appear here. The animals were approaching, and he thought that they were rushing with frightening speed and he should quickly deal with them. The weapon fell out of his hands. The hero looked to the side, thinking that they should wait, because it would be even worse if he touched the trap. The animals were approaching the guy, and he thought that there was nothing to be done. The rat looked ahead, and he thought that he needed to get out of here. Aggression was read on their faces. There was a sharp movement, and someone screamed. The pack rushed through the forest after the protagonist. He looked back. The creatures were tearing the threads. There was a sharp movement. The creatures rushed forward. The objects soared upward. The flock crashed against the surface and trees. The creature flew down. The rest fell to the ground. The protagonist swung, and they made strange sounds, and he thought that it was good that they got caught, and he dealt with them without doing anything. MC looked to the side and froze. The beast was approaching his face. The mouth was open and a tongue was sticking out. Dane dodged and the enemy flew past. He followed the body with his eyes and thought that it was very fast. The beast landed and was going to jump on the guy again. It breathed out flame. The projectile flew towards the hero, and he thought that it was obvious that what was spitting at him was dangerous. The protagonist twirled the weapon in his hands. The projectiles flew off to the sides from the spinning object. He grinned and breathed out, thinking that he could not waste time here. There was a blow, and the creature flew away. The rat was approaching the guy. He was serious and looked at the enraged beast. There were many powerful cuts. It rushed forward, sticking out a spear. MC looked away and grinned. With one blow he cut the enemy lengthwise. The creature froze. There was a sharp movement in the thick of the forest. The sun was setting and hiding its warm rays behind the treetops. Someone was exhaling loudly against the scarlet sunset. Dane was lying on the floor, and it seemed to him that he was about to vomit. He looked tired, saying that at least he had safely gotten out of the forest. He showed his teeth and thought that there was something else. The hero stood up and thought that he could not have let his guard down so ineptly. He pointed his spear forward. Lily lowered her head until he called out to her, and she said that she was impressed. They stood opposite each other, and she said that he was faster than her because he left in 3 hours and 30 minutes. She took a step and he asked why she had been watching him all this time and said that she could not leave him alone. She held out her hand to the boy and said that she knew that Talon was better than anyone else, but as a mother, it was different, to which he replied that he understood. She showed her teeth and said that the boy did very well and she did not find a single flaw and asked if it hurt, to which he replied that he was fine. Lily held the boy by the cheeks and said that at this rate he would become an assassin. Something jumped out of the mother's sleeve. She held the sheath and asked him to take it, saying that it seemed to suit him better than her. She held out the gift, and he said that it was a nightclaw dagger, and asked if he could really take it. The woman smiled and said that she would not use it anyway. She stood in front of her son and said that it was created from mysterious ores and she could take the elements of the item. Dane saw a reflection of a face in the blade as she said that if she wanted, she could store all the cores of the world, to which he thought he knew that he could even mix the poisons he absorbed and use them. He put the gift back in its sheath and thanked his mother, saying that he would treat it well, to which she asked if they would go back. The hero put it back and thought that this was all he would get from his mother. The sun was setting and loud laughter was heard in the forest. The family looked around and did not understand what was happening. The protagonist looked back and asked if she heard it. The tree trunks blocked his view and she said that she heard it, and assumed that there was someone in the forest, and asked him to go quickly, to which the boy agreed. There was a sudden movement. The Soger's tower was reaching into the sky. The curtains in the window were open. The old man got out of bed and was awakened by screams. He was angry. The man stood up and did not understand where he was and said that he had definitely eaten mushrooms in the forest. It was dark in the doorway and someone said that he had woken up. MC held a cup in his hands and said that he was still detoxifying, so he should not move, to which he did not understand what was happening and asked again, asking that he had saved him. Dane looked ahead and said that he had eaten a fly agaric, and fortunately, they found him in time. The old man remembered the mushrooms and asked what fly agarics were. The hero held out a cup, saying that it was a dangerous gib and if they were even a little late, he would have turned into a corpse and asked for water. The man took the cup and thanked him. He drank the contents. The protagonist was serious and thought that there was a sign of a magic tower on his belt and realized that this was not an ordinary person. MC held a blade in his hands and said that if it were not for this item, he would not have been able to save him. The magician handed over the cup and thanked him, asking where he was, and he said that he was in the tower of the county of Sogers, and he asked again. He frowned and thought that he had not only gotten lost in the southern region, but also poisoned himself with a mushroom and walked all the way here. The hand put the vessel on the tray, and he asked to rest while he informed his father, and that he would soon come to him. The wizard became wary and asked again, realizing who was in front of him, but he did not let him finish and said that he was the youngest son of the count and introduced himself. The old man put his hand on his jaw and said that he meant Arabella's younger brother, and asked that she was a genius, on whom all the magic towers had their eyes. MC was serious, and he asked him how he found him, and the guy answered that, to tell the truth, he was training with his mother in the forest. The magician fought off a rat, and he asked what was in this crazy forest. He was furious and thought that even as an 8-chain mage, he had lost his way and thought that the mana flow changed when he cast the spell and his body couldn't handle it, but he didn't finish. There was a picture on the wall, and he asked if it was true and said that the forest kept ancient mana and there were traps everywhere. Dane smiled and said that this forest was the property of Sogers and it was a dangerous place for those who were not members of the house, and besides, since the mana flow was different from what modern mages use, it was the worst place for mages, and he was also in mortal danger because of the mushroom. The wizard looked down and asked if it was true and said that he almost died there. The green-eyed man froze and thought that this boy was strong enough to train in that forest. The bearded man looked away and asked if he really made the antidote, to which he confirmed. The hero smiled and he thought that the guy looked like a teenager, but he created an antidote that required extensive knowledge and precise production skills. The magician held his hand to his mouth and thought how such a family could exist. He imagined 2 genius daughters and a talented son. The camp stood under the night sky and he thought that if they were still at war, the county of Sogers could become the most powerful noble house in the empire. The walls were decorated with patterns and he said that he was in great debt to that, to which Dane replied that this was well noted. The magician lay in bed and he thought that it was very brave of him and said that he should repay the debt. The magic circle glowed and said that first he should let him introduce himself, and said that he was Gauss and not long ago he was the head of the magic tower Nixian. He smiled, introducing his tower, and invited the guide to share with him whatever he wished. The hero smiled and thought that he must mean the subspace, and also there are many magicians who survive without a home, putting everything in the subspace, and asked, "Really?" The wizard grinned and thought that he said that he was the head of the Tower of Magicians, and usually people are surprised or resigned, but this guy was not at all embarrassed. He stood up and said that he would not have such a chance again, and said that there was no need to hold back, because he could just tell him what he wanted. The protagonist was calm and looked forward. The head of the tower smiled and he said that he would not rush and think about it. The man was angry and thought that he was indifferent to the end and did not understand what kind of child he was. There was a mug on the tray. MC walked towards the door and asked the patient to rest. The door slammed shut. Gauss was lying in bed and was meaningfully silent. The white-haired man put his hand on his head, thinking that he was the first one to treat him like that. The sun was shining through the window and he was saying that he had thought about leaving after a day or two, but that wouldn't work now. Dane was walking down the hallway and he wanted to get to know him better. The sun was shining on the building and someone was saying that the tower's leader must be skilled in magic, to which he was told that he was sure he was, and from what he had heard, he was 8-chained. The hero was looking away and Herman was saying that if he was 8-chained, that meant he was taller than Lady Arabella, to which he was told that yes, that was true. The wizard was standing by the tower, and he was saying that it meant that a powerful figure owed him a favor, and said that the magic towers functioned as independent territories of this continent, like a nation. The protagonist was looking away and asking who would have thought that he would be such an influential person. The servant put his hand on his jaw and asked him what the head of the magic tower was doing wandering around the forest, to which he replied that it was an unusual forest, and that magicians considered it a forbidden area, calling it the Forest of the Last Days. Herman smiled and said that this place was indeed a challenge even for magicians, but he was lucky to have survived thanks to MC. Dane's disappointed face was visible in the reflection of the blade, and he remained silent meaningfully. He looked to the side and asked the servant to get him a new sword, saying that the ones he was currently using were all light and short. The purple-haired man looked to the side and said that these were the spoils of war that the count had brought back, so he would prepare a long sword for training tomorrow. The hero held the sword in his hands and thanked the assistant, saying that with this he would finish training today. His face was trembling. He remembered standing in front of the Duke and thinking that he had something like this too, a token that the Duke had given him, and that 7 years had passed since then. Dane smiled and thought that if he were to go to the capital, he would definitely have to visit him. The father stood next to his son and said that it looked like he was training incredibly hard, to which he agreed and said that he had business outside the castle, asking why he had returned early. Aiken lowered his head, saying that business had ended earlier than expected and he had a reason to hurry home. The protagonist smiled and asked what it was about the mage. The girl held the magic circles and he said almost and said that he thought the wizard could help his daughter learn something. The girl walked away from the trembling boy and the protagonist thought that somehow the head of the magic tower could help Arabella, but he wasn't sure if he could stand her temper after she beat up one particularly annoying senior. The father put his hand on the man's shoulder and said that in any case, he did well saving someone else's life, to which the man replied that he just did what had to be done. The bearded man looked ahead and said that it wasn't something that everyone could do. MC smiled while he said that what he did was amazing. The servants held the door handles and the man asked if his sisters could come this time. Dane looked away and asked why he had trouble catching a glimpse of his own daughter's faces and said that Arabella had just finished an extended term and was choosing which magic tower to join, and Claire, he heard, had received an offer to become a professor's assistant. The protagonist smiled and said that they were both impressive. Aiken looked away and said that his sisters were impressive, it was true, but he had high hopes for him and wondered how the world would treat him with so many talents. All the gifts the boy had received floated in the air. The protagonist walked with his father around the room and said that he was also curious, to which his father replied that the thought of catching Bout off guard already made him laugh. He remembered the Duke approaching the warrior and MC thought of Termion. Dane looked ahead and remembered how he had been killed by him in his past life and thought that he wanted to cross blades with him again someday. The hero looked out the window and thought that in any case, he was interested in how Layla was doing, because the last letter had probably arrived a year ago. The red-haired woman looked away and he thought that he would be able to meet when he went to the capital. The city stood under the open sky and he asked that he had not yet fully recovered and said that he would soon go crazy from staying in this room for a long time. The servant stood in front of the wizard and asked him not to go far and said that for now they were forbidden to use magic, to which he asked again. The doctor frowned and said that the magical flow had not yet been purified and the poison in his body was not completely insignificant. You will have to stay a little longer. Gauss looked at his interlocutor and said that he had no choice, because a lot of time had passed since the last time he could not use, so this would be a change of scenery. He walked to the door and said that since he did not want to stay here for a long time and offered to go out, to which he replied that the man did not know how everything worked. The door slammed shut. The orderly put his hand on his neck and said that he would cause trouble and assumed that he would suffer. The girls were standing outside and one of them was saying that magicians were either geniuses or crazy. The redhead held out her hands and asked to listen, and he went up and down every floor of the building 10, and now he spent several hours looking at the flowers in the yard. The student was scared and said that he must be an incredibly powerful figure among magicians, right? And she was asked, and so what? And said that he was completely crazy. Butterflies were flying over the flowers and someone was saying that Lady Arabella needed a normal life. The wizard looked at the flowers and asked who created this garden. He held a beautiful flower and said that he would never have thought that these flowers had such unusual magic. The guy appeared behind him and said that he came to see how he was doing. The wizard turned around and asked what he thought, that he ran away somewhere. He stood up and said that he was told to stay here until he was fully recovered. Dane closed her eyes and said that he wished for the same. The sky was clear and the other said that in any case, this region was a great place to recover and rest. There was no one on the streets of the city, and the other said that he understood why nobles came to the south as soon as the holiday season came, to which the other replied that it was an amazing place, although it was a bit of a pity considering that he would have to leave soon. The white-haired one put his hand on his jaw and asked him that he was leaving and inquired where. The hero stood in front of him and said that he was going to the capital, to which the other assumed that the boy was going to the academy. Girls were standing in an alley and the other asked if the boy's sisters were also at the academy, to which the protagonist confirmed and was told that he would have an easy life there. The old man was serious, thinking that the other sisters were known for having advanced talents, so he was curious about what the boy was capable of. MC smiled and he wanted to look at him. Mana enveloped the guy from the inside and the wizard became wary. He froze and thought about what kind of thick mana it was and noticed that it was incredibly dense. Dane was emitting mana, while Gauss was thinking that if geniuses of the guy's age could be considered a stream, then this one would be a future flow. The mage looked closely at the hero and thought that such an amount of magic would normally be so unstable that it would break out, but he did not understand why this did not happen. The hero looked at him and asked if he did not think that evaluating someone else's magic without permission was a little impolite. The old man put his hand on the back of his head and asked how he understood and assumed that the guy had skills and apologized, saying that it was thoughtless on his part. The bearded man put his hand on his jaw and could not believe it and thought that there could really be a person who possessed such incredible, but dense mana as this boy. The protagonist was puzzled and kept silent, thinking that he could see what surprised him so much. The old man stood in front of MC and thought that why he couldn't see the circle, because with such density he should see a magic circle. Gauss was scared, thinking that it couldn't be. The heart was engulfed in mana and he thought that the guy had 2 mana cores. There was a sharp movement, and he asked how Dane was able to form 2 mana cores. The mage was furious, while the hero asked that there was something wrong with their formation. The wizard was beside himself with rage and asked that he, having 2 mana cores, was going to wield a spear. The bearded man extended his hand and said that to have such magic only with cores and without circles, he voluntarily gave up the greatest talent that ever existed. Gauss made a face in resentment. He grabbed his head and didn't know where to begin to explain it to him, saying that it was all depressing. The warrior held a sword in his hands and he asked the boy if he knew why the lifespan of a magic swordsman was so short, and answered his own question, saying that they were powerful because they had both cores and mana circles. Energy existed in space and he said that however, they interfered with each other, and when they collided, a problem arose and this was a kind of law. There was a flash while he was saying that the mana compressed in the core was transferred to the circle and therefore, the circle, which could not handle the result of their collision, burst. Dane was puzzled and thought that he himself guessed this, but did not believe that it was possible. The old man folded his hands, repeating that it was a waste of talent. A butterfly fluttered above a flower. The hero looked at the interlocutor, asking if it was impossible to use magic without a circle, to which the interlocutor said that although it was impossible and asked how spells that required purified magic could be used. The bald man struck and the interlocutor said that besides, no one before him had thought the same way as he did, however, most of the attempts he had seen had failed. The hero lowered his head. He put his hand on his chest and asked if maybe he should try then, to which the interlocutor asked again. He looked at his hands and said that he had not tried yet, but it seemed to him that it should be possible. The man grinned and did not understand what this man was saying. The protagonist was calm and said that if he changed the magic code, it might work, but did not finish. Mana began to fly in front of him. He clenched his fist. An explosion occurred in his hand. He was engulfed in flames and asked if he had succeeded, saying that it was only at the level of a basic single-chain magic spell. Gauss was shocked and asked how it was even possible, thinking that this guy clearly didn't have a magic circle but was still using magic. MC smiled as he said that it was just unbelievable, and he should be able to use raw magic only through refining the circle. Dane moved his hand to the side and formed a barrier. The garden was visible through the couple as he said that his sister Arabella said that he had a high affinity for magic and asked if that could be the reason. The old man looked at the guy and couldn't believe what was happening. He grinned and thought that this is what commoners mean when they talk about gifts that can't be imitated, the so-called innate talent. The hero examined the barrier and thought that it really worked, but it meant that it was possible to use magic without a circle and noted that now he knew. Gauss put his hands on his knees and trembled, thinking about his innate affinity for mana, and with mana that was purer and denser than anyone else in the world, this guy could do anything. The mage was in a stupor. The protagonist looked away. The wizard waved his hands and asked if he could become his apprentice. The sun was shining over the estate, and he asked to wait a minute. MC was walking down the road and Gauss offered to talk, saying that it would be a shame to ignore such an incredible talent like him. Dane looked upset while he asked if he could use two-chain magic. He closed his eyes and said no, because he did not know the code. The old man smiled and said that if he became his apprentice, he would be able to use 8-chain magic at once, to which he thanked, but refused. The man became furious and growled. The man took a step. Aiken approached the people and said that he did not know that he was already so close to his son. The father looked at the child and asked what they had discussed together, to which he replied that the mage had always asked him to become an apprentice, but he refused. The wizard smiled and said that the boy had the talent to become a great mage, to which he laughed and asked again. Gauss patted Dane on the shoulder and said that perhaps even more than he could imagine, since he was able to use magic without a circle. Aiken became angry and asked the boy if this was true. The hero was tense and hesitantly confirmed what he had said. The father stood in front of them and said that the boy did not have basic knowledge of magic, to which he replied that this was precisely why the talent was so impressive. The man smiled and said that he immediately saw his son's talent, to which the old man replied that it was not just talent and the boy would become the rarest mage swordsman. Dane raised his weapon above himself. He looked ahead and said that a sword was better than a spear. The count's face changed and he kept silent meaningfully. He frowned and asked again. The hero was furious and thought that this was a word that should never be spoken in front of his father. The wizard did not suspect anything and asked if he was interested and said that if he became his apprentice, he would take responsibility and make him the best magic swordsman in the empire. Gauss tensed and did not understand why he felt so cold. Aiken was furious and said that he would not be a swordsman, to which the interlocutor asked the reason and said that a swordsman paired with magic is suitable for becoming one and asked if he understood. The count frowned and shouted that his boy would become a magic spearman. The old man covered himself with his hand and thought that was the case. Dane looked down. The father was angry and frowned. Gauss was tense and did not understand why all the people in this family were like this. The structure cast a shadow. The protagonist sat on the bed reading a book, and for a mage to become an apprentice was of great importance. He looked at the contents of the book, and wizards usually raised heirs through an act called inheritance, and this tradition has been preserved since ancient times and was still practiced even in their time when universal magical education was introduced. The protagonist closed the book, and this is how the head of the magic tower was looking for not just an apprentice but a successor. MC remembered Gauss walking next to him and saying that considering that the 8-chain mage was spinning around him like this, it really meant that the talent was incredible. Dane held his hand to his chest and said that after hearing so many compliments, he felt something spinning in his body. He looked forward and said that he had this thing. He stood in front of his sister, who said that when he wanted to see her, he should try to imbue this crystal ball with magic. He closed the door. In his hands was a magic ball, and he said that it was time to ask Arabella. The girl was sitting at the table, and her brother called out to her. She froze and became wary. The girl picked up the pencil. She smiled and shouted that it was her brother. The sun was shining on the building and she was asking that the guy managed to use a single strand spell. The blonde was excited and asked that he didn't even have a magic circle, to which he replied that he did, but it worked when he tried. She smiled and said that she knew he had a high mana affinity, but she didn't expect it to be that high. Arabella was walking down the street while he was saying that the circle only cared about circulation and purification, and asked that maybe it was because his mana was already pure enough, to which she replied that it sounded tempting. The green stone was shining and she said that they needed to check it out, and promised to send him a mana stone to the transmission machine in his room and asked if the guy could pour in some mana, to which he agreed. The boy held the ball in his hands and thought that he was glad that he had an older sister, because he wanted to learn a little about his mana. The sphere was filled with energy, and he thought that his 6th Jane sister said that she would help him, calm him down, and she said that by the way, if he uses chain-level magic, then he will probably attract a lot of attention at the academy. Dane was scared and said that he would not like to attract much attention to himself. The girl sat on the bench and said that this could not be avoided, because talent always attracts attention from others, and asked to tell her if someone tried to make fun of him, promising to destroy the offenders. The girl was angry after the guy tried to give her flowers, and the hero asked about whose nose she broke, to which she asked not to even talk about that person. She looked at the students and was meaningfully silent. Arabella closed her eyes and asked that in any case, even without a magic circle, with enough time, would the purity of the guy's mana continue to grow, to which he replied that he did not know, and she said that it meant he was not sure and offered to look. The redhead raised her hand and said that the professor was waiting for her. The books were on the shelves, and the sister said goodbye to the guy, saying that she would contact him later. Dane held the ball and said that they would see each other later, to which she replied that the guy had received a stone. The sphere stopped shining and he meaningfully remained silent, thinking that perhaps he was opening a path that did not exist before. He smiled, thinking that he never thought that his mana was so pure, and asked that he had a dragon's heart here. The sun illuminated the building and someone said that he was about to die. Gauss sat at the table and thought that he had used mana to confirm the status of the other, and his condition had only worsened, and he thought that he would soon be able to leave here, but that was already in the past. The old man grinned and said that if only the other had accepted his offer. He remembered how the other had refused him and asked what he should do to attract the other to his side. The objects were in space, and the magician assumed that he could give the other some great artifact or hereditary magic passed down to him from previous generations. The bearded man leaned over, thinking that this was too much, because if he was deceived after this, he would have nothing left. The door was closed and Dane asked if the other was inside. The wizard looked away and thought that the other had come to apologize or say that he had changed his mind. The door opened after the words of agreement. The hero entered the room and said that the other was in the room, and said that he had come to the other because he needed to say something, to which the other asked, "And what?" The protagonist smiled and he thought that this guy wanted to be his apprentice, but he didn't finish. Gauss put his hand on his neck and said that he knew this would happen and he decided to become his apprentice, to which he replied that he didn't. The cups were on the table, and he asked why he was here, and didn't he say that he wasn't interested in magic? MC looked at the man and said that it wasn't that he wasn't interested, and he asked why he didn't want to be the wizard's apprentice then, and suggested that he already had another one, which the guy denied. The bearded man grinned and thought that he was playing with him and asked if that wasn't the reason, then why he came to him. Dane looked serious and thought that he didn't know the permutation code for 2-chain magic, and it was hard for him to learn from his sister, because she lived far away. He remembered how he saved the man and thought that in the end, the best way was to learn from Gauss, because he saved him and had to repay him with something. The hero sat in front of him and said that he didn't want to follow only the path of a mage, to which he asked if the guy really wanted to become a spear mage, to which he received the answer that no, he would become a magical spear assassin summoner. The old man closed his eyes and asked if such a thing existed. The protagonist smiled, saying that he would add a swordsman to this as well. He took a sip while he didn't understand what kind of absurdity this was, and the mage said that it was very upsetting. The walls cast a shadow and he asked why the guy still refused him, even knowing that he would not have a chance to become his student, to which he agreed. The bearded man put his hand on his jaw and thought that he was fixated on his own. He froze and thought that this could work. He stood up and asked if he was interested in a letter of recommendation. MC became wary and asked again. Gauss smiled and asked if he wanted to join the academy, and said that if he wrote him a letter of recommendation, Dane would start with a good reputation. The guy put down his mug and remained silent. The hero looked away and thought that this was a good offer. The man stood up and said that they could talk now, and he asked if he could fulfill the request, and he thought that the guy had sided with him. The mage smiled and thought that he would start with this and strengthen his grip. He spread his arms and asked him to ask anything, and the guy asked if he could find out the reorganization code for 2-strand magic. The magic circle was emitting magic, and he said that of course, because he knew the reorganization code for all 2-tier magic, to which he thanked him. He frowned and asked him not to talk about it like that. The protagonist smiled while he thought that the guy was still young, and a letter of recommendation to the academy and a restructuring code for 2-chain magic, it's nothing. The picture was hanging on the wall, and he asked that they can start the lesson, although he is not in the best condition now, but it is not a trifle, to which he replied that it is probably for the best. Dane smiled while he thought that he caught a huge catch. The hero looked at the man and said that this was how he repaid him for saving the man from the forest. Why did he ask again? The protagonist smiled and said that he said it himself, that since he owes him, he can ask for something, and said that this is why he asked him for what he wanted. Gauss was furious and asked when he would become his student. MC closed his eyes and said that this will not happen. He froze and thought that he was deceived by a child who is 14 years old. The man pointed his finger up and said that he had asked for 2 things from him, and he owed him only one. Dane was calm and said that he did not think so, to which he asked again. He remembered how he carried Gauss in his arms and said that firstly, he saved him from the forest. The knife absorbed the poison, and he said that secondly, it destroyed the poison in his body. The hero pointed his finger and said that he wanted to add that he carried him here on his back, but that would remain as a bonus. The man was perplexed. It was daytime outside and he did not understand how such an impudent child could exist in this world and noticed that his back was starting to hurt. People were standing in the armory. The teacher folded his arms and was silent, thinking that nothing could be done with him. He was calm and thought that if he continued to seek his favor, he might change his mind and it would be too great a loss to give up his talent and magical power. The teacher pointed and said that it didn't matter that he had made a core instead of a circle, because the main thing was that he had used chain-level magic without a circle, and noted that the restructuring code for dual-chain magic, which he would now explain, was very complicated. Gauss looked back and said that there were countless people who couldn't even do that and gave up. Dane smiled while he asked him to concentrate and listen carefully. The old man was dissatisfied and thought about the boy's sparkling eyes. The mage cleared his throat, thinking that he wouldn't make things easy for him, because he couldn't just go and deceive him. The chains were floating in space, and he said that dual chains were on a completely different level compared to dual chains, and this was due to the fact that you had to calculate the amount of mana and its density in the atmosphere yourself. The walls were made of stone, and he said that you even had to consider the state of the body and all of this at the same time. The wizard stood in front of the guy and said that the reason most people give up magic is this, and wondered if he understood what he said and knew that he would try to ask for a simpler explanation. The bearded man pointed his finger and said that this was the main explanation and asked if he understood. Dane smiled and said that he understood. Mana created a vortex, and he said that it was great to learn not only about the magic restructuring code, but also information that he did not even suspect. Gauss was surprised and asked again that he really understood everything and asked to tell him about the laws of magic restructuring. The hero looked at the notebook and said that the first law is coexistence. Butterflies fluttered over the lawn, and he said that magic can exist with the physical world and with other sources of mana. Insects huddled together, and he said that thanks to coexistence, magicians use their own magical power and that around them to activate their magic. The protagonist looked away while talking about conservation, and the teacher thought that he understood the nature of magic perfectly well, and MC said that if the magic power can gather enough element material, then by conservation it can manifest magic through all the different elemental attributes. Gauss narrowed his eyes and thought about how the guy was also adding his own interpretations. Dane looked ahead and he thought that most people would find this boring, but it seemed that this was not the case for him, and did not understand how such a person could exist. The old man placed his hand on his chest and said that every time the guy's chain increases, the code also becomes exponentially more complex, and instead of explaining it, he offered to demonstrate it. The hand was enveloped in mana. A wall of cells appeared in front of the man, and he said that this is single-strand magic, and can be used with simple rules. The hero was puzzled when he said that when a second chain is added, everything changes dramatically. The cells were glowing. Mana was floating in the space, and he said that this was the code for rearranging double-stranded magic. The protagonist was serious, and thought that they were tying complex knots, and in practice it was more difficult than in theory. Energy was flowing, and he said that this was the code that formed double-stranded fire magic. The wizard frowned and said that in addition, if he wanted to get more, the guy would have to use this code many more times, and thought that he must be surprised now, because he had never seen the code for rearranging double-stranded magic. The hand gathered magic around itself, and he asked that didn't it look complicated. Energy was in the room, and he said that most people would need at least a year to freely use single-stranded codes before they began to use double-stranded ones. The bearded man looked ahead and thought that no matter how brilliant he was, he would only be able to understand part of the code, and the main rule was that if he couldn't understand this, then everything else didn't matter, and he was going to watch him for about a week and slowly teach him the technique. The hand was put in his pocket, and he asked if he should try too. Gauss folded his hands and asked again, saying that it would be difficult, but he should try. He took a step and agreed. The old man froze. Dane closed his eyes and mana appeared around him. He looked ahead and was focused. Energy spread across his hands. The hero looked ahead and asked what single-stranded it was, which the teacher confirmed. People looked at each other, and he thought that he could create lines of a given length and width, and it was impressive, so he thought that single-stranded magic was already easy for him. Energy hovered in space, and he said that this was what he had just shown him. Mana expanded, and the teacher tensed up. He looked ahead and was confused, thinking that he had perfectly repeated the code for the transposition of the two-strand magic and understood it after seeing it demonstrated only once. The lines crossed, and he asked how he did it, to which he received an answer that when he watched it, he simply remembered the rules and patterns. MC smiled and said that when he created magic, considering those, it was not that difficult. Gauss folded his arms and thought that it was amazing, because even he, a genius of magic, needed time to get to the two-strand, and that guy was able to materialize it even without a circle. Dane looked down and said that he would also try the fire arrow, and he asked again. The mana streams began to move. They crossed and shone. The beams became even and the guy spread his arms. Concentration was visible on the hero's face. Arrows appeared in the area of mana and he asked what happened. The wizard looked up and was wary, wondering why everything was so easy for the guy. MC looked at the result with satisfaction, and the mag thought that this was some kind of nonsense, and if he had the talent of that, he would be able to reach the level of his dream, namely the 9 chain. His hand reached for the arrows and Dane asked if he was doing everything right, to which he replied that yes, very impressive, and the guy very quickly learns everything he says. The hero spread his hands and said that he was surprised that he was able to do it in one go. The bearded one was confused and thought that this was a magician without a circle and the world would go crazy when it saw him. The protagonist lowered his head and he was going to hide the guy's talent, because he did not want him to receive unnecessary attention until he became his student. Gauss stood in front of him and asked him if he wanted to try another code, and the boy agreed, and he thought that he needed to decide how he would write a letter of recommendation to the academy. The night darkness could be seen through the window, and he said that the magic lesson was more fun than he expected. MC looked at the ceiling and thought that he would need to study both properly since he could use magic. The warrior stood on a pile of corpses and his sword was bloody, and it was said that if you submit that in his past life he was in a situation where he had no choice but to give up magic in conditions where he did not even know when he would die. The boy fought and thought that finding time to study magic was an unaffordable luxury. The dark-haired man screamed, and in order for him to survive, he needed to wield a sword. The man stood in front of a magic circle, and at that time, magic gave preference to theoretical training, rather than practical spells. Dane lay in bed and thought that it made him look forward to this life. The girl sat next to him, and he thought that by combining the theory he learned from his older sister with his innate talent. The hero remembered how he tried to use magic, how he rebuilt the circuit, and thought that he could demonstrate explosive growth even with simple guidance. The protagonist spread his hands and thought that if you also consider that he is taught by the former master of the tower, then everything will be fine, but did not finish. He seemed to have an old man standing above him. Darkness covered the city, and the guy did not know what magic he would learn tomorrow. The building received the rays of the sun, and he asked that he wanted to make a magic reagent. The protagonist stood in front of his father and said that they did not have materials, so they would have to go outside the territory, and his father disapprovingly repeated what was said, to which he was asked not to worry, because he had already learned 4 permutation codes. Aiken was serious and asked if it didn't take a month to code, and noted that information about magic reagents was not so easy to obtain. Dane smiled and was asked how he knew about such things, and he answered that he learned about them by reading books on magic in the library, and they interested him. Gauss closed his eyes and said that geniuses come in different forms, and he did not expect him to be interested in magic reagents, and noted that there were many people who found the topic boring. The old man lowered his head and said that he would have fun simply collecting materials, to which he remained meaningfully silent. The father put his fist on the table and said that of course it would be a good experience for him, and since he would be outside, he asked him to inspect their territory as well. Dane smiled and agreed. The sun was shining on the buildings. The houses cast shadows. The teacher and the boy were riding down the street, and people recognized the young genius in him and asked him to accept gifts. The hero looked around and asked if everyone was okay and said he would come back for snacks later. Gauss looked away and thought that the count was not such a cruel lord, judging by the way he treated him. People were standing near the food counter, and he said that there were many good things in the south. People looked around and he said that there were delicious snacks, great weather and good people, and such a sight would be hard to see in the capital. Dane looked ahead and said that it was very warm here. They looked at each other and the man asked how much longer they were to the magic supply store, to which the man replied that he was not sure, since he had never been there before, to which the man asked again. The hero looked back and asked Herma to lead them. The horses galloped, and he said that it was here, not far from here. The houses stood under a cloudy sky, and someone asked if this was really the young master. There were things on the shelves, and the seller said that as they said, silver hair and emerald eyes, to which he thanked him for accepting them. They stood in front of each other, and the guy asked how things were going lately. The redhead looked down, and said that everything was the same and not so many people came here to buy something from magic, and said that she sold things to foreigners or those who were at least a little interested in magic. The protagonist stood next to a satisfied teacher, and she said that it was still very nice to see the previous ruler of the magic tower, to which the guy thought that it was bad that she still recognized the old man. The girl leaned over and asked them not to be shy and look around, saying that if they needed something, she would go and look for it. The ceiling was made of wood, and she said that since they were in the store for the first time, they could look around as much as they wanted, and said that she would talk to the owner a little. Dane stood in the middle and agreed. Valuables were in the chest, and he thought it was full of things. The book had magical items drawn in it. The hero put his hand to his mouth and thought he felt déjà vu. He stretched his hand forward and said that now. Mana enveloped the items, and he thought that if he touched the item, he would see a magical reaction. The palm was facing the flasks. The protagonist smiled, closing his eyes, and thought that maybe it was because he had a high affinity with magic. He became wary and froze. MC looked around and did not understand what this ringing was and felt a particularly strong reaction on the other side. He raised his head and did not know what it could be. The redhead looked in his direction and said that these were just decorative items, to which he asked if that was true. Gauss looked away and asked why he did not look at the potion ingredients together, and said that the moon root should be suitable as a base material. The girl showed the things and said that it was an excellent choice and noted that there were at least 50 different potions containing moon root, and she personally processed them, so they were of high quality. Dane looked away and meaningfully kept silent, thinking that there was something clearly strange there. A net formed behind him and he was puzzled. The hero looked back. The stone was lying on the wall and emitting light, and the guy realized that this was the thing that was ringing. He was scared. Herman looked away and asked what it was, to which the protagonist said that he felt something from this stone. The stone emitted mana and he asked if it was just decoration. The protagonist looked ahead and said that he himself was not entirely sure, but the stone was definitely unusual. He took it in his hands and thought that if he imbued it with magic, it would become stronger. The object emitted light, and he thought that it only reacted to his magic. Gauss looked at the objects, and she said that he had a keen eye and this would be a perfect sample, to which he replied that then this moon root and some conwell berries should do. The saleswoman looked around warily when asked what it was. She looked at MC and asked where he got the stone and said that it was just a decoration. Dane held the object and asked what it was a decoration, thinking that it was impossible, because then he should not have a magical reaction, and he said that just thinking about it upsets him. The old man looked at the girl and asked how so someone cheated her with this thing, to which she replied that a few years ago, some merchant gave her a large package as payment. The girl looked at the artifact and said that when she opened it, there was a stone inside, but at that moment the man had already left. She put her hands on her head and she didn't know what it was and took it to the magician to evaluate it, and in the end it turned out to be a simple stone. Dane was serious and thought that it was clearly not an ordinary stone. The saleswoman extended her hand to the guy and said that if he was looking for something good, he should come here because she had several special magical artifacts. There were devices on the counter, and she promised to show everything. The redhead had a scroll in her hands and she said that it was her scroll with a name card, and he thought that there were many good things here. The hero examined the stone and thought that this was what he wanted most. She pointed her finger at the paper and said that if he put it here, it would automatically read and save all the information that was on it, and all he needed was to say the person's name, and then that person's card would appear, and he said that he would take the scroll with the name card and this stone. The redhead looked away and asked why the guy would need a useless stone, and he thought that he was sure that it wasn't something he could just leave there. Gauss looked away and asked what he was going to do with that thing. The protagonist smiled and looked ahead. The old man was riding a horse and said that he didn't know that he was interested in jewelry or art, and asked if there was anything special about the stone, to which he asked if he had noticed it after all, to which he replied that it was strange that he was buying a useless decoration. MC looked away and said that the stone was definitely not just a decorative decoration, because it reacted to his magic, to which he asked if that was really true. They were riding horses and Gauss said that he didn't know what kind of stone it was either, but when he heard this, he became interested and said that since there were too many people here, he asked him to go back to the castle and look at the stone closer. Dane grabbed the reins tighter and said that of course. The sky was red and he asked if he could really figure out what kind of stone it was, and he asked that he look down on his priceless experiment tool. The lantern was hanging on the wall and he said that with it he would definitely be able to figure out what it was. Gauss pointed to the table and he asked that, however, one magician had appreciated it and said that there was nothing special about this thing. No matter what the magician had done, it couldn't compare to this. The old man folded his hands, saying that he had invested all his resources in this modern instrument, and it could analyze any object or tool that he would put on it. Dane smiled and said that it was incredible and wanted to try it. The man put the stone down and said he couldn't wait. The magician stood in front of the table and asked the guy to put the stone here and imbue it with magic. The hand touched the stone and it began to shine. The hand was embraced by magic. The energy created a vortex and soared upward. Rays of magic flew in different directions and the magician reached his hand towards it. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion and thought that this was something special. The bearded man held his hand to his jaw and thought that now he could raise his head high. The stone emitted a blinding light and the guys were puzzled. The rays crossed. MC lowered his head and realized that this was a code, to which he replied that it was correct and, what's more, not an ordinary one. The protagonist sees rays of energy around him, realizing that this is amazing, because this is a code, rules, structure, the arrangement of which he has never seen, and it can even be as complex as 6 or 7 chain. Sidrain looks at Dane, who states that the magic hidden in this stone reveals the code. He is told that everything is as he said, and his magic contains the key to unraveling this code, and he says so, since the stone reacts only to his magic. In the frame, the stone lies in a pentagram. He wonders what it could be and what kind of magic is in this stone, why it reacts only to his magic. The master stands next to him and explains that the magic sealed inside is unfamiliar to him, but since he has a reputation as the former head of the magic tower, he will try to do it. They look at the stone with interest. The main character says that if Sidrain succeeds, then perhaps he will be able to find out why his magic is different from others, he says perhaps. Against the background of city buildings, a wish for success is heard. In the picture, a green field in the middle of the academy. On the table there is a microscope. In the room there are shelves with books. This is Arabella's personal laboratory. There are many books on the shelf, and a typewriter on the table. The girl stands in front of the chest and says that as expected, it is different, it is clearly different from ordinary magic. Arabella touches the sheets on the board, saying that this is a special characteristic, and in the magic code that Dane shared with her, there is a feature that even she does not have. Arabella silently looks forward, thinking what area it is suitable for is not revealed in the results. In the picture, various objects are mentioned. It says about magic reagents, gates, and engineering. She wonders if there is none of this, then what could it be? Arabella stares at the board, thinking that she is sure there is something that is suitable for this. She opens her mouth in surprise. In her room, an exclamation is heard that the code of the magic field was lost and Dane's magic can be suitable for this. She hurriedly walks, wondering where she put it. Arabella rummages through the books. She searches in surprise, exclaiming, "Here it is, alchemy, fortune-telling, spiritualism, necromancy, and there is even a code for primitive magic." The book falls to the floor. The girl turns around. There is a book by her leg. She wonders what it is. She sits down and reaches out, thinking about the book of ancient magic. She shakes the dust off it, realizing that if you think about it, a long time ago there was a magical kingdom. There was also magic inherited from Archana. The blonde looks at the book, realizing that if you consider that this is ancient magic from 2,000 years ago, then there is no one who would know how to use it. She carries it back with a smirk, declaring that she is talking nonsense, because it is impossible that Dane magic is suitable for this. There are several books in the picture. She says that she has nothing to lose. In the frame, her table, the girl thinks that she should try. Blue energy rages around Arabella. She closes her eyes, while casting a spell. She opens them in shock, seeing a stream of energy. The girl understands that it begins to show something. The crystal lies on the installation, rays pierce the space. She takes it with her fingers and thinks that it could be alchemy, divination. The girl reads from a sheet of paper from a typewriter, stating that it would be great if it were not necromancy. Arabella holds the sheet in her hands. She looks in shock in front of her. Her eyes open in surprise and she says, "Incredible." Someone knocks on the door. The girl does not understand what it is. The protagonist and the teacher are standing in front of the stone. Blue magic is raging around. Suddenly, the stone in front of them splits into pieces. Sidrain points his hand and exclaims that the seal is finally broken. The protagonist says that there is something inside. The guy looks surprised, while the master says that he will pull it out now. He reaches out with his hand. Sidrain holds an object in front of him. A silver bracelet shines in his hand. The man with a grin stands next to the amazed guy and says that it looks like an ordinary bracelet that you can buy on the street, and he thought that there would be something special in its material. But he felt nothing. The protagonist is shocked and notices something in it. Sidrain hands the bracelet to the guy, exclaiming that it was him. Since it only reacts to his magic, he should probably try wearing it. He agrees. The protagonist puts the bracelet on his hand. He looks at this accessory in amazement. Suddenly, the bracelet begins to glow blue. Sidrain stands in front of him in shock and states that, as expected, it reacts. He says that he sees strange symbols. Various signs are stamped on the bracelet. They intend to take a look. Dane asks in surprise if the master knows what it is. Sidrain looks at it in delight and says what it is. The guy hears with a grin that these are symbols. In the picture, against the background of sheets of paper, there are various energy signs. The master explains that these are ancient runes that no one in this world can read. They stand opposite each other. The protagonist asks what he means by ancient. He replies that these are symbols that were used by an ancient magical kingdom. The guy does not take his eyes off the bracelet. The picture shows the beautiful kingdom of Archana. The protagonist heard about it from Arabella when he was little, and she said that it was an era when all things came from magic. Against the backdrop of ruins, Dane realizes that one day this era ended. In the picture there are various objects. It is said that from that era there are only a few relics and stories passed down from generation to generation, and now there is this line of magic code. Sidrain sits opposite the guy and says that he knew that his magic was special, but did not know that it was connected to the ancient kingdom. He replies that it must be. That is why he can move so easily through the forest of the last days. Sidrain looks at him and says that it seems so, because the magic of this forest comes from Archana, while he thinks that he always wanted such a boy to become his student. The protagonist looks at the bracelet, saying that in any case, he does not think that he sees anything special in it. The master, with his eyes closed, tells him not to jump to conclusions and not to talk about it incessantly. He understands everything and will do as he was told. They open their mouths in amazement, not understanding what kind of sound it is. The old man stands in front of the protagonist and asks if this alarm signal is connected with the attack of monsters. Blue energy forms around him. He shouts that this is wonderful, because his body has almost recovered, and he can stretch a little. He furiously declares that he will finally be able to partially repay for the hospitality. He loudly shouts at the protagonist, asking what he is waiting for, demanding to go get a spear or something else. Dane puts his hand in his jacket pocket. The man stands in front and looks at the protagonist with a pendant in his hands. He furiously asks what it is. Assuming that the sound comes from this thing, he replies that this signal is in no way connected with monsters. He holds an amulet in his palm, saying that the sound means that his older sister is trying to contact him. The man, in a whirlwind of energy, says that Dane could have said so right away. The protagonist smirks and says that monsters have no business here, and now he asks to be excused. The man stands nearby with a displeased face, while the guy asks his sister what happened. Arabella looks at the amulet with interest and asks Dane why he took so long to answer. He in turn asks why she is contacting him. The girl answers that when she analyzed the code of his magic. She excitedly asks to wait, asking if there is anyone else with him. The guy asks that she also discovered that his magic is connected to the Ancient One. The whole city hears the girl's exclamation about how he found out about it. The main character is standing with the man in the same room. Arabella declares that it turns out that she and Master Sidrain got to the point that he came to them from the ancient magical kingdom, and this stone reacts exclusively to the main character's mana. He answers that this is exactly it. The master, clenching his teeth, thinks that she figured it all out, simply by analyzing his code, and of course he knew that she was a genius. But this talent exceeds all expectations. Dane looks at the amulet with a smile, hearing the question whether someone else knows about it. He answers that no. She in turn asks to listen carefully, asking him and the master to keep all this a secret, because if information about this comes out now, the guy will not cope with the consequences. The man approaches the protagonist and loudly declares to Arabella that Dane has told her a lot about her. She is surprised that she immediately got down to business without even introducing herself. Sidrain replies that there is no need to worry too much about keeping the secret. Against the backdrop of the city tower, the man explains that if more than just Dane finds out about this, the entire house will face enormous difficulties. She replies that as expected, he immediately understood what the problem was. She holds a shining pendant in her hand, hearing the question of whether this conversation is being recorded. She looks at it with interest, holding it in her palm and stating that no, as soon as the conversation is over, all information will be deleted. She is told that this is good, because they do not want to leave evidence everywhere, and he plans to return to the magic tower and study this issue. Against the background of the notes on the board, words of gratitude are heard from Miss Arabella. She is told in response that it is his responsibility as a mage to figure this out, so she should not worry. The books are on the shelf. The hero specifies that while they have not said goodbye, he heard that she is looking for which magic tower to join. Has she decided yet? She is silent, excited. The girl, clutching a shimmering amulet, says that not yet. However, she is not considering the Nixing Tower, because it specializes in a field that is not interesting to her. Sidrain looks at the amulet. At this moment the character is interested in where the guy got such stubbornness from, and apparently he got it from his sister. The man stands next to the main character and laughingly declares that now everything is clear, because as a result he will not have to enter their tower, while thinking that his sister is also straightforward. Against the background of interior items, Arabella says that she is sure that there are many talented people in the world who want to join. Then she suggests Dane discuss the details later. The guy, holding the pendant in his hand, wishes his sister to take care of herself. Sidrain stands opposite the protagonist and says that his sister has become an outstanding person. He replies that she also developed this artifact, says that this compact crystal ball has found popularity among young magicians. The master with his eye closed says that this is impressive, but he does not need such things. After comprehending the 8th chain of contacts with people, he already wants to avoid. Dane thinks with a smile that if they have something important there, then why not just find it themselves? While out loud he speaks clearly, understanding that apparently he has no friends. Against the background of the chandelier, a question sounds about ancient magic. Because it worries him extremely, he replies that there is no need to worry. A man in a cloak stands opposite the protagonist and Lily, declaring that if someone dares to raise their eyes to Dane, he will make them pay. She notes that this sounds good, then she will also silence them with her methods. The guy with a grin thinks that they are ruthless, but on the other hand, with such protection, you cannot think about security. Aiken thoughtfully states that whatever it is, if what is happening to the protagonist is true, then it turns out that your family carries dormant ancient magic. His mother looks at him and notes that this is a good question, because they do not know if their ancestors possessed it. She states that she will check the family tree from her side. The picture shows silhouettes of people against the background of documents. Lily wonders what will be dug up if both sides of their family start digging, and it is not that important, but really curious. There is tea and cake on the table. He is told that apparently he has reached the limit in every sense. His mother looks at her son and tells him that if he stays here, he can harm his development, noting that he should slowly start thinking about moving to the capital. Dane asks again in shock. He is told that as far as he knows, the academy accepts from the age of 14. Aiken, with a building in the background, says that he has already grown up and, to be honest, he wanted to keep him here for another year or two and then send him away. But apparently there is nothing more for him to learn here. Lily touches his hand with hers and says that if he wants. Lily looks at him with a smile and says that he can move forward at any moment. He in turn did not think that they were worried about such thoughts. The father stands opposite and says that a bright future awaits his son, advising him to go and enjoy his talents to the fullest. Dane tells them with a smile that he understands. The happy parents hear that he will begin to prepare for entering the academy. Aiken stands next to them and says that this is an excellent decision. Against the background of a chandelier, the main character thinks that it is high time to move on to the next level. In the picture, a building with a dome, the question sounds like this. He decided. He answers that everything is going a little faster than he expected. They tell him that she made a good choice. Burying talents here would be terribly wasteful. Sidrain sits at the table with Dane and says that he has a little advice, namely not to show too many talents at once. Although the academy itself is a place that welcomes talents, but not everyone thinks so. The protagonist remembers his sister and the hooligans, thinking that Arabella was telling this about all sorts of outrageous cases that she had to deal with. Sidrain, crossing his arms, says that ordinary guys can't even keep up with the curriculum, although the Termayon house is a completely different story. In the picture, Layla waves her hand and smiles. Dane remembers that it's good that he remembered. After all, he promised her that he would come to visit as soon as he was in the capital. In the frame, there is a blue attribute. He thinks that if he doesn't visit, then she will be very upset, and at the same time it's worth thinking about what weapon to request with the sign that Duke Termayon gave him. The man opposite scratches his beard and says that he needs to think about it, because since there are 3 months left before admission, he should set off on his journey in 2 months. Dane smiles and says that this seems to be true, wondering what the master will do. He explains with a grin that he is going to return to the magic tower. A certain problem came to mind and thanks to him he got rid of boredom. The man will keep him informed about every find regarding ancient magic and everything connected with it. The guy sitting opposite him says that he is very grateful. The interlocutor notes that the only problem is his lessons, because considering how little time is left, he will need to speed up. The surprised protagonist hears that the 3-strand code is incomparably more difficult than the 2-strand code. He says that he will work hard. The guy puts his hand in his pocket, saying that he has prepared a gift for the master. Surprised Sidrain asks again. The protagonist holds out the box and says that he received it from his sister yesterday using teleportation magic. A stone shines in the open box. Dane says that this item is incredibly popular. Shocked Sidrain holds it in his hands and examines it, hearing that it is a new compact crystal ball. It was not even released for general use. Arabella developed this product, and he asked for a favor. The stone shines in his hands. The man says that it is small and cute. He notes that he does not need such things, but he will gladly accept it as a gift. The protagonist with a smile says to use it to contact him, while thinking that although he says that he does not need it, he is still happy. In the background of the room, an exclamation sounds that you need to click here. He is told that it turns out that it is not difficult. Dane hopes that the master will not contact him too often. Against the background of the night sky in the hero's room, words about the academy are heard. The protagonist changes clothes, saying that he will need to prepare well in the remaining 2 months. He understands with a smile that to a certain extent his interests are related to summoning. Dane stands among the other students, realizing that he should officially set a goal to enroll in the summoner class, because there he will receive a summoning mark and the opportunity to pass the qualification exam. He looks at the egg in the glass box, thinking that since Claire is now the professor's assistant, he might be able to see her more often this way. He exclaims that he forgot to implant mana into the familiar. Dane takes the egg in his hands, blue energy raging around him. He stares ahead, realizing that he has been diligently saturating it with magic every morning and evening for 7 years in a row. The protagonist holds it, realizing that there is still no reaction. In the frame, a yellow-red egg. Dane thinks that even if we take into account that the mana does not go anywhere else, but is absorbed by the familiar, he is sure that one day everything will work out. Against the background of the park in the academy, words are heard that the admission system is simple. It occurs in 2 stages. The first is a regular exam, the second is for a specialty. They ask the interlocutor if he can tell more. Arabella stands inside the building and says that the regular exam is something like a preliminary test for erudition. They check knowledge of the culture and history of the empire, and all that, and the protagonist should not have problems with this. An amulet shines on her chest. She says that of course it will be better if he copes with honors, but it is still taken into account in the assessment of the applicant. Arabella looks out the window, stating that after it there is a specialized exam. As the name suggests, Dane will have to choose a major and pass the corresponding test, and the specific content of the test is left to the will of the professor, but it should be a piece of cake for him. She looks away with a grin. Hearing that Dane remembers that she passed it without even straining herself, she replies that it was too easy. The heroes with swords stand opposite each other. The girl says that once he chooses a specialty, he will not be able to change it. The girl looks at the guy with a smile and casts a spell. It is said that he will have to study in the specialty chosen for the exam. The girl with a grin declares that this is precisely why it is necessary to approach the choice responsibly from the very beginning. Dane waves his sword, hearing that he knows that his sister would like him to prefer magic. He with a grin understands that she is not giving up yet. He replies that he understands everything and will think about it. He moves quickly across the floor, asking what it means that after enrollment, the specialty cannot be changed at all. She answers that usually yes, well, and you can graduate and enroll again. The protagonist waves his sword, hearing that although you can attend classes of other specialties, already in the third year, students from a faculty other than yours are usually not allowed to high-level classes. Dane holds the sword with a grin and casts a spell. He releases whirlwinds of blue and red energy, saying that it turns out that you will have to choose only one specialty. He directs fire from his hand, hearing that for exceptionally talented individuals like him, there is a system of autonomous specialty. Dane asks in surprise what is there, and something like that. Arabella walks among the students and says that she does not advise enrolling there, unless he is going to fail. The girl hears the question with a smile, why not, saying that so far no one has passed this exam. She walks on the pavement. The guy says this. She asks him in surprise not to say that he thought about it. Her amulet shines on her neck. She hears that of course not, and he will contact his sister later. Arabella holds her head and asks what she pressed too hard, noting that magic is still the best choice for him. The picture shows a blue sky. Someone shouts to her that the professor is looking for her. The hero hands over an envelope, saying that this is the letter of recommendation he promised. Joyful Dane takes it and exclaims that the master really wrote it. Sidrain explains that he tried not only with the form, but also with the content. He has written letters of recommendation before, but this is the first time so sincerely, and he should be flattered. The protagonist looks at the sheet with a smile and says that he will live up to his expectations. The master rolls his eyes and states that it would be much better if he became his student, although even if he took him, he does not think that he would properly treat him as a teacher. The protagonist excitedly thinks about what he guessed. The picture shows a sunset, and he is asked if the guy has prepared everything for the trip. Dane stands opposite the master and says that he has, because it turned out that much is not needed, plus the academy dormitory provides everything necessary. The man replies that the amenities there are excellent, but there is a problem. They are monopolized by a select minority, and even taking this into account, it cannot be that he will not cope with them. The protagonist thinks with a smile about the hooligans, realizing that he heard that the academy has become a kind of gathering place for bullies of the noble class. Sidrain looks at him and asks him not to forget, noting that this may sound wild, but numerous guys there will not hesitate to show their fangs as soon as they think that the protagonist looks down on them. In the frame, warriors are fighting each other. He realizes that this happens not only on the battlefield. The protagonist looks at the master and says that he understands everything. He replies that if he needs something, he can contact him. This compact crystal thing looks useful and he will use it. Dane says with a serious face that the master will leave them soon. Against the background of the evening city, a cry sounds that he guessed. He asks again. Sidrain asks if he thinks that it is becoming impolite to stay here, because his father, of course, offered the position of a court magician. He will think about something like this only when he really has nothing to do. The master pats Dane on the shoulder and asks if he understands that he has something to do when he returns to the tower. Against the background of blue energy, the master says that he thought he had seen everything in the world, but it seems that there are still mysteries left. The main character realizes that apparently the man is talking about ancient magic, and if so, then this will help him too. Sidrain stands opposite and thanks the guy. He does the same in response. They look at each other with a smile. The man says that he is looking forward to the next meeting and he is interested in how much stronger he will become. He waves his hand and declares that he will go and does not need to be seen off. The guy in turn wishes him a good journey. He realizes that it has become a little sadder, because apparently he has already managed to get used to it. In the picture of the building with domes, the character declares that Sidrain departed without incident, clarifying to the protagonist that he is going to leave today. He answers that yes, noting that he has long finished with the preparations. In the frame there is a fireplace with firewood. The hero says that their son is leaving the nest and the castle will become so empty. The father replies that there is no need to be too sad. Lily stands next to her husband and asks if there should be any problems along the way. He replies that given that he will use the teleportation gate that Arabella invented, everything will be fine. Mom notes with a smile that she is worried about trifles. Father remembers the children with a smile, hearing that one way or another they raised wonderful children, and in other houses the children are only busy fighting for the inheritance. Someone enters the room while the father states that they will also need to think about it one day, but it seems to him that anyone will do. The protagonist with a bag stands opposite, exclaiming his father and mother. They turn around. Aiken clarifies that he has already packed. Mother is interested in that he has already packed the night claw and the symbol that she gave him. The guy says with a smile, of course. Lily pats him on the shoulder and says that if he suddenly really needs help, he needs to take the symbol to the place she spoke of and show it. Dane replies that he remembered, specifying that there will be former colleagues there. She, smiling, says that this is exactly it, extremely close colleagues to her, because she has not seen them for quite a long time and nevertheless each of them will agree to help. The father, hiding his anger, realizing that it cannot be, Dane will go there and embark on the path of a full-fledged assassin. Against the background of the chandelier in the house, it sounds that as soon as the protagonist gets to the capital, you need to find Duke Termayon and he will shelter him until the guy enters the academy. He answers, "Okay, father." Lily begins to cry and says that her son has grown up and is leaving them. Aiken holds his head and tells her that they will say goodbye to him with a smile on his face. Lily says through tears to hurry, noting that they will not be far. The guy at this moment realizes that he was going to go, but still reluctantly. Dane holds onto his bag. He says goodbye with a smile. The man stands in front of the window and sees the protagonist walking down the street. The father is standing in the room. Behind him is Gillard, whom he tells to follow his son as carefully as possible and not to return until he confirms that Dane has successfully reached the teleportation gate. The guy in the mask says that he understood the order. His cloak touches the floor. Lily stands near the table and says that they have not seen the shadow for a long time. She turns and asks with a smile, he knows what to do, namely, to make sure that nothing unexpected happens when the protagonist teleports. There are dark spots on the floor. The two heroes walk along the path around the clearing. Herman walks next to the protagonist and exclaims that he sees them with his own eyes for the first time, stating that they are so huge. The guy with a serious face answers that exactly, because Arabella installed them in advance. Opposite them are the golden teleportation gates. They stand in front of them. The guy says that Lady Arabella is an amazing person. He replies that she is, and now he sees why she spent a whole year. Herman raises his finger and asks that the teleportation will begin as soon as he enters the circle. The protagonist says yes with a smile. In the picture, the sister is designing a portal. The protagonist wonders how much effort it took from her, because teleportation, like other types of magic, requires a correctly written code. In the picture, there are patterns of the portal. He understands that mana must constantly flow into the project while the code is being reorganized. Only after that it is finally possible to activate it. Dane looks at them, realizing that the gate that Arabella installed is an ideal device that meets all the requirements. Herman looks ahead and says that in this case, he asks the young master to take care of himself. The protagonist puts his hand on his shoulder and tells him to. Dane goes to the gate. He walks on the ground. Dane stands in the circle. He looks down in shock, realizing that she said that to activate it, he just needs to pour his mana into the gate. Blue swirls of energy hover around his hand. Magic occurs around his body. The protagonist closes himself from a bright blue flash. The gate begins to shine. Dane closes his eyes. He opens them in surprise. A strong flash occurs around the green trees. A crowd of people walks in the middle of the street. They look around and go about their business. The protagonist rides up to the gate on a horse and says that he seems to have arrived. He looks up with a smile and declares that this is the gate of the capital. The horse walks along the cobblestones. Someone says that he was expecting him. A man in a blue cloak in front of him exclaims Dane's name. A valiant warrior with a scar on his face declares that he is the captain of the 1st Division of the Knights of the House of Termayon. Look, he says that it is clear. The protagonist looks at him while sitting on a horse and understands that he feels very uneasy because he is personally met by the captain of the knights, who in turn claims that they will accompany him further. The captain turns around. The guards in armor understand the order to ensure free passage. The warrior stands next to the protagonist and declares that they are moving out immediately, who in turn thanks him. Dane looks ahead and understands that he has finally arrived, but the sensations are somehow strange, and he would never have thought that he would be in the very heart of the empire that he hated so much. In the picture there is a blue flag. The protagonist understands that he is also such a promising person. Against the background of the academy, someone shouts, "Look at this magic, you don't meet such an opportunity every day." People are running along the cobblestones, someone declares here and there, because it doesn't get any cheaper and a parfait frozen by magic costs only 1 bronze. The protagonist on horseback looks around and understands that here you can really find anything and just think that the capital is so lively. The captain turns to the gentleman and states that the estate of the House of Termayon is already in sight. Dane looks ahead in surprise. In the picture there are large buildings with domes. The protagonist understands that it is simply amazing in its size. Dane silently rides a horse after the guards, realizing that something is wrong with him. People with baskets and bags look ahead. The protagonist feels as if he is being watched. He thinks with a serious face that his imagination is playing. Opposite the castle the protagonist is greeted. He in turn thanks for the warm welcome. Dane sees butlers in suits, realizing that they have perfect posture. Opposite them stand exactly the same. He realizes that etiquette and adherence to the rules, everything looks natural and quite a striking contrast to their southern region. The protagonist stands opposite the golden gate, near which the character The guy with a smile declares that his name is Dane, and he greets the Duke of Termayon. The protagonist kneels in front of him, he in turn greets him and says that they have not seen each other for a long time. He asks with a smile how his life is, noting that the journey must have been difficult, offering to go inside. In the picture of the interior, the Duke exclaims that the boy has changed a lot in these 7 years and the boy is his age. He holds him by the shoulder and states that children who are a year or two older are no longer his equal, and he is sure that Aiken is incredibly proud of him, who in turn notes that he is flattered. The man with a serious look says that this estate may not compare to his father's castle, but nevertheless he hopes that he will like it here while he prepares for the exams to enter the academy, and he will also assign him a servant, so that he can let him know if he needs anything. Dane with a smile states that she will definitely pass on this, while he asks how Layla is doing. In the picture of a girl with red hair, the Duke says that it is definitely wonderful. Asking if they have quarreled, the boy exclaims that no, not understanding what he means. The man stands in front of the guy and says that she has been frowning lately, and as soon as the main character's name comes up in conversation, he replies that he really doesn't know. Termayon, thinking, says that it might be because of the stress of the entrance exams, although someone like Layla would easily pass them. The guy smiles and says that he will find out what the matter is as soon as they see each other, while he wonders what the problem could be, maybe teenage hormones. The picture shows flowers and another interior. The Duke exclaims great, offering to talk in more detail later, and just in case advises to be more tactful, who in turn asks what he means. The surprised guy looks at the Duke, who says that he will find out soon, while Dane tries to understand what he is even talking about. The man points and says that he should already be in his room and resting, and the servant shows him out. The servant closes the door and tells the guy to have a nice rest, who in turn thanks him. The door slams shut. The surprised protagonist turns around and states that apparently he will be staying here for a week until the entrance exam. He sees his room and wonders if it is too extravagant for a guest room. He throws his bag on the floor and says that first they need to unpack and find a training ground. A girl enters the room. She stands behind the protagonist and states that she will take him there. The protagonist is shocked and recognizes this voice. Layla stands next to him with a serious look and asks where Dane has been. He turns around and hears that he made her wait for this moment for too long. The guy exclaims her name. He asks with a smile that a lot of time has passed, and if everything is okay with her, she sarcastically replies that it is just great. The girl comes up to him, asking if he wants to explain something to her. Dane asks again. She furiously yells at the frightened guy why he did not send her a single letter. He in turn pretends not to understand. Against the background of the night estate, an exclamation sounds asking why he didn't write to her, because he could have at least sent a message that he was coming. The guy throws up his hands and tells her that he completely forgot about what he promised to write. Apologizing to her, she screams in rage that this is all he can say in his defense. The main character with a stupid grin declares that at least he came. He is very busy preparing for the move to the capital and claims that this is the first and last time. Layla waves him off with a dissatisfied face. The guy understands that she is clearly sulking. Dane, throwing up his hands, declares that he can do something to smooth over his guilt, because he is ashamed and she can simply say what she wants. She asks again if it is true. She looks forward with a serious face. Dane looks at the dissatisfied girl with a smile and understands that first he needs to get out of this mess, but what to come up with. He thinks about what he can offer. Against the background of the coat of arms in the room, a question sounds about a relaxed training duel. The guy asks again. Layla stands opposite and exclaims, "Let's cross weapons." He notes that this is wonderful and offers to go. She smiles. The girl raises her finger and with a smile asks if he is sure that he will not regret it, because he will see that she has become much stronger than before, and she is no longer a whiny child whom he taught to release mana. The protagonist excitedly realizes that she has really grown over the past 7 years, judging by how confident she is. Layla holds the cup with a smile. The guy says that in one of the letters she said that she won the competition. Does she remember that she won the Danier Cup, which was organized by the royal family? She exclaims that it was a tournament for teenagers under 15. The heroes stand opposite each other with spears. The girl says that the competition there was fierce and if the protagonist participated, he would definitely meet her in the final. Dane stands opposite and says that this means that now they can fill this gap. She in turn asks if he is sure that everything will be fine, because he has entrance exams ahead of him. What will he do if he gets hurt? The protagonist fiddles with his fingers and realizes that who is about to hurt whom. He says that there is no need to worry. Layla with a grin says that it is a bit late today, offering to start the duel tomorrow morning, as soon as they wake up. Against the background of a turquoise estate, a question sounds whether there are wooden weapons for training. A girl stands on the street opposite the protagonist and asks if he still uses a weapon without a blade. He replies that no, it is not about that, but that they were only going to have some light training, so it would be logical to use a wooden weapon. He looks at her with interest and says that no matter how much you practice martial arts, you cannot be prepared for everything, specifying what she will do if she gets hurt during the duel. The girl with her eyes closed imagines herself with a whirlwind of energy, saying not to worry, because their residence has the best healers in the empire. In the picture, a sword breaks into pieces. Dane asks what if an accident happens and the healers do not have time to do anything. Layla stands opposite and tries to explain. He says that if she wants to bear the blade, then she needs to be mentally prepared for it. She clarifies that this is just a duel, so why is he so serious? She exhales with a dissatisfied face and says okay, they will fight with training weapons. Against the background of the blue sky, a request sounds to bring a wooden weapon, she is told right now. The protagonist looks at the girl and realizes that she is truly a confident young lady. Behind her are silhouettes of people. Dane thinks that gossips think that it will not be long before she reaches the level of her older brothers, that they are already leading the life of knights, and perhaps the Termayon house will even see the first matriarch of the family in its history. He looks ahead and realizes that it seems that training in mana release has become a turning point in development. In the picture, there are frames of their interaction with her. She looked at him with a smile. The girl with a serious face thinks about the fact that thanks to Dane she was able to comprehend the basics of magic much faster than other children her age, and she even formed 2 mana cores. The girl turns around with a smile. Realizing that she has been waiting for this day for so long, she wonders if the main character will be upset if she defeats him. The butler brings the weapon and says that he brought it. She thanks him. The guy begins to deftly twirl the spear, realizing that it is light, apparently because it is intended for training. He holds tightly to the wooden handle, believing that it is not so important, because on the battlefield you have to use everything that is available. He stomps on the ground. They hold a fighting stance. The main character offers to begin. She agrees. The guy deftly wields the spear. The girl closely watches his actions with a sword in his hands. She understands that she was lucky to meet the spearman at the Danter Cup, and would not say that it was difficult to cope with him. In the frame, the girl was fighting such an enemy. Realizing that the spear is a long-range weapon, the threat is sharply reduced as soon as the fight goes to a short distance. She stares ahead and understands something. Layla rushes forward, realizing that in this case she will immediately reduce the distance. She quickly flies at her opponent. The tip of the wooden sword flies forward. She is almost approaching the main character. Layla looks ahead in shock and realizes that she hit. In the frame, her sword. She looks ahead and does not understand where it suddenly disappeared. She suddenly hears something behind her. The main character stands next to her and points the spear at her back. She exclaims his name. She is shocked, trying to understand when he managed to do this. Dane, holding the spear, advises her to thank fate for the fact that they are using wooden weapons, because if he had a real spear in his hands, she would have been in great trouble. Layla stands in front of him and declares that she is sure that her sword touched him. She is shocked and realizes that she simply cannot believe it. The protagonist places his spear on the ground. He looks at his opponent and suggests another round, saying that the same strategy will not work the second time, so she should attack more carefully. She holds the sword in her hands, thinking that she was just nervous, because they have not seen each other for a long time, and this time she will definitely not allow any concessions. The girl looks forward in surprise and sees her father on the balcony. Duke Termayon watches them with his arms crossed. The protagonist stands below with a spear. He turns around and realizes that the Duke apparently decided to personally watch. The man watches them with a close gaze. The guy understands that he knows his intentions quite well, because he is most likely worried about Layla, who is trying so hard after winning the cup. The rivals stand opposite each other in the middle of an open square. The guy mentally says that today he will dispel his worries. The girl in rage shouts Dane to get ready. Since her father came out to watch them, she will put all her efforts into this. The protagonist looks at her and recommends that she do her best. The girl skillfully begins to swing her sword. The protagonist holds a stance with a spear, waiting for her attack. He deftly twirls his weapon. He spins the spear. The girl hits the guy with her sword, but he blocks it. She sarcastically asks how he likes it, clarifying that it is not that easy. Dane calmly states that she is capable of more, she just needs to use all her strength. Duke Termayon watches them with his arms crossed, saying that the duel is between them. Until now they looked like equal opponents, and he is curious to know how it will end. He looks ahead, wondering what this strange feeling is. The protagonist seriously twirls the spear. The man notices that the smile has disappeared from his face, and now he looks like a warrior who has entered the battlefield. The heroes fight with wooden swords. The protagonist seriously watches the progress of the battle, wielding a spear. Layla jabs her sword in rage. Their feet slide quickly along the ground. Dane deftly blocks her opponent's attacks. She clenches her teeth in rage, seeing a gap in her defense. She jabs her sword into her side, but Dane dodges the blow. He watches this in surprise. The protagonist knocks the sword out of Layla's hands with one movement. She opens her mouth in shock, seeing the spear. The sword falls to the ground. She looks at her with a smirk and clarifies that this time he also won. The man, crossing his arms, says that she lost again. He looks ahead and asks what Luke thinks about this, whether he thinks that Layla, in her arrogance, will moderate her ardor a little. Behind the Duke stands a warrior with a scar on his face. He says with a serious face that the man was counting on this. The Duke looks ahead and says that of course, he knows this better than anyone else, because he noticed the alarm bells even before the cup, and after the victory, she completely changed. The heroes continue their fight with wooden weapons. Layla fights furiously. Her father says he was thinking about giving her a stern talk. The man stands next to the assistant, and says he thought it would be better if she figured it out herself. Loic notes that this is a wise decision. The Duke asks with a serious look how many mana cores the boy has in his opinion. The protagonist blocks the blows with his spear. Loic stands behind the gentleman and answers that there are at least 3. He replies that he does not think so, noting that he thinks that there are 2, 3 at most. The warrior thoughtfully clarifies why he thinks so. Termion looks at the battle and tells him to look more closely. In the background of the battle, the man explains that the protagonist defeated Layla not by mastery of the spear. He slides along the ground. The Duke says that it was not by superior speed. The guy twirls the spear. The man talks about tactical movements. The girl quickly attacks the protagonist. Termion says that Layla has never experienced this before. She is shocked and asks how he manages to block everything. The spear reflects the sword strike. The protagonist slides his feet and talks about her movements. He seriously states that they are too obvious. Against the background of the turquoise estate, the question sounds, does this not resemble the actions of an experienced warrior? He replies that he really should not have much real experience. Termion turns to Loic and states that he cannot believe it either. He seriously looks straight ahead, realizing that Layla has grown the most. In the flashback, a little girl greets Count Aiken. The Duke says that 7 years ago after they returned from a trip to the southern region. The fathers see children playing. He says that after meeting Dane, he was sure that this would happen again this time. Loic stands behind the gentleman and states that he is watching and cannot help but be surprised. Because the young lady is the winner of the cup and yet is completely not his equal, it definitely seems that the Count is extremely serious about training him. The man turns around with a grin and says no, noting that the assistant says so because he does not know Aiken, because he may be strict, but he is not the one who will train someone under duress. The father smiles and pats his son on the head, saying that he is not like Duke Termion, and Dane does not need harsh training. Loic, surprised, tries to figure out what the master wants to say. The Duke looks forward and declares that he is someone ordinary people dare not look down on. He says with a serious expression that he is someone who has unrivaled talent. The protagonist knocks the sword out of her hands once again. The Duke declares that Dane is a genius. The man, crossing his arms, declares that most likely he did not participate in the cup because it was not very interesting to him. The shocked warrior asks like this, while realizing that this is absurd, because every boy and girl in the Empire dreams of taking part in this tournament, and he is truly not interested in it. The protagonist deftly wields a spear. It is said that at the moment among children his age there is no one who could resist such abilities. The girl's hand is on the ground. She breathes in shock. The man stands on the balcony and looks forward, mentally telling Layla that he hopes that in this duel she will realize her shortcomings if she casts aside her arrogance and improves her abilities with the sword. He seriously thinks that in this case she will be able to completely bypass her brothers. The heroine with the sword stands in front of Dane. She looks down in fear and realizes that, as expected, she is not his rival at all, and the girl knew that there was a difference between their talents, but she did not even think that it was so great. The tip of the spear glitters in the sun. The protagonist looks at her and says that she looks tired, suggesting to stop there. The sword lies on the ground. Layla exclaims that she lost. The guy looks to the side and thinks that everything went as expected by her father. Dane with the spear looks forward. While she loudly screams how he trained, he understands that the Duke must have clearly realized the fact that she is not the best. The guy calmly replies that he worked hard. Layla screams in rage that is there anyone who trains without diligence. The guy with the spear on his shoulder stands with his back to her. She is amazed to hear that she just needs to work harder. The protagonist steps forward, saying that he will go first. Layla shouts after him that next time she will not lose to him. She is surprised to hear that he agrees, and will wait impatiently. The guy leaves. It is said that Dane was the only one she respected among her rivals. In the frame of the memory, where little Dane said that starting from the third form she seems to go half a step forward, it is explained that at the same time he was the one she wanted to surpass and wanted to prove. In the picture, little Layla happily shouts that it worked out. He notes that she did well. The girl stands in front of the leaving protagonist. It is said that she is not just a child waiting for a lesson. Layla looks forward with a serious look and wonders why it feels like Dane is moving away. In the background of the estate, a loud cry is heard that he will still watch, because she will win next time. People are walking along the street. It is said that the entrance exams to the Imperial Academy are considered a kind of festival, all because talented individuals flock to the capital from all over the nation. People are walking through the city. It is explained that if you take into account their families and servants, thousands of people gather in the city at the same time. In the picture, a large building of the academy, It is said that this year there were about 6,000 applicants. People are standing in formal clothes. It is explained that there are no other conditions for admission, except for paying the fee. The short-haired hero is standing next to others. Students are standing on a green field in the middle of the academy. It is said that about 2/3 of applicants are eliminated during the first exam. A man is standing with a piece of paper in his hands next to another. The main character is next to his girlfriend. It is explained that now, after the preliminary selection, 2,000 are waiting for the second exam for a specialist degree. In the background of the house, a question is heard that they said that 2,000 applicants passed the first exam. He has answered that even a little more, and there will be a lot of work. 6 heroes are sitting at a table. One of them specifies how many will be admitted this time. Another asks about a maximum of 200. Behind the stands are people in identical clothes. One asks what kind of students they will have this year. Another says that he is sure there will be a whole range of talents. The dean of the magic faculty Denevo asks if there are grades for the first exam. The dean of the spear possession faculty Ingrid answers that they are still putting them down, but it is curious who will get the highest score. They sit opposite each other. A question is heard in the first place of the fencing faculty should be a young lady from the house of Termion. She is told that of course, because she is the winner of the cup, the final was truly magnificent. Another says that the Duke did an excellent job of raising children. The dean of the summoning faculty Delphiniso states that apparently, they can expect the appearance of the best student of the academy in the fencing faculty. The dean of fencing, Professor Esterand exclaims that it means we can, because it is almost certain. Denevo listens silently, wanting to know when their faculty will have talent. He sits with his eyes closed. He opens the envelope and states that he cannot fully agree with them. The blonde sits opposite and clarifies why. He says about the letter of recommendation from Sidrain. The professor holds the envelope and says that it even has the seal of the magic tower filled with mana. Surprised, Ingrid asks that Sidrain really recommended someone. Esterand exclaims that even if so, it is impossible that this someone will be able to bypass the winner of the cup. People around are talking. The protagonist is standing in the water. Behind him is Sidrain. They say that they are talking about that master who is known for refusing to take an apprentice all this time, and he, nevertheless, sent a letter of recommendation, where he says that a child of 14 years old already owns 3 chains. Delphiniso, sitting at the table, loudly exclaims, "Who is this?" The professors are shocked to hear that it is Dane from the Sogress house. Denevo repeats his name in a low voice. The people in the stands around them watch them. They wonder if it is another one from their house, because there are already 2 geniuses in the magic and summoning departments. People are talking about the fact that the youngest one also received a letter of recommendation from Sidrain himself. The professors are sitting at the table. Delphiniso says that this could lead to problems for them. Ingrid asks if it is possible that 2 of the greatest houses of the empire are entering at the same time, and such an event will definitely attract people's attention. Esterand with a smirk wonders if the Sogress house is not known for its mastery of the spear, because nevertheless, the recommendation came from a mage and apparently, the house is going to be known for its magic in the future. Ingrid excitedly says that she thought that he would definitely apply to the spears. Denevo throws up his hands and says that he, like Arabella, will be very useful in their department. He realizes with a grin that the Imperial Academy is famous for its mages after all. A girl runs into the room, shouting that she apologizes for interrupting the meeting, but the evaluation of the first exam has just ended. The professors look out the window, saying that in this case they need to show the results as soon as possible. The system window says that the fencing department has 1367, magic 227, and summoning 152. They look at this and say that 1367 people are applying to the fencing department. The people in the stands hear that there are 227 people for magic. The guy in the yellow headdress loudly exclaims that it was expected from the sword department. What a huge difference. The dean looks through the system window. Esterand smiles and says that Termion's name is first on the list. Denevo watches silently. He scrolls through the window and thinks, stating that he does not see the name Dane. The red-haired dean sits at the table and asks if this is true. What about the letter of recommendation? Ingrid replies that their faculty does not have one either. The old man stands next to the girl and loudly asks if there are any applicants who were not included in the list. She says that yes, there is one application for admission under the autonomous specialist system. All the professors in shock exclaim about the autonomous specialist. People around in the stands hear how they begin to explain to them. The girl with the sheet of paper shouts that Dane received the highest score on the first exam among 6,000 applicants. Esterand in shock shouts how this happened. The professors at the table do not believe that Dane is in first place. The main character stands in the street with a spear, realizing that a month has passed since he arrived there. Time just flies, and it feels like the duel with Layla was only yesterday. Students in uniforms are sitting at their desks. He understands that they have already managed to pass the first exam and are now waiting for the results, and fortunately, the exam itself was not particularly difficult. Layla runs up to the protagonist and loudly asks if he received the results, and what place he is in. The system window says first place. The protagonist with a spear stands in front of her, and says that they say that he is in first place. She in turn does not believe it. She exclaims with a dissatisfied face that this is not fair, because she was deprived of first place. She frowns and asks how he studied. Against the background of notebooks, papers and books, he explains that he diligently combed through the questions from previous exams that his sister sent him. She replies that she did the same, but it was still difficult, especially military affairs. A fighter with a sword goes on the attack. It is said that he has an advantage due to personal experience on the battlefield. In the frame, a beautiful estate building, a question is asked why ask youngsters like them about military strategy and army logistics. He replies that he found this part of the exam the easiest, clarifying whether it was not interesting. Layla, in shock, screams that he is not right in the head, because okay, military affairs, but art and music, even the history of the empire were asked. Dane with a grin says that this is his strong point, while realizing that he learned quite a lot in his life on the battlefield. Layla stands opposite and clarifies which exam he chose as the second. He replies that he chose 3. She asks again in surprise, stating that he really applied for an autonomous specialty. The protagonist turns away with a smile, hearing a disgruntled exclamation that he chose something else besides wielding a spear and summoning. He replies that he will tell you later. Against the background of shining light, she shouts his name. The picture shows a beautiful sunset. The girl shouts how he even came up with the idea of choosing an autonomous specialty. Because no matter how you look at it, it is still unclear. He replies that he just wants to study each of the specialties. Shocked, Layla looks at him and says that almost no one has ever entered this program. Dane says with a smile that he heard that with an autonomous specialty he will be able to take all the classes he wants until he graduates, and he will also not have to choose a specific specialty. The guy stands against the background of various types of weapons, saying that he will also be able to conduct scientific work with professors of any faculty. She exclaims, is it true that he thinks that others do not enter under this system because they do not know about it? Layla stands in front of him in anger and asks if he started all this because he doesn't want to go to the academy with her. He answers of course not. She furiously declares that he seriously plans to do this, specifying what else he can do besides wielding a spear and summoning. She demands to tell her right now. He smiles and keeps silent and thinks whether he should tell her. Against the background of the beautiful building of the academy, a statement is heard that as a result they got together again. Another says nothing can be done. In order to enter such a program, an applicant must pass exams in 3 faculties. He answers that apparently he really plans to pass them. Against the background of the ceiling, it is said that not with a spear, magic and summoning, the core and mana circles are actually opposites, so it is almost impossible to pass them all. Another asks what he is even thinking about. Delfiniso sits next to Denevo and Ingrid, saying that there have been precedents when an applicant successfully passed 2 exams in an autonomous specialty, but most do not cope even with one. The man says that it is true. In order to achieve mastery with the spear, it is better to focus on the spear, and magic on magic, and it is always better to apply for only one specialty. The girl with purple hair asks if it has not been about 200 years since this system was established. Ingrid holding a cup says that almost no one applies for it now. Denevo with a serious look says that at first it was not so difficult. The students are standing in front of the professor in the middle of a field with tents. It is said that unlike the current situation, hundreds of years ago the academy needed talents, and that was wartime. It was necessary to use them. The girl waves her hand to the soldiers. Against the background of the walls it is said that no matter what the talent, it is important to train and apply it. But now everything has changed, so the requirements are rising and rising, so that applicants also want to become better in one direction than average in several. She holds a cup of tea, clarifying why they left it. No one applies for this program, and if they do, they are not able to enter. Denevo, sitting at the table, says that this is a symbol. Against the background of the academy tower, it is explained that this is a symbol of the fact that only the best talents of the empire enter them. Delfiniso, thinking, says that this is also important, even if the system exists only nominally. Denevo holds papers and claims that he has researched this point, and over the past 100 years, only 2 have passed the exam. 1 was expelled, the second was the previous emperor. Ingrid, with a serious look, says that this means that if you are not a true genius, it is impossible to even pass the exam. Delfiniso, with a grin, says that however, this is the young heir of the war hero Aiken. The picture shows Sogress's house. It says that the protagonist does not come from an ordinary house, so she is counting on him, and he may also be an impudent brat. Denevo sits at the table and says that if they give him a break then somehow, but it will be possible to pass the exam. Delfiniso notes that they are professors and cannot just take and spit on this. The professor with a cup of tea in his hands is silent. The mug is cooling on the table. He says let's see. The protagonist moves to the academy. It is said that after all, this brat has enough confidence to challenge the symbol of their academy. Dane stands in front of the professors at the place of the second exam. He introduces himself by name, saying that he applied for admission to the Imperial Academy under the Autonomous Specialty Program. Denevo sits in the center and clarifies whether the protagonist understands what admission under this program means. Dane looks down and says that he knows that he will have to pass exams in 3 chosen specialties. Ingrid, lost in thought, notes that it is not too late. The protagonist stands in front of him questioningly. She says that she sincerely respects Count Aiken. He is, after all, the best spearman in the Empire. The blonde, with a serious look, says that she would not like to see the son of such an outstanding person have to return home. Dane nods his head and thanks her for her words, but notes that he arrived at the academy with the thought of doing everything in his power. The professors are sitting opposite. The professor understands that if he had given up after a few words, he would not have even entered. Denevo, with his eyes closed, states that there is nothing more to talk about. He seriously says that the exam will consist of 3 different tests related to the specialties he chose, and if he fails even one of them, he will automatically be given a fail. The protagonist states that he understands everything. The professor turns to Delfiniso and says that they will start with the summoning. The picture shows a bright blue sky. The professor with purple hair is standing opposite Dane. She looks at him, while the protagonist understands that this is the dean of the faculty of summoning, and he heard that she is the best among the summoners of the Empire, and behind her is a record for the simultaneous summoning of 3 creatures of rank 2 and above. Delfiniso in glasses says that the summoning test will be simple. She will approve of it if his abilities in any manifestation suit her. The protagonist with a smirk understands that he thought so, that this is a free-form exam without any standard. Dane stands opposite, and clarifies if she could summon someone. She asks again. She is shocked to hear that any creature will do. Ingrid is sitting next to Denevo and is indignant at what he is talking about, because how can an applicant ask a professor to summon a creature? The man looks at this in shock. Delfiniso looks at the guy and wonders what he wants, because she thought that he would report on theory. Since there is no mark, she wonders if he really wants to take this opportunity to just watch a real summoning. She is silent. The professor leaves the field, saying that he has a lot of nerve, but she is interested and hopes that he understands that something like this can't be seen often. The protagonist stands next to them. The dean asks to look more closely. Dane casts her gaze. A glow appears around the heroine's legs and arms. Delfiniso casts spells. She opens her eyes, blue energy shines around her. A vortex of magic rises above her. She asks to answer the call. Blue rays pierce the air. A large portal appears near them. Some servants are knocked off their feet by a wave of energy. Ingrid and Denevo sit at the table in shock. The blonde opened her eyes wide. A huge wolf looks out of the portal. Paws with long claws and a tail are depicted. In the frame is a fierce creature with red eyes named Etherak. The werewolf roars loudly, standing in the middle of the field. The protagonist stands in front of him, thinking that it is an unpleasant howl and that it is the most ferocious rank for a creature. He slides on the ground, realizing that it is known for attacking everyone it sees except its summoner. Dane looks ahead with a serious expression, realizing that he did not have much expectation since it is just an entrance exam, but it seems that this event will happen. He smirks and states that it will be interesting. Etherak stands in front of the protagonist. Delfiniso looks at them and states that the guy asked to summon any creature, specifying what he plans to do now. Dane stands silently. The surprised workers exclaim that among all the 4th rank creatures, Etherak is the most ferocious and even several dual-class knights will have a hard time defeating it. Ingrid looks on in surprise and wonders what he is planning. The protagonist comes closer. Delfiniso shouts in shock what he is going to do and demands that he stop immediately, because if he provokes Etherak, the wolf rushes to attack. The protagonist looks at him and asks if he just needs to show the professors his abilities. Delfiniso fearfully states that yes, but she did not ask him to throw himself into the raging flames for this. Dane holds out his hand and says that he does not think he will have to worry about that. Delfiniso looks ahead in shock. The ferocious wolf growls, standing next to his master. The protagonist closely watches the enemy's eyes. The predator's ferocious gaze begins to calm down, the tail begins to wag. Etherak sits on the ground and looks ahead. The protagonist holds his hand in front of him and calls him a good boy. Denevo stands next to Ingrid and asks what is happening. Delfiniso watches in surprise. Dane pets the wolf and says that he is much larger than the other monsters. Etherak closes his eyes while he is petted. Delfiniso watches in shock and understands that this cannot be, to pacify a ferocious predator with such ease. She looks forward in amazement. The professor sees blue energy from the monster. She realizes that a thread of mana is stretching from Etherak. The picture shows this thread. She understands that the glow, although dim, and the submission is not complete, but he eliminated the wolf's aggression. The protagonist closes his eyes with a grin. Denevo stands next to another professor and says that he cannot believe his eyes. She declares that this is innate empathy, and this is truly amazing. The surprised workers see this. The protagonist stands in front of Delfiniso and Etherak, wondering if he analyzed the mana thread the moment he approached the monster, and then formed a similar thread and connected it to himself. Delfiniso looks ahead and realizes that yes, since he does not have a sign, this is the best method in this situation. In the picture, the old man reaches out to her in the past. She realizes that his talent is far superior to hers, for which she was praised by the teacher in the old days. She watches closely, realizing that with such talent, she cannot help but wonder what a great future awaits him. She walks forward. The dean approaches Dane and says that this is more than enough to evaluate his abilities. She smiles and states that it is a strong spirit, a cold mind, and a solid base of knowledge. Dane is happy to hear that he passed the exam. Ygritte and Denevo are shocked to hear what the professor said. Dane smiles. Words of gratitude are heard against the blue sky. The picture shows a turquoise estate. An exclamation is heard that he did it in 30 minutes. Layla stands opposite the guy and says that apparently this means that he is the best student. He asks where she got that from. Because she said that she took first place in the fencing department, she says that she is sure that he is at the very top. The joyful protagonist stands next to the upset girl and tells her not to be sad. Because his father even threw a party in honor of his admission, she says that she is not hungry, and he can go eat himself. She excitedly understands that this is impossible, how the difference between them can be so huge, and is it true that nothing can be done about it, like a natural disaster or something like that. The guy turns to the girl who has turned away. The Duke stands opposite and says that she wants to be alone, and she should just be left alone. He advises not to worry in vain, because Layla can handle it. Termion asks with a smile if the protagonist told his father, because the Count is most likely extremely proud. Dane says with a smile that yes, and everyone is very happy. In the picture there are many people in outfits. The Duke says that this was to be expected, since he entered the autonomous specialty. Because everyone here was also surprised, and now, since the exams are over, he can calmly prepare for enrollment. Dane in turn thanks him for his concern. The Duke stands opposite and asks if he has thought of what he wants to get from the forge. He answers that he is thinking about the sword, but has not yet decided. The guy hears the question why. Dane stands in front of the weapon, saying that he is not fully grown yet, and besides, he does not know what kind of sword he wants, and he would like to think more, since this is an incredible opportunity. The man nods his head and says that they will do so. The butler approached them and tells his lordship that Madame asks him. Termion looks and says that he needs to go. Dane sees them leaving. The guy sadly thinks about the fact that the Duchess's condition is apparently not improving. Layla says with a dissatisfied face, "Thank God that it is not getting worse, but not better either, and it has been like this for several years." The protagonist looks forward, realizing that this is unfortunate. He silently realizes that he has never seen his family members so sick in his life, so he does not dare to say that he understands what she is going through. Against the background of the estate, the protagonist says that he should support Layla. In the picture, a high tower of the academy, the events take place 2 days later. Dressed up guys are walking around the neighborhood. Guys in jackets and girls in dresses walk near the academy. Students are standing on a green field, hearing that they are greeted, saying that they have just entered the Imperial Academy. The director of the academy, Aquald, says that looking at the students who have reached this position, breaking through harsh competition, he believes that an incredibly bright future awaits the Empire. Students are standing in blue jackets and red ties. The director says that everyone who stands in front of him is undoubtedly the talents of the Empire. They hear with smiles that this time among the new students, it seems, some particularly outstanding individuals have crept in. Aquald states that even in the autonomous specialty, a student has appeared, and only 2 have achieved this in the last 100 years, and the student in question has passed the program, having received approval in the exam from the deans of the faculties of magic, spear possession, and summoning. The shocked students exclaim that someone passed the exam to enter the autonomous specialty, and this simply cannot be. Aquald looks ahead. In the background of the students of the academy, a request is heard for the best first-year student Dane to go forward. The protagonist proudly looks ahead. All the students and the director look at him. They exclaim that it was he who entered the autonomous specialty, and what a blessing has descended on the house of Sogress. The guy silently looks ahead. Enthusiastic people stand on the balcony, exclaiming that he is a courageous young man, and it is simply wonderful that they see the best student. The Duke stands next to Aiken with a smile and declares that he has done a great job of raising children, who says that compared to him it is nonsense. Termion with his eyes closed says that you raised 2 sons your whole life, and in response, nothing. In the picture, 2 young men with their backs to each other, he explains that their sister entered the academy, and they did not even think to show up. The eldest is on a mission, the second ran away. The Duke smiles at the Count and says that he has quite the opposite, 2 daughters, and he envies him so much, who exclaims that he also has Layla. The man looks silently. Layla stands in line with sadness. He understands how good it would be if her mother could come too. The protagonist stands opposite the director. A question sounds about how he got along with creatures while still a child. Claire looks at Delphiniso and says that this is so. She in turn declares that as she thought, this is innate empathy. She is excited to realize that he is more capable than full-fledged summoners, and he does not even have a sign. Claire looks at her and asks what is with Dane's empathy level. Won't it be possible to summon beasts from beyond the horizon? The picture shows a monster. It says that beyond the horizon is another world from which summoned creatures came to them, but the connection with it was lost more than 100 years ago. Delphiniso stands near the heroes and says that creatures from that world are able to choose their summoners, so it is quite possible. Someone approaches the guy. The director of the academy turns to Dane. He gives him a sheet, saying that he expects that he will be able to demonstrate all his talents in their academy. Dane says okay with a smile. The students walk across the field. The Duke, the Earl, and the others stand near the walls of the academy. They look at the formation, and the director says that now, under the leadership of the representative of the first years, the oath of allegiance will be taken by the incoming candidates. The protagonist looks at the sheet, realizing that he is finally at the academy, and it took him quite a while to get to this point, but he will not waste this new life. Dane looks ahead. With the academy in the background, he realizes that this is just the beginning. Many people are walking through the main auditorium of the academy. It is said that this is the end of their acquaintance with the academy. The worker with long hair states that they will have a short break before the next point on the schedule, so he asks them to help themselves to the snacks prepared for them at the far end of the room. The students are standing and hearing this. They are wearing blue jackets. It is said that the main character should be more careful, because now a huge crowd of people will be looking at him. Layla points her finger at Dane and says that it does not matter, with good or bad intentions, but you need to be careful, and if someone approaches him with an offer, you definitely need to think it over carefully. She whispers to him that she heard that there are a lot of strange guys here, who are not raised at home. He answers that he understands. The students are standing in the middle of the large hall. The girl asks to at least listen. Someone says that clubs of interest are the flowers of the academy. He answers that he is not interested in this. The students exclaim with a smile that one freshman was dragged in, and they need to catch the red-haired one, because such talents are needed. Layla walks near Dane and says that the seniors lure guys into their clubs during the break. He understands with a serious look that he heard from his older sister that there are many interesting clubs at the academy. In the background of the guys in the hall, a cry is heard that they need to find a guy from the Sogress house, who is in first place. Another one objects that he will join their club. Layla is standing next to him. There is a crowd in front of them. She exclaims that everyone wants him and something needs to be done. She takes his hand. Layla runs forward, leading him behind her, and shouts that first they need to run away from there. He wonders where she is going to hide. Pumped up guys exclaim his name, offering to go into the arms of the club Beautiful Body, because their goal is beautiful, trained muscles. A blonde with glasses shouts what about the Cartography Club, offering to join now and they will give him 3 cards. The red-haired girl declares that only the best are gathered in the Astrology Club. The heroes run forward, hearing that next to him is a girl from the Duke's family, and they cannot miss the young lady. She screams that she does not want to. The guys pursue them. Against the background of the ceiling, the guy understands that he is used to being chased by enemy soldiers, but this is the first time this happens to him. The life of the best student is filled with its own troubles. The girl walks down the corridor. A question is asked if this is the same Kelthas. The workers are standing next to each other. One says that yes, he retired from the position of commander of the Imperial Knights and immediately became a professor. The other is surprised that such an amazing person has come to them. The guy silently walks forward. They say that now he is most likely annoyed. Kelthas walks down the corridor. A question is asked whether a new student has appeared in the autonomous specialty for the first time in decades. He is told that until now it was an easy job, where he had to periodically write articles with acceptable results, and now his comfortable life is over. Against the background of the wall it is said that apparently now he will have to prepare for classes. The other says that he would also be upset. Kelthas walks forward. His lips are trembling. He crosses his arms and says that the orientation time should be coming to an end. He understands with his eyes closed that this is some kind of absurdity. Why exactly now should someone pass? Dane is standing in front of the doors. He looks down sadly. Kelthas comes up to him and says that he is early. The protagonist bows and greets him, saying that it is nice to meet him. He offers to go inside. The guy is sitting on the couch, while the professor is at the table. He sees the table on the table and understands that he worked so hard to get this position, and came here to relax, and not to teach students. The picture shows medals. He realizes that he had enough of briefings in the nightly order. Kelthas, sitting opposite, asks why he decided to apply for an autonomous specialty. He answers that here he can do whatever he wants. The interlocutor clarifies whether he plans to choose a specific field later. Dane looks at him and says yes, but for now he does not want to miss such a great opportunity. The professor watches him, realizing that if this is the case, he will have to sit there and study. But if you think about it, it seems like he did not pass the fencing exam. In the picture, a sword in a sheath, he realizes that the fact that he did not choose it means that he does not feel confident in it. Kelthas sits opposite and asks if he understands anything about fencing. They ask him again. He explains that he does not want to belittle his achievements at all, but since he entered this program, and he is the professor here, he believes that they should at least somehow understand fencing. The protagonist listens silently, sitting on the couch, realizing that questions about fencing began out of nowhere, and it seems that he does not like his presence here. The professor gets up from his chair, hearing that it is not that he is not interested in fencing at all. Kelthus says that it is nice to hear this, offering to conduct a small test in this case. The protagonist says okay with surprise. The professor realizes with a smile that he's taken the bait, saying that they'll then move to the training ground. Against the backdrop of the academy's bathhouse, Kelthus thinks that he has the right to evaluate the student, and all that's left is to throw him out under the pretext of not being able to wield a sword. Dane stands next to him. The teacher says that there are many blades here and he can choose any one he likes. He agrees. The protagonist looks at the weapon, wondering what kind of training hall this is. He looks around excitedly, realizing that even though there were no students in this program, this is too much. He sees the weapon and realizes that he'll just choose any one. The guy holds onto the hilt of the sword. Kelthus stands opposite and asks if it's suitable. He says that it looks good. The professor looks at him and says that when using this sword, he needs to hit it at least once, then he'll let him in. The teacher explains with a smile that there's no need to think that it will be too difficult. He'll be limited to 2 movements in time. Dane says he understands with a serious expression. The professor watches him, realizing that he would never have thought that the student would agree to his terms without even thinking, and does he really feel that confident? The protagonist stands in front of him with a smile. Kelthus thinks that this can't be. The protagonist rushes to attack the enemy. He makes a swift lunge forward. He almost pierces the professor's body. Kelthus dodges, noticing that he is quite dexterous, and it seems that he did not get into the autonomous specialty for his pretty eyes. The sword spins in the air. The professor sees the tip in front of him and wonders what it was. He holds the hilt of the sword. They swing at each other, standing in the middle of the room. The professor looks ahead in shock and realizes that if he had dodged even a second later, he would have gotten into trouble, and he did not expect the protagonist to use such non-standard forms of fencing. Does he really know how to wield a blade? The guy slides his feet on the ground. Dane stands opposite him with his sword down. He looks forward and hears sighs. Kelthus holds his sword with a serious expression, realizing that he generally looks like a soldier on the battlefield, and this is not the solid, bookish stance of a knight of some order or noble house. The protagonist delivers swift blows to the opponent. He watches the progress of the battle and the opponent's actions without looking up. Their blades ringingly hit each other. The professor blocks many of Dane's blows. He sighs in shock, barely dodging. The protagonist attacks him with his sword without stopping. They fight every second throughout the room. The opponent does not understand how this is even possible, how it happened that he, a knight of the Hex class, has to try so hard. The professor fights with a serious expression, thinking that he is standing against a 14-year-old boy. Dane rushes to attack, while he realizes that he did not need a handicap. The professor slides his feet on the ground. The protagonist lowered his sword and watches his opponent. Kelthus is shocked to see the stand, not understanding why it seems so familiar to him. In the memories, the knight enters the fort with an army. Young Kelthus walks ahead. The fighter fights after the crowd. He says that it is a surprise, because he would never have thought that in the Empire there would be such a courageous man. A Greek bravely fights with opponents. Kelthus said that he does not see either a shield or a standard with a coat of arms. The blonde looks opposite in surprise. The fighter in armor runs forward. He does not understand who this is at all. The professor fights with swords together with his student. The tip of the blade touches Kelthus's body. He is surprised to notice that he was thinking during the fight. The protagonist smirks, seeing what happened. Dane tells him that apparently he still got it. The professor clenches his teeth in anger. He holds the sword in his hand. Kelthus stands opposite him and says that he approved. Tired, Dane thinks that, as expected, the skills of the Knight of the Empire will not be wasted so easily. The frowning professor looks at him and thinks that this boy is an absurdly talented genius, and even with how he limited himself, he did not give in. The protagonist looks around and realizes that he cannot understand why he did not care about his fencing test. The weapons are in special installations in the room. He wonders why he did not enter the fencing faculty earlier, with such talents. Dane looks at the interlocutor and says that he thought that his family would be upset. He does not understand what he is talking about. The professor is shocked and realizes something. In the picture is the main character's family. The professor thinks that Dane's father is a genius spearman, his sisters are proficient in magic and summoning, and does he really want to say that he applied to 3 faculties to meet the expectations of the family? The main character stands opposite and clarifies that the test is already over. The professor understands that it was not that he feels insecure in a sword fight. He miscalculated. He says out loud that Dane can go, and he will call him soon. Dane bows and thanks the professor. Kelthus, pursing his lips, looks forward. He sees the guy leaving the room. The protagonist approaches the door. The professor thinks that nothing can be done. He wonders if the deans who took his exam also felt the same way or not, because he planned to throw him out and continue his comfortable existence, but failed. Kelthus looks forward. He closes his eyes. In his memories, he turns to the fighter in armor, clarifying who it is. He silently looks in front of him. The dark-haired warrior stands in the middle of dozens of dead people. Kelthas said the name Agric. The guy stands with his back to him and watches the sunset. The blonde saw him in fear. The professor stands in the middle of the room all alone and again says the name Agric. In the picture, the protagonist looks ahead with a smile. The teacher shouts that this is exactly his name. In the background of the students in the middle of the academy, a question is heard whether he really passed the test. She is told that he did and that he already said so. Claire, thinking, says that this is strange, because Professor Kelthas will not let anyone pass, while he understands that he barely passed. The girl introduces the professor opposite the director and says that he only attended one meeting of teachers and only because he was called, because he hates to strain himself. The protagonist looks at her and says that it turns out that he really does what he wants. She replies that he does, and the guy has no idea how worried she was. She takes his hand. Claire looks at his face and says that she is glad that nothing happened to him. The protagonist sees her smile and understands that his sister never said as expected. She is just happy that he is safe and sound. Dane happily says yeah, thinking that this is one of the reasons why he loves her. Arabella runs along the cobblestones towards them and shouts that Dane has been searched everywhere. The guy exclaims, older sister. The girl waves her hand and asks, smiling, if the younger one has done it. The students are standing not far from them. There is a proposal to look there, because all the offspring of the great house have gathered and he already thought that this house is great, what Arabella and Claire are worth. But the younger one is even more impressive than his sisters. Against the background of the building there is a statement that the person's name is Max and he is in charge of the general work of the dormitories. They are divided into 3 halls in which students are distributed based on their grades. The best get into the hall named after the first emperor. The protagonist walks near Max and hears that since he is the best student who passed the autonomous specialty exam, he will live in it, because it includes a restaurant, a training room, a library, as well as restrooms and a magic projection. The manager with a smile declares that in addition to that, there are secret rooms. The protagonist excitedly thinks about what he is talking about. Max holds the key and says that he is sure that nothing like this will happen to him. But there are times when students can no longer afford to stay in the hall because of their grades. Noting that his sisters lived there before their graduation, he understands that nothing else was expected of them. The manager pulls out the keys and says, here you go. The protagonist holds them in his hands, hearing that there is a spare in case of loss, and you can come up and register a new one. He says that he understands. Max stands opposite and says that it is better to be careful, because there are many strange students living here, not that they are bad, but sometimes you have to think if everything is okay with them, and he can find out the details himself. If there are any questions left, you can feel free to contact them using the crystal ball. The guy looks ahead and is going to check the situation. There are large windows in the picture. The protagonist considers all this luxurious. Dane walks down the corridor and does not understand why it is so quiet. He walks on. The guy stops in the hallway and thinks that something is wrong, because the guy does not feel the presence of even one person, as if they evaporated into clean air. The guy looks ahead and thinks that this is happening. The protagonist begins to use magic to straighten his feelings. He sees brown smoke around, realizing that his nose is tickled by the smell of oil grease. In the picture gears, he thinks that the sounds of turning gears are barely audible. The protagonist looks ahead and understands that this is a trap. He smirks. Dane stands in the middle of the corridor and says that this is some kind of initiation. The guys are standing in another room opposite the screen with the protagonist. One of them asks why he froze and does he really have such a good intuition. The other asks Aneld if he noticed anything. The guy adjusts his glasses and with a smile declares that this is absolutely impossible. Aneld, the eldest son of the barony, a third-year student of the shooting department, proudly declares that his family has been hunters for hundreds of years and they are masters in setting traps. Friends stand in front of him and ask if he will cripple him. He replies that naturally he removed all the deadly elements, and as a result the guy will simply be disgraced. He smirks and declares that this is the first time they are arranging such an initiation and can't wait. They see Dane on the screen, saying that he will get to them in a terrible state. The other asks if nothing will happen for this. Because he is from a great house, he exclaims that each of them endured the initiation. Aneld smirks and says that he is looking forward to it. Soon the guy will be completely disgraced. The other looks ahead and declares that he is the best student, and also in an autonomous specialty, and this time everything may well go differently. Priscilla, a fourth-year theology student, stands next to them and declares that both his sisters are geniuses, and since he got in, he must be an even bigger genius. Aneld shouts in rage that she means that his traps won't work. The other one says that no one said that, but he himself apparently isn't very confident in them. The bully asks them not to talk nonsense because that won't happen. The guy in glasses with a serious face thinks that it can't be that Dane sensed his traps, because he disguised them with paint and even greased them so that the mechanical sound wouldn't be heard. The guy takes a step forward. The enthusiastic bullies shout that he's going. The guy smiles and thinks that they need to start with a light stretch, because it looks like it can be activated with one touch. He reaches his hand forward, declaring that he'll shoot mana. There's a trap in front of him. He smashes it to pieces. Water falls to the floor. The protagonist stands in the hallway opposite the stream. Dane looks ahead in surprise. There is water on the floor. He realizes that it turned out to be more boring than he thought. Suddenly the hatch opens. Brown clouds begin to hover around. The protagonist pinches his nose, not understanding what this disgusting stench is, and this is already really childish. Dane stands in the corridor with his nose pinched. Against the background of green walls, an exclamation sounds that the protagonist has found them all. Priscilla and her friend turn to Aneld, asking what kind of nonsense this is. Because he said that the guy would never find them, and how could this happen from the very beginning, he says that it is a coincidence. The girl with her eyes closed asks again, hearing that at the beginning he put his lungs just to warm up. The guy in glasses spreads his hands and tells them to just wait, because the protagonist will definitely fall into one of the traps. They stare at the screen, realizing that he will definitely make a mistake somewhere, and for now they will trust the bully. The blonde stands next to the bespectacled man, and wonders where such an anxious premonition comes from. The protagonist continues down the corridor. Dane looks ahead with a grin and says that the work ahead is still somewhat sloppy, and that you can go through everything at once. Dane looks ahead with a smile. He runs forward and deftly dodges falling objects. The guy stops abruptly at an open hatch. He deftly dodges flying sticks. Aneld and the others watch him in shock, saying that as expected from the heir of the Sogress house, they said that his sisters also had a tough initiation. The guys are standing in the room. One says that he seems to know where everything is. They say that Aneld tried so hard to hide them, and he just walked around everything. The guy with glasses, gritting his teeth, says that it is too early to hand over, because he cannot avoid the final trap. Priscilla spreads her hands and asks what the final trap is. The guy with a grin says you will see. Opposite the protagonist stands a huge dragon. The red creature and the white monster growl at him. He understands that this time the mutants were summoned. Dane stands opposite and says that they have prepared quite strong ones, but something is wrong here. The red monster is shining. Its wings are glowing. The protagonist says with a grin that these are illusions, realizing that only smoke is coming out without fire, and it is clear why they seem too strong, because any student would have already run away. Dane goes towards them, realizing that there is no need to dodge. He forms a flow of energy in his hand, realizing that he just needs to disrupt the mana to disperse them. The guy looks forward with a serious look. The hooligans look at the screen, exclaiming that Dane did not run away and generally seem to relax. The other one is interested in what he is going to do. Aneld watches him in shock, wondering if he really understood in an instant that these are illusions and this simply cannot be. Priscilla, pursing her lips, says that they are finished. The protagonist holds a stance and forms a vortex of energy. The red dragon roars ferociously. The guy attacks the fake monsters. Blue energy overwhelms them. He calls it boring with a grin. He says with a smile that now he wants to see where their designer hid. The hooligans run out of the room in fear, not understanding where Etherak came from. They ask Aneld to do something. They run away from the wolf. The guy in glasses says that he himself has no idea what kind of creature it is. The other one wonders if he prepared it. The ferocious wolf roars at them. The protagonist stands nearby and looks at them, saying so that's where they all hid. Aneld and Priscilla turn around saying newbie. Dane stands in front of them. He asks in shock that this is his doing, offering to do something, because they will apologize as soon as he removes the monster from them. The protagonist waves his hand casting spells. A portal appears near Etherak. His body is sucked inside. The guys sit on the floor in shock and the bespectacled guy exclaims that he evaporated, assuming that it was an illusion. The guy gets up and says that it looks like the initiation failed. He extends his hand and introduces himself as Droyan, a fifth-year alchemy student, the only direct heir to his family name. He looks at the protagonist with a grin and notes his build and appearance, assuming that with such beautiful sisters this is natural. They shake hands. Dane replies that he is also pleased to meet him, while realizing that he is talking some kind of nonsense. There are boxing gloves on the floor. The guy says that the protagonist knows how to dodge traps, and that means he entered the autonomous specialty, clarifying why the initiation did not work. Aneld is holding his head behind him and says why did he start talking about him, while he says that he set all these traps. The protagonist smiles and realizes that he is a designer. Droyan is standing next to Dane and turns to the guys, urging them to come up and say hello. He reaches out to the blonde and says that this is Priscilla, a fourth-year student of the Faculty of Theology. She removes him while he says that it is better not to mess with her, because for someone who strives to become a priestess she is pretty. She interrupts and asks what he wanted to say beautiful and sweet. She says that she is pleased to meet him. The girl calls herself the ugly duckling of her family, and the fact that she studies sacred arts means that he may not even dream of their wedding. The protagonist says with a smile, glad to meet you. She looks at him in shock. They shake hands. The girl is surprised that he has dense mana. Priscilla throws up her hands and asks if someone their age can really have such a level of mana, and it's just unimaginable. She looks at the protagonist in shock, while Droyan asks if it's really that important. Aneld looks away and realizes that they were throwing a tantrum because of some dense mana. The red-haired guy comes forward and introduces himself by the name Scal. He is a second year from the martial arts department, and he is not like the creepy jocks. The protagonist remembers the bald big guys, realizing that he means them. Scal stands in front of him and says that muscles are important, but martial arts are definitely not about visible muscles, and if he is interested, he will show him real martial arts. The protagonist looks at the turned-away guy and realizes that there is only one left. The four of them turn to Aneld, asking why he is standing there since it is his turn, hoping that he is not offended because his traps were disarmed. The guy with glasses looks down, hearing that it is because of some nonsense. This is too petty. He shakes Dane's hand and introduces himself as Aneld, who in turn says his name and says that it is nice to meet you, while realizing that he is apparently upset because he destroyed all of his traps. Dane raises a finger and claims that they were good traps, and it seems that he knows a lot about mechanisms, but the paint attracted attention. Aneld asks again with a dissatisfied face. Against the background of the paint patterns, a suggestion is made to try mixing silver F3 and black D6 in proportions of 4:6 next time instead of black F6, and in this lighting it will be less noticeable. The guy with glasses stands opposite and says that it sounds logical. Dane says that besides this, anyone would fall into this trap. Scal stands near his friends and says that Aneld is talking about traps and this guy was planted on them. Against the background of the windows, an offer is made to show the protagonist his room. 5 guys are walking down the corridor. Dane moves forward with a smile and understands that they are curious guys, and yet it is nice to make decent friends. Friends egg Aneld on while he proves that traps are cool. The protagonist with a grin understands that soon everything will become much more interesting. Against the background of the academy tower, a loud question is heard about whether he really took 6 specialized subjects this semester. Dane stands opposite Layla, saying that there are simply 2 courses in each profile. She replies that he also added general education courses and is he sure he can handle it. The girl looks at him and states that first-year students usually take a maximum of 4, advising him to think carefully before the first lesson. He can still refuse. The protagonist answers with a grin that he thinks he can handle it, and that's why he added 2 educational courses and military affairs. Layla is sitting at a desk with a piece of paper, explaining that she hates military affairs because she lost a lot of points on it on the first exam. He thinks that it's a difficult subject. The girl spreads her hands standing among the others and says that what else can you expect from the best student, saying that they will see each other in the fencing class because she has a lecture on general education. He asks what kind of lecture and what course she took. The girl looks at the book with a smile and talks about understanding cosmetics and skin. Dane smiles and thinks that she is a girl too. He tells her see you later. There are white walls in the picture. Someone asks about Dane, what he is doing here. Just don't say that he took it as a general education course and you can chat with him later, because he is the Count's son himself, and perhaps he doesn't care about the interlocutor. The protagonist stands behind the podium, realizing that he hears everything. He flips through the book, thinking about the introduction to military affairs. The picture shows many hieroglyphs on sheets of paper. Dane realizes that from what he read yesterday, there were parts he knew and parts that were completely opposite to real conditions, and if theory always coincided with practice, no country would ever lose a war. The protagonist thinks with a serious face that the reason they teach students this military theory is because it really is that fundamental. The students stand up as the professor arrived. The man behind the podium orders everyone to quickly take their places. He slaps his hands on the table and greets everyone. The man introduces himself as Gavius, saying that he will be their instructor for this military theory course. He looks at the students and says that he will mark their attendance, and then they will begin. The protagonist stands there thinking that judging by his demeanor, he is a combat veteran. He realizes with a grin that he can't wait for the class to start. Against the background of a large window, it sounds like no matter how much they study military theory, on the real battlefield everything does not work as in books and every soldier acts in his own way, and commanders constantly need to weigh the lives of their subordinates against victory, and nevertheless, it is important to know the theory, because it contains the basics of understanding the battlefield. And recognizing its discrepancies with reality helps to understand the true purpose of military affairs. The professor standing behind the podium says that he is interested in how many of the students present here will become the elite, specifying what they think is the most important thing in waging war. Someone raises their hand. The man stares ahead. The protagonist stands with his hand raised. Gavius tells him to answer. The guy smiles and talks about logistics. The professor stands opposite and declares that this is an excellent answer. Against the background of the sculpture, it sounds like victory, triumph, glory. All this is possible only with effective logistics. The students in the stands hear that it is curious, because someone gave the right answer at the very beginning of the lesson. Gavius stands with his arms crossed and asks if they know the 3 most important aspects of logistics. The protagonist answers with a serious face that the first is strict logistics management. Supply lines stretching from the central regions to the front lines depend not only on physical distance but also include an extensive management system, and just one person with selfish intentions can easily create corruption in the system, which will ultimately lead to supply shortages. He thinks back to his past, realizing that in his experience, most of the supply problems were that even when the supplies were properly packed and shipped, someone skimmed off the cream along the way. Gavious, with his arms crossed, encourages him to continue talking. The guy looks at him and names the standardization of logistics, because by standardizing the specifications, volumes, and weights of supplies, mass production becomes possible, which significantly speeds up logistics, allowing units at the front to maintain their forces without losses. The surprised students whisper among themselves who this is, because this was not in the textbook. The man thinks who he is. The professor stands behind the podium and declares that this is true again, specifying what else. He answers that the development of local production, because the longer the war lasts, and the more the previously mentioned points are ignored, the more the quality of logistics deteriorates. In the picture, workers are harvesting. It is said that therefore soldiers participating in military operations must achieve at least a minimum level of self-sufficiency. In the frame, cabbage in the garden. The protagonist stands looking at him and states that the quantity and quality of the products will be significantly lower, but will still serve as emergency rations. He realizes that all his words are based on what he saw and personally experienced on the battlefield. The students stand silently. They are shocked. Against the background of the statues, an exclamation sounds that this is impressive and this is a great answer, specifying which year Dane is in, he says in the first. Professor Gavious asks again in shock. He looks at the students and wonders how someone who has just entered knows everything. The man walks around the audience and says that strict management of logistics, standardization of logistics, and finally the development of local food production. The professor stands at the podium and states that this answer is similar to the words of a warrior or officer who actually served on the battlefield. But the guy could not have had experience. He wonders how he knows everything. Dane is silent and says that his father told him a lot about it. The man behind the podium looks at him and says that's his name. The guy says Dane. He recognizes the last name. The professor is shocked and says that he is the son of the Blue Hurricane, and that explains everything. In the frame, the hero stands in front of the monster. He realizes that this is a family member, the one who entered the autonomous specialty. Dane proudly looks forward, while the professor thinks that it is clear why he is completely different from the other first years he has seen. Gavious stands in the same place and declares that the essence of the military theory that they will study lies in the answer that Dane just gave them, the application of the theory from the textbook to suitable situations from real life. The students behind the podium hear that this is the main goal that military science strives for. The professor thinks with a grin that a lot of time has passed since someone truly exceptional entered them. Dane silently looks forward. In the background of the interior, we go further sounds. In the picture, the students are walking through the courtyard of the academy. The protagonist hurries forward, saying that he was almost dragged into graduate school. A question sounds whether he thought about studying military science more deeply. Dane stood in front of him, remembering that he called him immediately after the end of the class and began to recommend graduate school to a first year. Claire stands next to a happy boy, saying that if someone advises to enter the Imperial Graduate School, you need to immediately run and not even try to refuse or argue. He realizes that his sister's advice saved him. Dane looks away, saying that he does not look like someone who gives up, so he is a little scared. The picture shows a diagram of the building. He says that be that as it may, now he is here. The protagonist holds a sheet of paper, realizing that he cannot get used to the map of the academy because it is too big. The guy points his finger, realizing that he should meet Layla near the central fountain. He looks at the map and exclaims where. He looks ahead and says that slipping through the foggy garden will be the fastest. The picture shows a beautiful garden of fogs. Against the background of the walls, it is said that even if the sky is slightly covered with clouds, this garden is covered with fog, limiting visibility. In the frame, there is water. It is said that because of this it is very easy to get lost here, because this garden is already vast and also with fog, and it is not surprising that everyone avoids it. The main character stands in the middle of it and realizes that there are rumors that ghosts appear at night. He looks ahead with a grin, saying that it turned out not so scary compared to what her older sister told her. Against the background of the sky, he declares that the weather is good, so it is worth rushing quickly where you need to. The guy goes to the door, hearing a cry for help. He turns around and wonders if there is anyone here. He looks at the bushes and realizes that the voice is coming from the depths. The main character breaks away. He runs forward, realizing that his mother said that when you meet someone in trouble, you need to help without thinking, and there is still plenty of time until the next class. He will still have time to help get out. Dane looks ahead with a grin. Someone runs and shouts help. The man sits next to him and thanks him, stating that he thought he would be stuck here forever. Dane asks if he is hurt anywhere. The guy in glasses introduces himself as Ernest, a first-year student in the Faculty of Research. He notes that he is a little tired, but otherwise everything is fine. The protagonist stands opposite and finds out if the researcher really got lost. He replies that he became interested and went on a spree. Dane thinks how interested he became that he got lost. The protagonist looks at him and clarifies his barony Dylan is in the west. On the coat of arms there seems to be a Scythian with a sailor. In the frame there is a large ship in the middle of the sea. The guy is surprised that he knows everything. He asks what is the last name of the most famous travelers. He answers that yes, because their family has been exploring the seas and unknown lands for generations. The main character closes his eyes and thinks that for such a thing the interlocutor looks a little frail. The guy shyly approaches him, saying that he is surprised by the knowledge of his family. Asking what his name is, he says his full name, and he exclaims that he is the one who entered the autonomous specialty for the first time in 50 years. He adjusts his glasses exclaiming that this is luck, because all this time he wanted to meet him. The main character is silent with a serious look. He examines the happy guy and notices injuries, thinking that he said that he was not hurt, but judging by everything, he has abrasions and it seems like scars too. They look at each other. Dane realizes that the wounds received during the walk do not look like wounds at all. Against the backdrop of a beautiful garden, a question sounds that Ernest explored it. He says that he is interested in exploring new places, and in fact, he is attracted to anything new, and naturally, the fact that it looks like a labyrinth attracted him, but people and things also count. He opens a bag with items and says look. Dane asks if this is all the equipment for research. Ernest sits next to him and says that his goal is to explore every corner of the academy. He raises a finger and states that the Garden of Mist is of course one of them, because it is completely illogical that the fog rises at the slightest cloudiness. Dane is shocked that this is true, clarifying whether he found out anything. Against the backdrop of a beautiful garden, he answers that no, but he is sure that some powers are hidden in this garden, but no one has found anything. They look at each other. Ernest states that this is so, but what if no one even thought to find anything, or is there some reason why nothing was found even though they tried? Ernest says with a serious look what exactly. At the moment they do not know anything, but he can put forward a hypothesis. In the picture A Beautiful Garden, the guy suggests that if these are powers born from something like a relic of a lost ancient kingdom, or from a creature from beyond the horizon. The red dragon is depicted against the background of a pentagram. He wonders if the phenomenon was created by unknown elements or entities. Dane stands in front of him and says that the relic of the ancient kingdom intrigued him. He asks if he really thinks so too, because he seriously wants to reveal the secret. The guy turns away from him when he hears that he was going to class. He suggests getting out of there. Ernest closes the bag. It started to rain. It is getting stronger. They are shocked that it started. Ernest turns to the main character and says that they have problems. Because the fog rises faster when it rains, he understands that it will be more difficult to get out. Fog forms around. Ernest says that they will completely lose orientation in space. He holds a compass in his hand. Its arrow is swinging in different directions. Ernest watches this in fear. Against the background of fog, he shouts that he thought so, that the compass is not working, which means they are stuck. Dane asks if he can solve something with his research skills. The guy closes the compass and says that in any other place he would have come up with something, but in this foggy garden where mystical forces work, no way. The protagonist is shocked, thinking that this is a curse and they really got stuck. Ernest sits on the floor opposite and says that his body is getting heavier. He apologizes to Dane saying that it is all because of him. He replies that it is okay and there is no need to be too nervous, you can just wait and watch. The fog is thickening around them. The protagonist thinks for some reason it seems familiar to him. The guy looks at himself in shock, feeling charged. Ernest holds onto his glasses and says in fear that things are bad. If this continues, even the protagonist may not be well. He sees a glow in front of him. He opens his eyes in shock. Dane stands surrounded by vortices of energy. The guy in glasses closes his eyes, exclaiming about the immense magical power. The guy stands next to him and realizes that the fog is dissipating around Dane. The protagonist stands opposite. They ask him what is happening. Dane looks at him and tells Ernest that they need to go, because he seems to have figured out how to get out. The comrade stands opposite in shock and asks how he figured it out. They exchange glances. The protagonist realizes that he might be able to open it. It's raining in the garden. Dane means the secret of this place. They go forward. The protagonist disperses the fog. He wonders what the hell is going on there. Ernest goes behind and understands that it is a mystical fog, the secret of which many wizards could not solve, and Dane calmly walks through it without any problems. The protagonist steps forward. His friend realizes that the path they are walking on is also cleared of fog and everything becomes visible. He presses his lips in fear, realizing that this is a truly amazing guy. Dane leads him behind her and declares that they are almost there. He steps forward, asking if he really found the exit. The guy in glasses stands in shock near the protagonist and exclaims what it is. They came to a sphere with a fountain. He says that this is the center of the Garden of Fogs. Ernest stands next to the protagonist and exclaims that there is a magic fountain in the center of the garden. He asks what is so special, and if it is special, the guy replies that it is natural, because most students go there for this. The guy in glasses stands next to the surprised Dane and says that he does not even know about the legend of this place. He clarifies what it is. Near the fountain there is a couple holding hands. It is said that there is a legend that if you get to the fountain before the fog clears, you will be reunited with the desired person. The protagonist looks forward and realizes that this is another romantic fairy tale. He watches in surprise and wonders how the magic of this fountain remains active because it is so difficult to get here, since it continues to work. Ernest is shocked that he is right. The protagonist looks at the water. The character stands opposite him. It is said that since no one maintains the constant introduction of mana, in the frame there is a bright shining object. It is explained that perhaps there is a source of power, powerful enough that it does not need to be maintained. Ernest stands in front of him and says that in that case the garden could be one giant mechanism. Dane stands in front of it, saying that given how overly complicated and confusing its layout is, it could be true. They look at it. Ernest says that if the garden itself is one big mechanism, then the magic fountain could be an ancient relic. The protagonist stands in the blue energy, realizing that the fog is probably involved in this somehow too. Dane touches it, thinking that this is clearly the same feeling. He stands in front of him with his eyes closed. He opens his eyes, realizing that something inside him is happy to meet an old friend. The guys look at the fountain. Dane is sure that this is ancient magic. He questioningly touches the hieroglyphs with his hand. The guy turns to Ernest, who exclaims that this is an ancient secret language. He asks again. The picture shows letters of a language. The guy explains that he didn't understand it right away because he couldn't see it clearly, but after looking closely he's sure that this language was used in a lost ancient kingdom. Dane stands opposite him and clarifies that he even knows this. He replies that he's from the Dylan family, and studying ancient languages like this is a must for researchers. He touches the sheet of paper with inscriptions in surprise, hearing that it would be extremely unpleasant to find ancient ruins and not know what's written there. The guy pulls something out of his pocket, saying that he hasn't mastered all the languages yet. He twirls the item with his fingers, declaring that this is exactly what his father taught him when he was little. Ernest happily touches the wall with a pencil and exclaims to let him try to translate. The protagonist laughs sheepishly, realizing that his research instincts have really kicked in. Ernest stands in the middle of the fountain, wondering what the word worthy means. He touches the inscriptions with his pen and exclaims, "Yes." Ernest looks down in surprise. He is writing something in his notebook. Ernest happily shouts to Dane that he is done, who asks what is written there. The guy in glasses shows the sheet with a smile and says that the one who is worthy will prove his strength. The protagonist asks again in surprise. Against the background of the fountain, the guy thinks that perhaps by proof they mean ancient magic, and for some reason the closer they get to the center, the more familiar he feels. Ernest scratches his head with a grin and says that this is really funny. If the proof that is being talked about here is an ancient power, there is no way that something like that still remains. The protagonist thanks him. Ernest looks ahead in shock. He sees that Dane's bracelet is shining blue. The guy in glasses folded his hands, trying to figure out what he is doing. The protagonist stands in the middle of a whirlwind of energy, realizing that they say that runes contain power in their outline alone. He stares ahead. The guy looks at his bracelet in his memories, realizing that if he uses it against the background of the inscriptions, the protagonist thinks that he can react. Frightened Ernest watches as Dane puts his hand out and the bracelet glows brightly. Letters are visible on it. The guy understands that these are strange symbols. The guy stretches his hand forward. In the picture, the symbols on the bracelet are against the background of a fountain. They begin to gradually blur. They glow brightly. The protagonist stands opposite his bespectacled friend. Water falls in the fountain. Ernest stands next to Dane in fear and asks what suddenly started to happen, because everything shook wildly. The fountain begins to make sounds. Part of the fountain moves. Ernest screams, asking what exactly he did, because the fountain fell underground. Dane realizes with a smile that in the end it turned out to be the right decision. A strong wind blows on them. Ernest does not understand what is happening at all. The guy holds his hand in front of him and talks about the fog and the activation of an ancient relic with such ease. Dane's bracelet glows blue. The protagonist looks forward with a smile. His friend thinks that he is the one who turned out to be worthy. A large crystal in the fountain begins to emit energy. Dane calls Ernest to look, because something is shining in the center. They open their mouths in shock. They look up. The guy enthusiastically shouts that this is such a beauty, like a gem, and this must be the source of power from which the fountain works. The protagonist stands next to it and says that apparently it is the reason for all the mystical phenomena in this garden. Dane does not take his eyes off and says in this case, against the background of the crystal, he wonders why they do not come face to face with the ancient power. Dane stands in a whirlwind of energy. He touches it with his hand. He understands with a serious look that this power is ancient magic and exactly the same power as the one he has. The crystal emits energy. There are symbols in the frame. He understands that Archana existed and was destroyed, and this is her legacy. The protagonist touches the crystal with his hand, realizing that it is amazing, because he understands an ancient language that he could not understand before, and this is truly the legacy of the magical kingdom, and means that he has just absorbed its power. The guy holds his chest and sighs. He clenches his teeth and screams at his heart. In the picture, a red heart in a vortex of energy, he understands that something is happening. It begins to emit light. A blue sign forms in his chest. He wonders if this is really a circle. In the frame, there are blue objects. He says that this is a core and a circle. In the frame, fierce warriors in the form of a man and a woman. It is said that their roles are completely opposite to each other, and having both is rare, low efficiency, and also harms the body. A warrior with a sword is kneeling. The protagonist realizes that this is why magical swordsmen constantly suffer from heart problems. Dane walks next to his friend, realizing that this is why he didn't want to create a circle that would only be used for magic. But he certainly didn't expect that he would be forcibly inserted into it. Ernest turns to the protagonist and asks if he's okay, because as soon as they finished with the fountain, he somehow turned pale. Dane asks with a grin not to worry, he just has a lot on his mind. The guy in glasses says in amazement that he was also shocked, asking if he absorbed that power. There are blue hieroglyphs in the frame. He replies that the fog and runes too, they seem to be somehow connected to him. The protagonist stands opposite and is silent, realizing that the bespectacled friend must also have a lot of questions. He saw all this, but for now it's better for him not to know anything. The guy tells Ernest with a grin that he did everything as his sister taught him, but he himself does not understand the details. He replies that he should let him know when he figures everything out himself. Dane says definitely. Against the background of the academy territory, it sounds like today he felt his researcher blood boil, clarifying how about starting to solve the mysteries of the academy together, and sharing any strange places they find. Dane realizes that there must be other places here, full of magic like this. Ernest turns to him and clarifies that he seemed to say that he has a class soon. The guy is shocked, remembering Layla. He takes his friend by the hand and asks to forgive him, stating that he will go first. Dane runs with a bag and shouts to him, "See you soon." He answers the same. Ernest looks after him with a smile. The main character runs away. He considers him an interesting guy. The picture shows a beautiful sky. Ernest mentally understands that if he continues to explore the academy with him, something amazing will definitely happen. The picture shows rocks and a road. Dane runs forward, saying that it is strange, but for some reason he began to move much easier. The guy moves forward with a serious look. Dane runs off to class, realizing that the circle and the core coexist together, but he does not feel discomfort, because usually the circle should prevent mana from being pulled out of the core, which makes this situation extremely ineffective. He pushes off the ground, realizing that no matter how much mana he is creating now, nothing unusual is happening. There is blue energy in the frame. He thinks with a grin that everything is even the opposite. In the frame, mana circulates around the bracelet. The main character realizes this and adds that then it seems to gather in the core again, and it also becomes much cleaner there than before. Dane runs forward with a bag. He says with a smile that this is amazing. He needs to contact his older sister. The picture shows buildings in the Hangston district. Layla walks with Dane and says that this means that this is the famous district that she has heard so much about. The girl suggests that he look to the side, because she sees an entrance there. The protagonist watches in surprise. They approach the doors. Layla states that this must be a well-known magical barrier. He asks again. The girl says with a smile that it was created by a legendary wizard from the academy, and it is activated once a year for first-year students with a talent for magic. They walk along the corridor. She says that you need to go through it, and the color will change depending on the quality and level of mana. In the picture, the hero has wings. It is said that initially the purpose of its use was to identify dark wizards trying to infiltrate the academy. But after they disappeared, the barrier began to be used like this. The protagonist asks her with interest which color corresponds to which level. There are 4 different colors in the picture. The girl replies that if he has no talent at all, the color will not appear. If he is not bad, then it will be yellow, and if he is really talented, then blue, and incredibly talented is red. He looks at Layla to clarify whether she really studied this. She replies that she wants to know everything about the academy. In the frame of Arabella with Claire, the girl says that both his sisters have summoned the red color. Layla runs forward and tells him that she will check first. She steps on the pavement. Everything around is filled with red light. Layla is delighted and shouts red. He stands behind and says with a smile, "Amazing." She replies that it was expected. Dane with interest declares that he will also try. He goes inside. The guy walks silently, realizing that most likely he will also get red. He waves his hand. Dane looks away, realizing that since he absorbed ancient magic, he can be even more powerful than usual. The heroes stand in front of the portal with Green. He looks forward excitedly with her, and does not understand why Green. She answers what happened because Green rank does not exist. Layla exclaims in shock why he is always different. He says with an embarrassed grin that it is true, while thinking why this happens. The students are standing in the middle of the room. The question sounds whether he saw the insignia of that guy, and he is really from economics, and why a person who works with only money, this lecture. Against the background of the interior, it is said that the lectures of the Faculty of Magic are really interesting and probably he will just listen to the introductory part and leave. The guy enters the classroom. A group of guys are standing opposite another. One of them clarifies why Arthur came here. He replies that he looked in because he needs to talk about something after class. He asks with a grin if the guy who is from the first year of the autonomous one has shown up. The surprised interlocutor stands opposite and says that he said that he would attend these classes, but he has not seen him yet. He answers seriously. It seems that the main character is in no hurry. Arthur stands opposite and states that when he comes he needs to bring him, because he is Miss Arabella's younger brother, so he needs to take special care of him. He agrees. The guy turns around and leaves. The students look at Dane and Layla, saying that he is handsome and has eyes like emeralds, and next to him is a girl from the Termion house. The girl looks at the embarrassed guy with a smirk, saying that it is probably cool when you are the best student, and wherever he appears, everyone only talks about him. Arthur says with a smile that he is finally here. He stands opposite him and spreads his arms, saying that he is pleased to meet Dane, because he took a good look at him at the entrance ceremony, and he definitely stands out. The main character and his girlfriend look at him. He realizes that this is probably an upperclassman, but for some reason he behaves in a familiar way. Dane looks at the big guy and asks what his name is, asking that the magic faculty does not teach basic rules of decency. The protagonist calmly clarifies that if he needs something from him, shouldn't he introduce himself first? Arthur clenches his teeth in rage, mentally insulting Dane. The surprised students say that Dane told him this and that it could result in huge problems for him, because if he somehow annoys the elders, then consider that his school life is over. Arthur looms over the guy and says that he came here specifically for the younger brother of the respected Miss Arabella, and he behaves so impudently as if he does not know his place and never thought that such a disgusting attitude could harm the reputation of his family. Dane, with his eyes closed, replies that he did not really think about it, clarifying that from what he observes, isn't he the one being rude now? The interlocutor clenches his teeth and declares that he seriously does not understand what is happening under his nose. The amazed Layla looks at her friend, who understands that if she lets him get away with this, his reputation will suffer, and his sister will understand. A vortex of energy forms around his hand. The guy says that it looks like the opponent needs some education. Their serious looks intersect. Someone puts books on the table and asks what is going on, and if there are any problems. The students stand in front of the professor and Arthur says that he just came to say hello to the first years. Denevo looks ahead and suggests leaving the acquaintances for after school hours. The big guy waves his hand and says that this time he will turn a blind eye to the behavior of the protagonist. Layla tells Dane that he should be more careful, because the guy looks unpleasant. Arthur turns around and tells the other to bring the protagonist to that place. In the background of the audience, a question is heard that he is Arabella's younger brother and perhaps it is not worth it. He replies that he will explain everything to her, so they just need to bring him. In the picture, a blue device says that since today is an introductory lecture, they will stop at a simple one. Since this is also a practical course, they need to measure their mana, they exclaim, realizing what it is. Denevo stands near the table and says that if you put your hand on the device and give it mana, the device on the table begins to glow. The professor says against the background of signs that you can see how many circles they have. The guys at the desk in shock exclaim about 8 circles, as expected from the professor. In the picture there are large blue circles. The professor states that naturally there is a difference between the circles. The darker the color, the higher its level. Denevo stands with his hand out, saying that sometimes circles do not appear at all, but the absence does not mean a lack of talent, so there is no need to worry. The shocked students hear that some have not yet formed their first circle. Denevo stands on the tile, saying that this is why they cannot rely only on determining the circles. He points his finger and explains that since they took this course, they should at least know the basics of elementary magic. In the frame there are blue balls. He states that they use them in order to accurately measure mana. The protagonist with a serious face thinks about this. Denevo spreads his arms in the middle of blue splashes, saying that using the elementary magic of telekinesis, they need to demonstrate how accurately they can control the movement of the balls. He waves his arms and says like this. Many balls start flying. The students watch this closely. They look forward. An exclamation is heard that this is amazing because the runes are outlined perfectly and the professor can control telekinesis so accurately. Layla looks away and says that there is no need to fuss so much. In the picture, there is shining energy. It is said that even elementary magic varies in strength and accuracy depending on the ability of the caster, and in order to move the shans, it is necessary to endow each with mana and at their level they can handle a maximum of 3. Layla looks at Dane and clarifies that maybe he can handle a larger number. Denevo stands near the board and tells Arthur that he is just observing today, but he could also demonstrate the technique to the younger course. The big guy smiles and says he agrees, thinking that he will do everything to make the impudent Dane realize his superiority. The main character looks away and thinks that now they will see where all this self-confidence is coming from. The guy approaches the blue device. The amazed students sit at the desk and say that Arthur already owns 4 circles, and the color is so deep. Denevo pats him on the shoulder and says that each time his abilities are getting better and better, He notes that this is all thanks to his instructions. The professor says with a smile that usually the formation of 4 circles occurs sometime after graduation, but their senior comrade has already reached this level. Denevo stands next to him and shouts to the students that this is a truly stunning talent and they should stay close to him, because who knows that his advice can help any of them reach heights. The students sit at their desks and listen. Arthur smiles widely, realizing that it is too early for Dane to be surprised, because he will show him the difference between them. The main character watches him with a serious face. In the frame, blue energy rages in space. The students open their mouths in shock and look up. An exclamation is heard that now he perfectly controls the balls. Arthur stands with his arms outstretched and holds blue balls around himself. The guys shout that this can't be and there are too many of them. The tense guy looks ahead and realizes that he has put all his strength to the limit. The protagonist closely watches his actions. Arthur mentally wonders how he likes this. Someone in the hall shouted, "Great, applause, please." What else to expect from Arthur? And someone asked, "And what kind of Tower of Magicians is he going to join later?" The blonde nodded his head when the man said, "Great job," can go back to his seat, and he answered, "Okay, Professor." After which he raised his head and thought, well, let's see what level of mana he shows. The blue-eyed man looked away. The red-haired man turned around and said, "By the way, if they lack mana, the device will not show anything. If this worries them, they can leave the lecture hall right now." The students sat in their seats. The teacher looked at them and asked, "No one, okay, in that case they will start. Let them come in order of the queue, starting from the first row." The heroes lined up. The girl closed her eyes and said they call it an introductory lecture, but in reality they are just revealing their abilities in front of everyone. The guy looked into the distance and answered, "Exactly, this is exactly what the academy is." Magic was hovering around the professor. The student opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Wow, first round." The brunette extended his hand and asked why nothing was working. The young man stood with his arms outstretched and shouted, "The balls were falling," when the man said, "What a pity, next." The blonde crossed his arms and said, "Yes, this is a complete mess." The redhead opened her mouth wide and shouted for him to look, his turn. The protagonist approached the table and extended his hand. The guy frowned and thought, Dane, he will watch with all his attention how far his impudence goes. The hero's hand approached the ball. The protagonist stood silently and thought, in fact, he himself was curious, since he absorbed ancient magic, something should have changed. Suddenly, blue flashes appeared. The yellow-eyed man frowned and thought, Dane. Then he remembered how he solved his task with honors on the entrance exam. Then the blonde man stood and smiled when the man continued, "I wonder how many circles he will show now." The brunette grinned maliciously. People looked forward. Magic circles appeared around the young man. The blue-eyed man clenched his teeth diligently. A bright light emanated from his hand. A notification appeared on the screen, where it was written, "Impossible to measure," when someone asked again in surprise. The protagonist looked at the screen, his mouth open, when someone added, "What is this?" The guy frowned angrily, and the lady opened her eyes wide. The green-eyed man was surprised when someone asked what was the matter. The students started to leave when the man asked if the device was defective or something. If it didn't have circles, then it didn't exist, meaning it couldn't be measured. The young man stood silently and thought, it was because of ancient magic. The professor looked at the screen and thought, the accuracy of this device was 100%, it could even detect those who were hiding their true level. He looked at the student and continued his thought, it couldn't be measured, he had never seen anything like that before. Then a scream was heard in the hall. The device must have overloaded. The teacher approached Dane and suggested moving on to the test with the balls for now, to which he replied, "Okay." The blonde smiled sarcastically and said he knew it, this kid was nothing special. The man took a step forward. The protagonist looked at the flask with the balls and thought, it didn't show anything, too bad, at least he'll try the balls, but it's still unclear if it will work. Then he closed his eyes. His hand was enveloped in magic. The glare brightly lit up. The balls flew up. 2 people opened their mouths in surprise. Looking at what was happening, someone shouted, he raised all the balls to the last one, but Tweet can't. Before him the guys were sweating even over 5. The brunette raised his finger and shouted, all the balls, this kid turned out to be incredibly capable. The blonde frowned in surprise and thought, how is this possible? The girl was also shocked and spoke, and here again, she is not even surprised. The blue-eyed man looked up and thought, he would never have thought that everyone would fly up. It turns out much better than he could have imagined. It seems that after absorbing the ancient mana he became even stronger. The young man crossed his arms. Then he smiled and said, okay, then he will show something cool. People silently watched what was happening. The professor raised his head and thought that he saw it. The balls flew one after another. When he continued his thought, he places the balls with such precision, draws an image. Drawings appeared in the air. Everyone looked up when someone shouted, it's a lion and a snake, that's the Soger's family crest. The boy smiled as the teacher thought, even Arabella didn't shake things up like that. The redhead lowered her head and said, "She's next, can you, damn, take it easy, Dane." The redhead walked up to the guy and said, "Impressive, great job, Master Sidrain, known for refusing to take students, can definitely be proud to have taught him." The protagonist bowed and thanked the professor. Someone from the crowd shouted, "Oh my god, he got a kick out of the former tower manager, now I understand why he entered the autonomous specialty." The brunette looked at Arthur and asked what they were going to do now. "He's crazy," to which he angrily replied that he should shut up, he's thinking, and he apologized. The man clenched his fist tightly and thought, damn, the Soger's family, this is beyond the pale, how come they're all such monsters? He looked at the protagonist and thought, if he was that good, they should change the plan. Then he gritted his teeth and added, no matter how annoying it was, there was no greater shame than starting a fight and losing it. The young man smiled when his classmate thought, since they were not comparable in abilities, they would have to lure him over to their side. The guy looked at the blonde and said that they needed to include him in the student council. He himself was an important member of the student council, so he could subjugate him to make it easier to manipulate him. The brunette opened his mouth and shouted that he was only a first year, and even for them it was not that easy to get there. They watched the professor, and the young man said that until now no first year had been accepted into the student council. But who cared? They would simply break this unspoken rule with confidence. They just had to trust him. Through him they would raise the prestige of the magic faculty. The two listened to him with their mouths open. The young man grinned and thought that naturally, his status and career opportunities would also rise. There were patterns on the ceiling. The professor folded his arms across his chest and said that it was great, and he could know in advance that he was capable of such a thing, exactly to fight with the other professors to transfer to the magic faculty. The protagonist believed that he would make every effort, despite being in a different specialty. The professor asked the stops if everyone had heard this. The students from the magic faculty should be on guard. The other guys listened to him attentively. The man put his hand on his shoulder, smiled and said that he could come to him whenever he had free time. The young man smiled and said, "Good, professor?" The girl followed and asked what he was all about. How did he always do all this? The protagonist grinned and answered that he himself did not know. The red-haired girl asked if he really thought he was special. Remembering the previous lesson, Dane said that she also picked up 5 balls, but she replied that these words did not please him at all. They continued walking in silence, and the guy thought that she really frowned. 3 people were walking towards them. The protagonist thought, this guy again. The blonde smiled and said that he appreciated his skills, and he had a conversation, whether he could spare him a minute. The protagonist remained silent and thought to himself that the guy, as soon as he saw his abilities, immediately changed the record. The sun illuminated everything around. The guys were standing in front of the building. The man stood in front of them, and the blonde said that the student council determines the academy's policies and manages its budget, and all of its members have enormous influence, which implies various privileges. For example, student council members are allowed to take disciplinary measures against students and approve events for different faculties. He presented a judge's gavel. The young man chuckled and thought that his older sister had told him about this. It was an extremely powerful organization that only a small portion of players could join. The young man opened his mouth and asked what he thought. As a current member, he could put in a good word for him. Since he was clearly qualified, he even exceeded all the requirements. Clenching his fist, he added that if he became a member of the student council, he would automatically get into the Dantare Hall. Dane opened his mouth and said that he was already there. The guy folded his arms across his chest and believed that for now it wasn't like that. But who knows if he'll be able to stay there forever. It's not just that, there are also some privileges in the form of immunity. The protagonist thought, how many privileges do they have anyway? He wouldn't be surprised if they told him that the student council has some extraterritorial rights. A blonde guy approached him and asked if he was interested, but he replied that he wasn't really. His eyes widened and he thought, what a bastard. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that he could join, but he was interested in achieving everything solely on his own, and besides, getting any privileges always requires something in return. The two looked at each other and thought that this guy was really insightful, and he instantly understood Alter's intentions. The young man threw up his hands and shouted, he even understands what he is giving up. Every student dreams of getting into the student council. He raises some time at the academy and realizes how incredible this offer is, and he should think more. The girl clenched her teeth and thought, what the hell, why is he so persistent? Then she grabbed Dane's hand and said that if they are late, all the tarts will be snatched up, so they should be faster. He ran after her and said exactly, the time is not right for chatting. Alter extended his hand to them and asked where they were going in the middle of the conversation. The main character closed his eyes and said that he already had preliminary agreements, and apologized, and silently thanked Layla for being right on time. The blonde looked after them and said that he would not give up without more compelling reasons for sure. The sun was shining brightly. The heroine walked down the road and said, what an annoying guy. It looks like he was trying to sew him into the student council. If he agreed to his offer, he would definitely use it to turn him into his pawn. Dane turned his head and thanked her for helping him out of this situation. she only said irritably that he seemed not to notice her at all, and did not even think to call her. The young man smiled and said so that's what got her. They continued walking and the heroine said that it was because he was absolutely absurdly talented. Today's test confirmed it. She was asked if she finally decided to accept it with dignity. She answered, not that she had a choice. She was asked if they really serve tarts here. She answered, of course, this is the Imperial Academy. If somewhere in the Empire there is some kind of dessert, then they serve it here. People walked around the square. The columns were illuminated by the sun. The doors were closed. The professor turned his head and asked if he had been watching Dane in class. The blonde replied of course, he was truly amazing. The redhead laughed, and said that he might even surpass Arabella. He closed his eyes and said that the field of magic was so vast that it was hard to say for sure, but in terms of pure magical talent, it was definitely possible. The young man opened his mouth and thought, my God, did he really mean to say that his talent surpassed that of the highly respected Miss Arabella? The redhead extended his hand and told Alter to keep a close eye on Dane and try his best to convince him to transfer to the magic department. The blonde squeezed his knee and thought that was all he could think about. Everyone was mesmerized by his talent. He remembered how he had lifted the balloons into the air, and how patterns had appeared in the air. The guy raised his head and said that he had talked to him after class, offering to introduce him to the student council, but he had refused. The man grimaced and said that maybe Arabella had already told him something, but his talent was too valuable to let him go so easily. Oda fell silent with their heads down. The young man raised his head and remembered how they had talked about his letter of recommendation. The professor had replied that it looked like it wouldn't be that easy and asked him not to be so impatient. He still had 2 years left. The magic towers would be lining up for a student like him after he graduated. Alter closed his eyes and thought, damn, he said the same thing last year. Does he really think that he doesn't understand why things are like this? If he gets a guaranteed place in a magic tower, he'll lose a student he can push around as he pleases, which means he's deliberately keeping him out. The man smiled widely. The young man remembered how he had turned down 2 towers that he tried to get into in his 3rd year. Sunbeams were streaming through the window. The blonde said that in that case he'd take care of Dane himself. The man put his hands on his knees and said okay, and he would trust Alter. He sighed and thought, damn, his future was in this guy's hands. Whether he liked it or not, he had to obey. Fucking old man. The redhead smiled and thought, fucking old man. The couple walked down the hallway when the blonde asked Layla if the path to the dining hall was always so busy, to which she replied that if the club had too few members, or they couldn't show their activities, they were disbanded. The yellow-eyed girl turned her head when the guy said that it was the first time he had participated in so many competitions, and she replied, but they had earned a lot of prizes. Then she began to list, 20 mana stones, 15 lunch coupons, 5 regular food coupons, 8 store certificates. She took the scroll and added, and a treasure map. The heroine looked at him and asked what the hell it was, to which the protagonist replied, the senior student organizing the competition said that he bought it at a blind auction at the Arkender trading house. The lady's eyes lit up as she cried out, Arkender, then I must take it, it leads to the real treasure. The young man smiled and thought, yeah, his father told him about this. The sun was shining on the building as he continued his thought. The Arkender trading house collects the most beautiful and rarest things from all over the empire. He then added, and the best appraisers in the country carefully examine each of them, so that only genuine lots are put up for sale. The hero looked at the scroll and said to look, the seal is still intact. The couple stood in the hallway when the blonde said, a treasure map of the academy, and the lady added, she heard that the academy hides a lot of secrets and mysterious places. The green-eyed man picked up the map and thought that Ernest would be happy when he saw it. The Demetra Hall, the building where most general education lectures were held, was illuminated by the sun. The hero raised his head and muttered that he, too, was finally in the place where classes on the history of the empire were held. The young man smiled and thought that at home, the head butler had taught him, so the guy already knew most of the material, and this was encouraging. Ernest came closer and exclaimed that they met again, after which the blonde noted that his friend had taken the same course. The bespectacled man grinned and replied that it was mandatory for first-year students, and he had been wondering if Dane would be here. The interlocutors exchanged glances, and the researcher asked how the hero felt after what had happened, but he said that he had not noticed any particular changes, and everything was a bit more confusing, so he would tell you later. The sun's glare reflected on the columns, and Dane added that he had news for his comrade. A group of students approached them and called out to Ernest. The protagonist glanced sideways at his friend, noticing that his expression had changed and that he was shaking as if in panic. One man chuckled and noted that they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Ernest's eyes widened and he clenched his teeth. Dane squinted, noticing that the young man looked like a soldier suffering from a combat injury. The sun was shining brightly, and the bespectacled man nervously greeted Bron, who exclaimed that the guy should have said that he had been accepted, and the blonde thought that this did not look like a normal relationship. The man patted the researcher on the head, and he apologized, while the interlocutor said that he did not expect that people like him were allowed in here, because the young man trembled like an aspen leaf every time he opened his mouth. The protagonist watched them with displeasure. The student bared his teeth and said that he was too lazy to go to the store, so let the bespectacled man run for a sandwich. The others looked at them mockingly, while Ernest muttered that he was a little awkward, since he was with a friend. The interlocutor raised an eyebrow and looked away. The man turned to the main character and asked if he was his friend, but he looked pretty pumped up. Braun grinned and asked what faculty he was from, but immediately added that his status was clear, since he was messing around with a Four Eyes guy. Dane pressed his lips together and thought that he didn't know what family he was from, but this carefree look reminded him of street thugs, who can always be found on the battlefield. The student crossed his arms and asked if this asshole was really going to play the silent treatment. The long-haired guy looked at them with displeasure and shouted that the lecture was about to start, so they should hurry up. Braun smiled and replied that they would be there soon. He glanced sideways at the young men and promised to talk after class. Ernest winced when he added that he had a lot of things to do. The bullies turned around, discussing how their student life was about to get a lot more interesting. The protagonist turned to his friend. The researcher's hands were shaking. Dane patted him on the back and asked if he was okay, to which the guy began to apologize. They watched them leave, and the bespectacled guy said that they were from a different family and that they had bullied him at home. Braun laughed loudly while the researcher said that he knew they were studying at the academy, but there were many different faculties, and he hoped not to cross paths with them. The protagonist put his hand on his shoulder and assured him that it didn't bother him at all, so they could just go inside. The interlocutor nodded, and the blonde thought that his friend had turned very pale. Apparently he had been really tortured. The guy stepped forward and asked the bespectacled guy not to worry, since he would go with us. Ernest winced and replied that he could handle it himself. Dane frowned and asked if he was really going to go alone and become their lackey, since they would obviously continue to bully him. The researcher's eyes widened. They stopped, and the hero reminded him that the boy had seen his abilities near the fountain, so there was no need to worry. Ernest imagined Dane with magic and thought that he was really strong. He shuddered. The protagonist stood in front of him and offered to go together after all. After class, they met bullies on the road, and Braun sarcastically asked if the bespectacled man remembered the good old days, and Dane clarified if he really was his friend, since he looked like he was just going to provoke a conflict. The man raised his eyebrows and asked who he was to bother. The blonde frowned and asked a question in return. The interlocutor gritted his teeth and exclaimed that the boy was completely out of his mind and imagined himself special just by getting into the academy. They stood opposite each other, and Braun told them that he was the heir to the most powerful family in the West, Sauer. The hero scratched his ear and replied that he didn't know any. The bespectacled man stared at his friend, dumbfounded. Braun tensed up, and the others began to egg him on, saying that this couldn't be allowed to go unpunished. The man narrowed his eyes and ordered his companions to give the guy a good beating. The students bared their teeth in anticipation. They moved forward, saying that Ernest should have chosen his friends more carefully, because now he would get a double portion of cuffs. The bespectacled man jumped up in fear and muttered that they should just run away while they could, because these guys were seriously dangerous. The bullies were approaching, and the researcher added that Braun had been called a fencing genius since childhood. The hero narrowed his eyes and replied that now it was interesting. He turned to his comrade and said that he would leave him alone to knock him out with a punch to the jaw, and asked him to trust him and do as he said. Dane calmly looked at his interlocutor, who was thinking that he did not understand him at all. The bespectacled man's eyes widened. One of the guys loomed over the hero. He swung his fist and exclaimed that the young man was completely relaxed. His eyes narrowed. The student hit the guy in the face, demanding that he start praying to the gods. Dane turned his head from the blow. Ernest turned pale and called out to him. The bully bared his teeth and asked how he liked that. Braun grinned contentedly. The student clenched his fist and added that he was not finished yet. The protagonist abruptly knocked his hand away. The guy straightened up. He blocked the attack and said that it was obvious to everyone that he had struck first. The blonde grinned and added that now it was self-defense. The opponent swung and exclaimed indignantly, but the young man had already ducked. Dane narrowed his eyes and clenched his fist. He punched his opponent in the stomach. The student froze and gasped. At that moment, the hero went behind him. With a quick movement, the guy hit his opponent under the knee. The bully flew up and began to fall. He frowned and opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and turned. Dane dodged the next attacker, and someone muttered that the kid wasn't so bad. The blonde struck the enemy in the jaw. Then he pushed him with his shoulder. The student flew into his comrade. The hero swung his hand, releasing mana. He furrowed his brows, looking at them. Energy beams slammed into the two bullies. They staggered, having received the blow. They both collapsed to the ground in front of the protagonist. The students lay unconscious. Braun watched them from the side. The protagonist raised his hand and muttered, which came out stronger than he expected, probably due to ancient magic. The bespectacled man's eyes widened in shock. The man also froze in surprise. The blonde stood among his defeated rivals. Braun frowned and muttered that they were idiots. The students, trying to come to their senses, exclaimed that this kid was crazy. Their leader stood in front of the hero, shouting that they had lost to the freshman, and the young man suggested continuing. Dane grinned and added that there had been more conversations. Braun frowned angrily and asked what he had just said, and his companion anxiously suggested that they stop, because the guy turned out to be cool and even throws magic bullets. The interlocutor shoved him and was indignant that he was scared of some kids. He created a cloud of energy in his hand, saying that he would do everything himself. A dark portal appeared next to the man. The hero and Ernest looked at it warily. The rival pulled a sword out of space. He silently swung the blade. Braun chuckled and said that no one goes to these back alleys, so it's okay, but it's the boy's own fault for forcing him to arm himself. The hero stood calmly, noting that the sword was pretty good, and his friend exclaimed that everything could end terribly since the hooligan took out a weapon. Dane narrowed his eyes and thought that this reckless guy didn't care about the rules at all. The man frowned and said that in bad weather this place was covered in thick fog, so you can't find anyone here, but his companion suggested stopping, because they could be expelled. Braun turned around displeased and ordered them to deal with the bespectacled man and then drag him to him. The interlocutor frowned and reluctantly agreed. They both rushed forward, and Ernest asked the hero what to do. The blonde nodded and replied that these guys were weaklings, and the explorer could win one-on-one. The guy imagined his friend walking in the mountains, and said that he had been on a lot of hikes, which meant his body must be pumped up. The bespectacled man often went down the slope, and Dane advised him to just try to hit him once. Ernest's eyes widened, but he said nothing. Braun and his partner were approaching. The student bared his teeth and declared that they were both corpses. The protagonist suddenly jumped to the side. The man frowned and muttered that he was not letting him swing properly, which meant that he had experience in real fights. The blonde grinned and demanded that he shut up and follow him. The researcher clenched his fist and thought that his friend was right. He straightened up and decided that he couldn't live like this forever. The young man spread his legs. The rival looked at him mockingly and asked why he clenched his fists and frowned like that. The bully cracked his fingers and said that the other guy had gotten really bold just because he was standing next to his friend, but now let him get hit a couple of times and run away from here. Ernest gritted his teeth and thought that he shouldn't panic, but think. His eyes widened as the young man thought about what Dane would do in such a situation. He remembered how the hero dodged the first student's blow. The researcher clenched his fist and realized that he had to take the attack first. The opponent swung his arm quite contentedly. His hand came close to the student's face. Ernest bowed his head and took the blow with the top of his head. He immediately moved his leg away. The young man turned around and said that his past, which they knew, was no more. The bespectacled man hit the offender hard in the face. The opponent dodged, rolling his eyes. The researcher resolutely drew his eyebrows together. The opponent lay on the ground in front of him. He held his face and roared. Ernest's legs buckled. His body trembled from the tension. The young man clenched his fist and exclaimed that he had indeed done it. The protagonist turned to his opponent and noted that the last of his subordinates had just fallen. Braun looked back and replied that this could not be true. He saw a writhing student next to the researcher. The hero looked away. The boy noticed the brooms and thought that something useful had been found. The opponent turned around and noticed that the young man had a stick. A broken broom lay nearby, and the student laughed at the hero thinking that he could defeat him with it. Dane smiled and replied that it should be enough. The man gritted his teeth and muttered that he would beat him up properly. He rushed forward, adding that he was not going to kill him. The man squeezed the hilt and exclaimed that he would only leave a small scar on his face. The student spun on his foot and explained that it was so that he would remember him every time he looked in the mirror. Braun swung his sword, but the blonde dodged. The bully continued to advance, trying to hit, and muttered that this bastard was better than expected. Dane smirked and noted that the trajectory of his lunges was too predictable. The man grimaced and was indignant that the young man was talking about his swordsmanship. He continued to attack, asking if the boy really considered himself the son of Duke Termion. The blade left cuts on the stick, and the man thought that it was still holding, since it was filled with mana, but it would not last long. He swung and shouted that the young man was just a rat, driven into a corner, who would not do anything to him. Braun frowned and opened his mouth from the tension. The blonde continued to smile. The bully lunged but missed. The hero looked at him confidently, dodging. Energy appeared around his stick. The young man swung his weapon and hit his opponent in the stomach. Braun's eyes widened and he frowned. He turned pale, not believing that his opponent had hit him with such force with some kind of broom handle. The man fell to the ground. The bespectacled man watched them from the sides. Ernest opened his mouth in surprise, seeing that his friend had killed the offender with one blow. The protagonist lowered his weapon, and the researcher thought that he had not even expected him to be so strong. Braun clutched his chest and coughed, and Dane came up and demanded that he get up, because once he took out the blade, he must go to the end. The young man stood over his opponent, telling him that his father had once told him that drawing a weapon outside of a fair duel meant that you had to be prepared to see it through to the end, and the man thought that this kid was on a completely different level. The bully looked at him and asked who he was. The hero frowned and introduced himself as the eldest son of Count Sogers and a first-year student at the autonomous specialty. The interlocutor's eyes widened and he asked again. He remembered the bright moon above the academy. The next day, students were standing there, and the man muttered that this was the same guy who had entered the autonomous specialty for the first time in 50 years. At that moment, the blond man looked ahead indifferently. The protagonist frowned and noted that he was a little late with the introduction. Bron frowned and thought that now it was clear why he was so self-confident, but it was unclear why such a person was hanging out with Ernest. The youth approached and asked if he should take his life since his opponent had drawn his sword and lost, and the youth exclaimed that the boy was carrying a sword. Dane frowned and said that it had not been a very fair duel, but the bully pulled out his real sword. The interlocutor flinched and turned pale, noting that the youth looked like he was about to finish him off. He rose from the ground. The man fell to his knees and apologized, justifying himself by saying that he had no idea that the boy was from the Sogers family, and would never do such a thing again. Bron looked up in surprise when the hero noted that he truly did not understand. He pointed and explained that the interlocutor was asking for forgiveness from the wrong person. The hero pointed to Ernest behind him. The researcher frowned. The man grabbed his hand and shouted that he was truly sorry. Bron began to cry, muttering that he apologized with all his heart for everything he had done. The interlocutor silently frowned. The bully raised his eyebrows in fear. The young man remembered how he had been cornered by bullies in the past. Then Bron had grabbed him by the hair. Now the bully was on his knees, and the researcher thought that the man he feared most was groveling before him like a miserable coward. The hero approached his friend and said that the decision was his, and he could beat him up until he felt better, or just accept the apology and move on. Ernest pressed his lips together. The man raised his head and called out to him in fear. He squeezed the guy's hand and exclaimed that he could beat him as much as he wanted, because it was deserved. The bespectacled man closed his eyes and thought that he would gladly do so and breathed easier. He looked at the student and demanded that next time they fight in a fair fight, and then he would forgive him. Bron sweated and asked again. Ernest turned around and added that for now he was letting him get away with it. Dane grinned and praised his comrade. They both left, leaving the bully alone. Layla looked at the boys and exclaimed that she was waiting for Dane, but he never showed up, so they had to look for him. They exchanged glances and she asked if the hero had gotten into a fight, but the boy replied that someone had simply decided to quarrel with him. He looked back at Bron, who had stood up. The girl smiled and was amazed that out of all the students, they had contacted him. The man's eyes widened, recognizing Layla, the daughter of Duke Termayan. The hero and his friend were standing in front of her and asking if her friend knew the bully, since they were from the same faculty, but she answered in the negative, adding that she was not really interested. She turned her gaze to the bespectacled man and asked who he was. The boy rubbed his neck in embarrassment when the blonde introduced him and muttered that he was pleased to meet him. The trio moved forward, and the swordswoman asked to be addressed informally. Layla looked at the guy and asked what he studied at the research department, and the guy answered that he studied ruins, secret rooms, and travel, and the hero explained that his family was known for their expeditions. The girl turned to Dane and offered to show the student the map they had received. The four-eyed guy looked up and became interested. The protagonist smiled and said that they had previously attended a club event and earned a treasure map. Clouds floated over the academy, and suddenly a cry was heard from the researcher, who shouted that he heard that someone had grabbed this trophy, and it turned out to be the guy's. He adjusted his glasses, his eyes sparkling, and the girl noted that it was like a different person in front of her, and Dane muttered that this was probably some kind of obsession with artifacts. They were standing near a fountain, and Layla suggested that they find a quieter place. The guys unfolded the map and noted that it looked rather confusing. Ernest took it and said that since it leads to treasure, it would be difficult to read it at a glance, but it seemed to indicate a specific place. The hero pointed his finger and asked what it was. Glowing symbols appeared above the drawing, and the comrade replied that there were strange letters all over the map. They could be read, but they did not carry any meaning. The girl looked at him and clarified what they would do, and the bespectacled man said that first they needed to find out who wrote this map, since there was no standard format for such things. However, just knowing the author, one could have a rough idea of what to expect. The main character rubbed his chin and suggested that it would be difficult to decipher right away. Ernest rolled up the trophy and said that this was definitely a map of some place in the academy, since these architectural models were only used during its construction. Layla and Dane looked at each other and happily exclaimed that the treasure was somewhere nearby. The bespectacled man closed his eyes and added that the problem was that this style of architecture used secret magic unique to Saul Hankston. The girl imagined the man in the cloak and guessed that he was talking about the founder of the academy, and a legendary mage. Dane smiled and clarified that this magic no longer existed because Hankston left no students behind. The interlocutor closed her eyes and said that she expected it to be difficult, but not this difficult. The trio stood in the garden, and the researcher said that the most important thing was to figure out who drew the map, after which they would be able to find clues to the code and decipher it. The hero grinned and added that after that they would all go treasure hunting together. The friends nodded, saying that they were definitely in, and the swordswoman said that before entering the academy, she only spent time with her family, so this was a first for her. Dane closed his eyes and mentally noted that they both really lit up. The sun was shining brightly in the sky, and the hero said that it might take some time, so there was no need to rush the investigation, and his friend replied that he would also look into the matter further, and hurried to return the map. He held out the package, but the blonde suggested that it would be better if he kept it while he sorted it out. Ernest smiled and said that everything was fine, because he had already memorized everything. The interlocutors looked at each other in shock, surprised by such a memory. The guys were talking near the flower bed, and the bespectacled man explained that he remembered things like codes and maps very well, and the girl exclaimed that he had incredible talent in certain areas, and this must come in handy on tests. The protagonist took the package. He looked at his friend and asked him to let him know if he could help with anything, and Ernest thanked him, adding that he was glad that for the first time he was investigating something with someone other than his father. Layla smirked and suggested they go out for lunch to celebrate their team's creation. The boys turned to her and agreed to the great idea. The trio headed towards the building. The stars were shining above the dorm. It was dark outside, and the hero muttered that so much had happened today, but now was the time to sort out his things. He picked up one of the books. Then he picked up the next one. The boy took the egg and decided that it would be better to keep important family gifts in a visible place, and it would be better not to put living beings in subspace. Suddenly, the egg moved. Dane looked at it in shock and asked why this had suddenly started happening. The boy frowned and exclaimed that this had never happened in the last 7 years. The familiar was knocking on the shelf from the inside, and the hero assumed that it was because of moving to the academy, but the distribution of mana here was not much different from the room at home. He remembered himself near the fountain and thought that it could be because of the ancient magic that he absorbed in the garden. The protagonist placed the egg on the table, releasing some of the energy, and noted that the familiar immediately responded to it, so it was worth introducing more. The young man directed the flows of mana, hoping that today the creature would finally hatch. The energy sparkled. A bright light poured from his window. Mana filled the space. The hero frowned, muttering that the egg was endlessly absorbing energy, although it should have received enough in 7 years. The things around him rose due to the powerful force. Dane raised his palms and decided that he could not continue here, otherwise the room would soon be destroyed. The young man frowned, wondering what to do, because now was the perfect opportunity. His eyes widened. Claire's laboratory. The girl looked at the egg on the table and noted that it was reacting like crazy. What had her brother done? Energy emanated from the object, and the protagonist reported that it was still vibrating, although it did not even supply mana. The sister raised her head and remembered that it was time for the evening roll call in the dorms, and missing it would be bad for his future. Dane smirked and said that he had an answer to that. Someone was walking down the hall. 3 students were walking forward. The guy with glasses stopped, introduced himself as Albert, and announced the start of the roll call for the Danter Hall. The students went out into the hall. 2 guys were sweating, although roll call is carried out uniformly in all dorms of the Imperial Academy. Anel frowned and asked why Dane and Priscilla did not go out, because being late was a penalty of 1 point, and missing it was 2, and if you were late more than 3 times, there would be disciplinary action and community service, and if you missed more than 2 times, you would be transferred to a dorm below. The headman moved forward while the guys were whispering about how they had recently seen the protagonist cleaning his room. Albert frowned and shouted at them to stand still and not to chatter, saying that today would not be so easy. The Four Eyes boy sweated, not understanding why he was suddenly so serious, and asked again. The head boy flipped through the screens, muttering that he would now look at the recordings from the recently installed devices recording mana. The video showed Priscilla, who was sneaking somewhere and leaving the building. Droyan gritted his teeth, deciding that they were finished, when the Four Eyes boy said that it was only 5 minutes of the assignment, and now the device showed that the student was in her room. He turned around. The guy opened the door. The head boy smiled discontentedly and said that usually they did not even have to check if they were in their rooms, but from now on the rules would change. The students sweated, realizing that a storm of penalty points was approaching. Albert walked around the room and went out into the corridor, noting that everything was in order. He approached one of the boys and asked him to tell him that the girl was getting 2 penalty points for being absent without a valid reason, and then asked where the new boy was. The headman adjusted his glasses and asked why the boy was not there, deciding to miss the first roll call. Droyan scratched his head and exclaimed that Dane must be inside, as he was busy organizing the space. The door swung open. Albert stopped at the threshold, seeing the boy. The blonde winced when he was called out, and reminded about the roll call. The protagonist turned around and smiled, explaining that he was too carried away sorting out things. The headman's eyes widened in surprise and replied that this happens on the first day. The stars were shining in the sky, and Claire exclaimed in surprise that this was really a Model 1 illusion generator, to which Dane muttered that his sister said that most people would not notice anything. The boy smiled and added that his image was projected from a disc connected to this generator, and the blonde reminded him that it was very difficult to use. Energy was emanating from the object on the floor, and the girl said that since it was controlled from a distance, the connection could be unstable, and even the slightest disturbance made the illusion obvious. But the hero replied that he had checked everything carefully, and if they did not get too close, then everything would be fine. Claire's eyes widened and she muttered that he had no shortage of courage. The egg on the table moved, and the sister reported that it definitely responded to his mana, which meant that the chances of hatching were high. The interlocutor stood around it. The summoner reported that there were often cases when a familiar responded like this, but still did not hatch, so even getting such a reaction was rare, and it was still progress. She looked at the hero, who asked if he should continue feeding it mana, and said that they still didn't know much about them, so throwing it directly into the mana stabilizer would be risky. But they shouldn't stop there, and this lab was the best place for hatching, since the blonde always sets up mana barriers for secrecy. The protagonist lowered his head and agreed, because if he left the egg on its own, there was no telling where and when it would hatch. Claire rubbed her chin. She looked at her brother and said that they would do everything today, and the boy's mana was clean, but she would still put a filter just in case. Dane touched the egg and began to release energy. He gritted his teeth, surprised that the familiar was still hungry, despite having absorbed a lot of mana. The magic was disappearing into the shell, and the boy wondered who was inside this thing. Claire watched him carefully. She imagined the books and scrolls and thought that anyone could get such an egg if they had the money, but it was harder to grow it, and they didn't even know the exact conditions for that. They only knew that the user's mana had to match the frequency of the familiar's mana wave inside, whatever that even meant. The girl narrowed her eyes, realizing that luck was needed here. She looked at her brother, trying to understand how far his talent went, because seeing something like that with your own eyes was simply incredible. Suddenly, cracks appeared on the surface. The hero turned to his sister and asked if she had seen it, and the interlocutor exclaimed that it would soon emerge. The guy put his hand on it and released even more energy. Chips appeared on the egg, and Dane shouted that it was time to see what kind of creature it was. He opened his mouth from the tension. Finally, the shell cracked. A bright light flooded the room. The young man stepped back. The blonde closed her eyes and covered her eyes with her hand. A winged creature was sitting on the table. The hero flew to the closet, and the sister ran to check if he was okay, to which the boy replied that he was just a little dizzy. The girl followed his finger with her eyes when the student muttered that someone had climbed out. The familiar looked at them. It spread its wings. There were claws on its paws. The little dragon looked at the people with interest. It shook its head, breathing out flame. Claire nudged her brother and exclaimed that he should come to him. The girl smiled and said that there were cases when a familiar recognized the first person it saw as its master, so the boy should hurry. The boy nervously frowned. He came closer to the creature and noted that it was quite cute. The familiar looked questioningly at the student. Dane smiled and greeted him. The boy extended his hand and introduced himself to his new friend. The lights were on in the windows, and the girl exclaimed that her brother had already become friends with the familiar, and the other man replied that this little one was super cute. The dragon raised its head and said something. It flew up to its owner and sat on his hand, and Claire wondered how the hero managed to do it so easily. The familiar turned to the summoner when she asked to look at it too. Dane looked at his sister, noticing her surprise. The dragon looked up. The blonde sweated and exclaimed that it looked like a creature from beyond the horizon. The other men looked at each other, and the girl said that only a few summoners were capable of such a thing. Claire sweated and added that she herself could barely summon part of the spirit from there, and she never thought that her younger brother could do something like that. This was serious news. The young man's eyes widened in shock and asked if this really meant that such a creature had not been summoned before. The sister introduced the monsters and replied that she knew every summoned creature at the moment, but none of them had features like this one, although it looked most like a wyvern, but upon close inspection the differences were obvious. Dane looked at the familiar and muttered that it didn't look that special, but no one knew what kind of oddity it really was. The summoner crossed her arms and said that they would have to look into it, but the problem was that even the records didn't mention similar creatures. The dragon closed his eyes and breathed out fire. The protagonist raised his eyebrows and wondered why someone like that would come to him. He remembered the incident at the fountain and assumed that this was also related to ancient magic. There were pieces of shell on the table, and the girl asked him to keep them, because some species that hatch from eggs then eat it. Dane looked at his sister and asked what he would need to do now, and she answered that he needed to be careful. The dragon bowed his head, and the girl asked him to try to constantly write down every detail, what the baby likes and dislikes, how much he sleeps, what he gets aggressive about, how much and what he eats every day. The hero looked at the familiar with confusion and thought that it was a hassle, but worth it. The dragon lifted its nose and mumbled something. The blonde squinted and noted that he did not fully understand, but he was already beginning to feel that he should keep the baby. He held the creature in his hands. There were books on the floor, and Claire asked how the young man planned to keep the dragon, because people could be very surprised at the sight of it, and it would be better to leave it in the lab. But the guy replied that it would not be possible to hide it forever. The protagonist smiled and asked not to worry, because he had her in a pinch. The familiar slid down his hand, and the blonde noted that it would be uncomfortable for him to sit locked up all the time. The girl looked at her brother and suggested using this to officially register the summoner's mark for him. She smiled and added that he was still a beginner, but his talent was obvious, and it would not be easy to combine everything he did, but with the summoned creature a new opportunity would appear. Dane rubbed his chin and agreed. He introduced the man in the cloak when his sister asked if he had signed up for the summoner course, and said that orientation would be held tomorrow with Professor Tamarix Piano, and she said that if he could show his talent in class, the question of special clearance would definitely be raised. Claire put her hand on her brother's shoulder and said that usually people didn't even meet the requirements, but he was a different matter, so she was sure that the boy would pass and get approval for the application. The dragon climbed onto the student's shoulder. He and the owner exchanged glances, and the hero wondered what he should name this little one. Dormitory. The boy asked where Dane was during roll call, and the boy replied that he urgently needed to sort out something. Droyan approached the blonde and asked how he had managed to escape, since Priscilla had been spotted right away, but his interlocutor replied that there was always a way out, to which the student muttered that the Soger's family was full of surprises. The protagonist turned around and asked if his sisters were the same. Droyan raised an eyebrow and replied that they were the same, and that they were also legends of the Danter Hall, so the young man could approach anyone, ask and see their reaction, and Dane wondered if it was a compliment or an insult. The bespectacled man put his hand on his shoulder and said that he was the only one who knew about his escape, so he shouldn't worry. The blonde smiled and said goodbye to his comrade. A dragon appeared over his shoulder. The protagonist stretched out on the bed and muttered that everything went well, but what was Priscilla thinking when she just took off and ran away? The guy shuddered. A familiar was flying under the ceiling, and the owner noted that it was fidgety. The animal shook its head, breathing out flame. Dane squinted and thought that the dragon was really awesome. The young man remembered how he found himself in front of a tunnel, saying that this was the secret passage his sister had talked about, and this was the only way back, since the main entrance was closed. The hero extended his hand with magic, but the dormitory announced that entry was prohibited, and a fine would be imposed for violating it, after which the student realized that the entire dorm was wrapped in mana barriers, since he could not get through it. Dane frowned and decided to first try to feel the flow of energy in search of a weak spot. Light emanated from his fingers. The dragon flew up and breathed fire into the wall. Its flames flared up. The protagonist looked in surprise at the loophole that had appeared. The guy opened his mouth and asked how the familiar did it at all. Now Dane was watching the dragon, wondering if this fire could temporarily neutralize mana. The student smiled and noted that this was truly an extraordinary creature. The next day, the hero was walking with Ernest, and he asked if the guy really named the familiar Happy. Dane turned around and suggested that he come up with his own, if he didn't like it, but at least it sounded friendly. The dragon peeked out from his jacket, and the researcher muttered that it was cute, but still, maybe the name should be more weighty. Ernest thoughtfully rubbed his chin. The protagonist grinned, thinking that there was no need to take this so seriously. The guy stopped and exclaimed. The bespectacled man looked at his friend and asked how about Karnas. The blonde turned around and replied that it sounded cool, and his friend explained that it meant secret. Dane looked at the familiar and noted that it fit perfectly. The dragon smiled and the owner declared that from now on he would be called Karnas. The Bermuda's Hall, named after the scholar, was illuminated by the sun and was where the summoning department lectured. The students walked inside. The red-haired boy looked up in surprise. The protagonist stood before him, and he recognized him immediately. He remembered his childhood, when Dane had taken away his summoned creature. The young man imagined his father, because after such a disgrace their family had suffered a social collapse and they had barely held on to their status as nobles of the capital. The student's eyes widened as he looked at the blond man, and he was horrified that he had to run into him here, during a class for summoners. The red-haired boy sweated and muttered that he had to do everything possible so that he would not be noticed. Degrand turned around when he was called out, asking if it was his first time repeating the course. The man put his arm around the boy and exclaimed that everyone had to repeat the lessons at least once, so it would be a good opportunity to show off in front of the newcomers. The professor entered the room. The man stood in the center and said that this lecture was the introduction to summoning theory, and since this was their first step as summoners, it was extremely important. The professor of the summoning department, Tamarix Piano, frowned and said that the contents of this theory were included in the certification exam, so they should study it carefully. The students gasped, commenting on how strict the teacher was and that the official summoning exam was really hard. The man smiled and said that if they were already qualified, then of course they could get through with special clearance. But it would not be easy, and someone asked what qualifications were needed for that. Tamaric closed his eyes and said that he thought they would ask. He turned to the screen and asked them to watch. Writing appeared on the slide and the teacher explained that first, they had to be able to summon a rank 5 or higher being using an unmarked sign. A timer appeared on the picture and the man continued that they had to keep it in this world for 30 minutes. The students looked at each other in shock, exclaiming that even with a personal sign, it was difficult to summon a rank 7 being. Tamaric frowned and added that for special clearance, they had to show enough uniqueness. He turned to the group and said that even if they met the first 2 criteria, they would fail without the third, and whatever it was, it had to be impressive or it couldn't be called special clearance. The students looked at each other in displeasure, discussing how this was nonsense and whether anyone had ever received it. The protagonist crossed his arms and thought that in fact, they were admitting whoever they wanted and however they wanted. The professor looked at the students and said that they should now understand why it was called a special clearance, and that in order to apply, they needed a letter of recommendation from 2 experts in the field. Daigran's eyes widened in surprise. Tamaric smirked and thought that they would not even find the words and no one would try. He frowned and turned around. The protagonist was sitting in the second row, and the man wondered what if an autonomous student tried. The man introduced the Dane entrance exam that he had heard about from Professor Delfiniso. The woman had then watched the boy establish a secondary connection with the 4th rank Ethorak that she had summoned. The student and the professor exchanged glances, and the teacher thought that he would not believe it until he saw it for himself, because the teacher could have been somehow connected to the hero's family, so she made up all sorts of things. Tamaric turned around and said that their first goal was to pass the regular exam, so let them continue, and if they could summon a creature, they could easily handle it, although he doubted that the first years would have no problems. Everyone looked at each other nervously. Daigran's eyes widened and he began to sweat. Dane frowned and thought that the new students must be completely confused, since they would only be tested on theory and empathy tests. The professor smiled and wondered if there really wasn't a single first-year student who could summon a creature. This year was disappointing. The boy closed his eyes, thinking about the man staring at him as if he wanted to personally see his abilities. He leaned his elbows on the table, deciding to play along. Dane stood up and said that he could do it. Tamaric smiled and asked what faculty he was in and what his name was. The students gasped when the guy replied that he was in his first year of independent specialty. The sun was shining through the windows, and the man said that he had heard about his incredible talent, and the boy responded that he had indeed received a high mark from the dean. The professor narrowed his eyes and thought that most people would have been modest or, on the contrary, would have stuck out their chests. He gestured with his hand and said that there were many rumors about the hero, because the existence of a talent of such a level simply defied common sense, and then asked to show it in front of everyone right here and now. Dane frowned, noting that the interlocutor was already directly stating this, and agreed. The young man looked up and asked if the man would give him a recommendation for taking the exam with special access if he proved his abilities. Tamaric's eyes widened in surprise. The students turned their heads to the guy. Daigran and his neighbor opened their mouths. The building shook when the man exclaimed whether the student even understood what he was asking for, and the hero replied that it meant that he had to show the talent that satisfied him right there. The teacher waved his hand and asked what if he failed, and Dane admitted that he had not even thought about it. The man frowned, outraged by such self-confidence, because even his sister Claire was not so impudent. The protagonist looked at the professor. The man grinned and agreed, offering to begin. He stood in front of the group and said that he would be happy to write a recommendation if he really met the conditions, but it would not be easy. The students widened their eyes, exclaiming that the boy was not even from the summoning department. What was with this Soger's family? Tamaric frowned and added that if the hero failed, he would have to face the consequences, so was he ready to tempt fate? The boy straightened up and said that he could handle it. The man grinned and asked him to come down. There was a piece of paper in front of him, and the professor said that he just happened to have an empty sign on hand. Dane nodded. He went down the stairs. Then he went to the podium and thought that this was not how he planned to conduct the first lesson. The boy picked up the sign and decided that he could make the most of it. The hero released his mana. Blue energy appeared around him. He looked at the empty sign and said, "Answer my call." A creature jumped out of the magic circle. The wolf bared its teeth, engulfed in magic. The students gasped. A rank 5 monster stood before them, and everyone screamed at how this was even possible with an unmarked sign. Daigran flinched, recognizing his Genfew. The protagonist turned to the professor and said that he had summoned a rank 5. The man's eyes widened, trying to understand how the boy had done this, and whether he had already made an official contract. The wolf looked around, and Tamaric thought that this was just a summon, and the boy would not be able to hold it for 30 minutes. The teacher stepped forward and admitted that the hero was truly impressive, but the second requirement would not be so easy, and Dane offered to show something else, since he could not afford to waste the lecture time. The interlocutor looked at him questioningly and asked again. The hero grinned. The students looked at each other, wondering what he would show this time. Degran clenched his fists and thought that the third condition was to show something unique, and in the end, everything was decided solely by the professor's opinion. The red-haired man gritted his teeth, realizing that Dane might not be accepted at all if the man proved stubborn. The protagonist stood in front of the teacher, and he agreed to see what he could do. Dane stroked the wolf, while Tamarick wondered what he was going to show. The young man reached out to the creature and released energy. The man's eyes widened in shock. The hero closed his eyes and spoke. Mana engulfed the wolf. Its eyes flashed. Its mouth bared its fangs. The young man lifted the creature into the air. Sharp claws appeared on its paw. Dane opened his eyes and smiled. He frowned and thought that this was truly the power of ancient magic. The others leaned forward, exclaiming that only fifth-year students could strengthen creatures, and the guy was not even from the summoning faculty. Degran flinched, realizing that Genfu had just gotten stronger. The wolf opened its mouth and growled. It jumped next to its owner, and the hero asked if that was enough to prove his uniqueness. The monster turned to the professor. The man opened his mouth, thinking that everything they said about the hero was true, and that he had incredible talent. The wolf rubbed itself against Dane's arm, and the blonde thought that even the wolf was shocked. The sun was pouring in from the street, and Tamarick muttered that it was definitely unique. He stood in front of the student and promised that they would discuss the recommendation letter later. The protagonist smiled and agreed. His classmates turned to him in shock. Degran's sweat dropped, thinking about how Dane had grown so much since last time. He gulped, thinking that the guy was really creepy. The professor stood at the board, continuing the lesson once everyone had calmed down. The hero crossed his arms, thinking about how he had felt the professor's gaze on him the entire lesson, but hadn't deigned to react. Tamarick winced and remembered that he had probably told the students this material before, and the boy thought that the man was occasionally absent-minded, which was even cute. Dane grinned and thought that his sister would laugh when he told him about this, since everyone thought the professor was very strict. Tamarick stood at the podium, delivering a monologue, and the protagonist decided that he could ask Professor Delfiniso about the rest. The man straightened up and announced the end of the lecture. The sun was shining outside. The roof was brightly lit, and the protagonist was called out. The boy turned around and recognized Degran, the original owner of Genfu. The redhead smiled tightly and muttered that he was even remembered. Dane glanced at him and noted that he had also entered the academy, and the interlocutor replied that he had to repeat the course he had failed, and the hero wondered whether the suspiciously polite guy had approached him for revenge or for what reason. The student looked away and said that he was going to simply ignore him, since he believed that he had been wrong back then. He bowed sharply and exclaimed that he had been wrong and was very ashamed of what had happened. Degran closed his eyes in anticipation. The protagonist smiled and replied that so much water had flowed under the bridge since then, so everything was fine, and the interlocutor clarified whether he could safely attend the academy. Dane stared at him in bewilderment, and the guy swore that he would no longer cause him problems or get under his feet. The blonde raised his eyebrows, wondering if the young man really thought that he would snitch on someone and be expelled. The hero touched the interlocutor's shoulder and assured him that it was in the past, and there was no need to worry. Degran shed tears and thanked Dane, promising to help if he could. Something moved in the jacket. The animal crawled up. Then it climbed onto his shoulder, and the hero thought that Karnas had woken up and was going crazy. He smiled nervously, assuming that the dragon was hungry. The guy nodded and asked to take him to the local shop of the Faculty of Summoning to buy something. The red-haired man grinned and agreed. The student turned around and said that it was called Eus and Boden, and the guy often goes there, and the establishment was founded by a couple of students right after graduation, and more than 30 years have passed since then. Degran walked ahead, actively telling something about familiars, and the hero thought that the interlocutor sincerely repented, so there was no need to be hostile. The dragon peeked out of the jacket, and the owner mentally asked him to be quiet. People were walking around the room and someone was offering their help, asking what he was looking for. The redhead was walking next to the gray-haired one and asked to tell him what summoning courses he had taken and he would prepare everything he needed, to which he said he just needed food for his creature. The cat in the hat was sitting on the table. Degran put his hand on his jaw and said that he was well versed in this, because he used to conduct classes on developing empathy and was an expert in Chrome. They were walking down the street and he asked if he could find out what kind of creature it was, to which he replied that he had a wyvern. The dragon was approaching the small creature and he thought that Karnas really looked a bit like a wyvern and asked that maybe their tastes coincided. There were a lot of decorations in the hall and he asked again, saying that this was a third-rank creature and asked that it had already grown a lot. The consultant looked back while Dane said that after all, it was still a baby and asked to keep it a secret. The pet was hiding under his clothes and the guy thought that if they found out about this, it would immediately be clear who had let it slip. They looked at each other, and the red-haired one said that soft food is best for wyvern cubs and noted that even as children they have a huge appetite, and it is better to stock up on meat for a week, and the hero thought that he really knows his business. The books were on the shelves and he offered to look. His hand waved in front of the flasks. The guy had bags in his hands and he said that this was food made of 17 concentrated ingredients and was suitable for soft mixture. Minced meat mixes well with milk, and said that he could just buy both and it would be possible to feed the small companion. The protagonist smiled and thanked him for his help, saying that thanks to him he got everything and did not get confused. Degrand looked at his interlocutor puzzledly and asked what was all, and MC did not need anything else, offering to look at something else. There were decorative items on the shelves and she said that this would be enough for now, to which the red-haired man suggested looking around since they were already here and noted that there were a lot of useful things for sale here. Dane looked ahead and asked if he could take a closer look. The hat was on the shelf. The wands were decorated with beautiful patterns. The ambassador stood in a stance and the guy asked if it looked cool. The figure stood in front of the people and said that this was not something that newbies could handle. The guy turned around, saying that newbies couldn't even summon a creature yet, but they were already reaching for weapons and asked them to step aside. There was a sign on the wall with a warning saying that it was forbidden to touch out of curiosity. Degrand folded his arms and said that staves were usually bought by 4th years and one touch would completely suck the mana out of him. The hero raised his hand, thinking that he was being overly dramatic, and when he was told that he couldn't touch it, he only wanted more. The seller looked at the guy and called out to the guy, telling him not to touch it or he would get hurt, but he didn't finish. The protagonist held the staff and he said that he asked not to touch it, because it was dangerous. The weapon began to shine. MC showed his teeth and thought that it was thirsty for mana. The hand held the stick tightly. Dane closed his eyes and was engulfed in mana. The gray-haired man was in a stupor and asked what was happening, saying that the staff had absorbed enough mana and was stabilizing. His gaze froze and he thought that even with enough mana, most people still couldn't control this thing. The hero smiled and asked that it turned out to be complete nonsense, to which Degrand said that he knew he was awesome, but he was really incredible. The merchant put his hands on his hips and asked indignantly if it was true that he was a first-year student, and noted that he had never heard of such a thing. The red-haired man was excited, saying that he was the Count's son and Claire's younger brother. The guy introduced the girl and said that she was the best applicant to the autonomous specialty, and even she could not master the staff in her first year, and noted that he seriously underestimated them, and if they had introduced themselves earlier, he would have given recommendations. The protagonist smiled and thought that he immediately spoke in a completely different way. The guy was holding a staff and the guy asked if he was going to buy this staff, to which he replied that he did not. The seller and partner was perplexed, and the white-haired man asked that if he was able to use it, then why not buy it? MC examined the goods and said that it seemed to him that it was quite troublesome, and it did not look like he could hold much mana. Dane looked at the goods and he said that the staff had enough volume for 5th or 6th year students, to which he thought that it seemed to him that he poured a well into a small bottle. The walls were decorated with decorations and he said that, whatever it was, he was a grazer and just needed food, to which the seller asked that all the Count's children were like that and noted that he was just like Claire, to which the guy asked what his sister did. The interlocutor asked the buyer's sister and said that most of the students were ready to buy the staff already in their 4th year, and she was the only one who refused, saying that it looked uncool. A smile appeared on Dane's face, and he thought that this was definitely his sister. He put the staff on the counter. The hero looked at the guy and said that if he needed it later, he would drop by, to which he said that if they had come all the way here, then let them buy something, but did not finish. He watched the guy leave and, interrupting him, said that they were leaving and said nothing meaningfully. The comrades were moving towards the door, and he asked why geniuses were always like this. The sun was shining on the building and the guy asked him to eat, and not to hurry. The protagonist looked under his jacket, and thought that a general education class was in progress, and Layla was saying that it would end in about 5 minutes and that he should hurry back to the dorm. MC looked around and noticed something strange. He looked towards the alley and thought that sounds were coming from there. There was a sharp movement, and things were flying towards the boxes. Dane was sitting on the bench while the bully was asking where the victim's apology was and offering to beat him half to death, to which the other called the culprit a coward and said that after a couple of good blows, he wouldn't even squeak about it. The hero looked towards the incident and asked if these were the guys again showing off their strength for no reason. The objects were lying on the floor and the burr was saying that the guy from yesterday, today not with the victim and it's a great pity, to which he shouted that he is not afraid of them anymore. The protagonist froze and recognized the voice. The hooligans were standing next to the student. Ernest was shaking and was meaningfully silent. The burrs looked at the guy and one of them asked if the others heard that he was not afraid, to which the other said that he was shaking as if he was about to piss himself and said that now he was a corpse, because they even took a restoration potion. The student in glasses grinned and thought that they were waiting for him when he was alone. The sky was clear and the hooligan asked who wanted to be first and said that there was no need to rush, because no one looked in here and one of them volunteered, saying that his jaw still hurt. The victim clenched his fists and ordered not to come closer, then he laughed and asked what the loser clenched his fists, and one successful blow made him believe in himself. He frowned and thought that he would not succeed like last time. Dane watched the mayhem and asked what those hooligans were again. The blonde looked away and was silently meaningful. His gaze froze. The group was wary and recognized the Count's son in the man. Dane waved his hand and called out to his friend. Hermes became wary and froze. People looked at the guy. The sun was shining on the building and he asked what was going on, saying that he said that no one would come, to which he asked what was bothering him in order to get his weapon out. The hero stood in front of the hooligans and was silently meaningful, thinking that everything was becoming problematic. He looked away and thought that there should be no one nearby and apparently they needed to be jabbed a little. The protagonist was emitting mana and the group of people were wary. Arrows appeared in the air and someone asked what it was and that he also had magic. The red-haired looked at the dark-haired one, who asked that the Sogur's family was famous for their spear skills and asked if he remembered Arabella. Hermes was in a stupor and called out to his friend. MC held the arrows in the air. Dane smiled sarcastically and offered them a choice: either they fight honestly or leave silently. The hooligans were unhappy and grinned. The walls were broken from blows. The floor was covered in cracks. The opponents were lying on the floor and making strange sounds. They lay and groaned in pain, being beaten. The sky was dotted with small clouds and the student thanked his comrade, saying that he was shaking badly, to which he said that he was glad that he was safe and offered him to train together. The guy with glasses stopped and asked again, to which he replied that he said he wanted to defeat Bron one day. Hermes smiled, closing his eyes, and said that he was right. Dane was pleased and said that he would help him become stronger, to which he agreed and said that, as usual, he was counting on him. The guys were walking along the road and the hero asked if he had joined the club, to which he received the answer that he had not, because there were no clubs with research or travel yet. The protagonist looked away and said that he thought there should definitely be some, to which he replied that there was another scientific society at his faculty. The people were standing in line and he said that participation in this club was already mandatory, because it was part of the educational program, so it was different. The food was on the table and Hermes said that he had also dropped by the cartographers club, but they used map analysis as an excuse to shirk, which disappointed him. Dane looked away and said that apparently most people just wanted to get by. The guy with glasses walked next to him, asking why he asked about clubs so abruptly and assumed that he was interested. The hero looked back, saying that everyone just wanted to recruit freshmen, to which he replied that he heard that you need to choose carefully, because once you join something, you can't change your choice for 2 whole years. The guys were approaching some event. The name of the club was written on the cloth and he said that the guy could choose the wrong club and waste 2 years. The man was standing on the asphalt. Dane extended his hand, offering to create a club, to which he asked again and asked what club, to which he received the answer that a section in which they can do whatever they want. Hermes was skeptical about what he said and asked what he was talking about, to which the guy prepared a speech. They were fighting and he said that they would train and all that. The comrades were walking towards the entrance, and he said that they would also explore mysterious places. Dane showed his finger, saying that they would gather to eat together when they got bored and would just do whatever they wanted and asked what his friend thought about it. The guy in glasses froze. White-haired stood opposite the hero and said that he was in business, and noted that it would definitely be fun with him and asked if such a club would be approved at all. The protagonist smiled, saying that he would think of something, to which he replied that since he said so, he would even believe that it would work and asked, which led the interlocutor to such an idea. People rejoiced and MC asked that invitations to join someone's club are already starting to irritate and tensely refuse each time, and since there is no club that he really wants to join, then why not create one? Hermes asked that if he joins, he will also be able to learn how to use a spear or a sword. Dane imagined how he trains and said that he might even be able to reveal secret talents, and he replied that it was amazing and he was sure that they would learn a lot from each other. They stood opposite each other, and the comrade said that he heard that at least 3 people are needed to form a circle, to which he replied that they have Layla. He put his hand on her jaw and said that he was quite sure that she would join. Hermes closed his eyes and his face was happy. The sun's glare reflected off the roofs and he offered to go and ask, since we were talking about it. The doors were closed. The guys were walking next to the girl and the friend said that all that was left was to apply for the formation here and the matter would be done, to which the girlfriend said that it sounded simple enough and offered to quickly fill out the form. Dane put his hand on his jaw and thought that this looked like his old acquaintance, because she refused to join the Dessert Connoisseurs Club, to be with them. She showed a thumbs up and said that they regularly met to discuss desserts, and the hero said that they could just do the same if they wanted and noted that he also liked cakes. Hermes looked excited and said that they could do whatever they wanted and the protagonist said that if he wanted to hang out with the upperclassmen, then go ahead. Layla looked worried. Her hand was holding a piece of paper and it said that the form was filled out and now they needed to register. The comrades were standing in front of the doors and they tensed up, assuming that the rules had changed. The paper was lying on the table, and the host was saying that at the moment there were more than 3,000 clubs in the academy, and many of them were inactive, and it was getting difficult to figure it out. The girl adjusted her glasses and said that from this year they had switched from a reporting system to an approval system. The girls were sitting at the table, and she said that a recommendation from a full-time professor was needed. Dane lowered his head, thinking that this was getting confusing from the very beginning. The chandelier was hanging from the ceiling, and he asked to give it to him. The guys were standing outside and Layla was asking where they were supposed to get a recommendation from, to which Ernest said that he hadn't really met any professor yet. The redhead looked ahead and said that they couldn't just start asking random professors to sign for them. The hero smiled, saying that he actually already had someone in mind. The boys looked at him in surprise and asked who, saying that they were only first years and most likely everyone would look at it with disapproval. The protagonist showed his teeth, asking them to trust him. The comrades were in a stupor. The guy was sitting next to Kelthas. He lowered his head and thought. He promised to listen, but what now, and asked if there was a possibility to push him to another faculty. The man held a mug and asked what brought the guy here, to which he replied that he was planning to create a club of interests. The blonde looked ahead and asked what kind of club. Dane raised his hands, saying that they would do fencing, study the academy and adventure, but the academy switched to an approval system and now they need a recommendation from a professor. The sun rays were breaking through the window and he asked again, to which he replied that that is why he is looking for a great professor who can vouch for them. The teacher took the cup away from his mouth. He looked at the guy and thought that he came here to say such things. Kelthas's face was angry, and he did not understand who he wanted to find more great than him. The light from the candles illuminated the ceiling and asked that right in front of the guy now was a professor and asked if there was no need and said that there was no need to go far, he would recommend him himself. They sat opposite each other and Dane said that he was always very busy and therefore was afraid that his request would be a burden, to which he replied that no matter how busy he was, he would find time for a recommendation and asked what he should do. The hero stuck his hand inside his jacket and asked again if it was true, saying that in that case, he should sign here. The protagonist held a piece of paper in his hands. Kelthas signed the document with a pen and said that his only student was starting a club of interests and naturally, he should actively support it. MC smiled and thanked the professor. There was a signature on the sheet, and he thought that everything went too well. The guys were standing outside and Layla said that she couldn't believe that they got a recommendation so quickly and asked that he got along well with that professor, while Irma said that they weren't even allowed to come in. Dane showed the document, and said that he pretended to want to ask a few questions about fencing and he immediately became kinder. The guy in glasses was perplexed, but glad that everything worked out and his friend asked what happened. They were now really starting a club. The hero lowered his head and said that all that was left was to submit an application. The comrade turned and said that he was very happy, anticipating the upcoming fun, and Layla said that she thought it would be difficult, but with the protagonist everything is always simple. The hand held a piece of paper and MC asked what they would name the club. Irma stood next to the girl and said that it was important, since it itself speaks about them, and she noted that she did not want it to be too stupid or meaningless. They thought and asked what would be better. Dane was serious and thought that they really took this seriously. The guy's jacket moved. The hero looked down and thought that Karnas decided to wake up right now. The creature was crawling under the clothes. It was moving along the inside of the thing, and he did not want the creature to get out. The sun was shining on the ground and the protagonist was asked if he had any ideas, to which he repeated, saying that he would be fine with anything, and he was asked again and asked that he was the boss here, but at the same time he himself had no ideas. Layla pointed her finger at the guy and asked that he had something under his jacket. The protagonist looked down and thought that he had not planned to show it yet, mumbling, trying to find an excuse. The redhead was wary and asked what he was hiding. Something was watching from the shadows under the jacket. The wyvern crawled out into the light and made strange sounds. The dragon opened its mouth wide and looked forward. The companions looked forward and were wary. Dane was embarrassed and thought that he was finished. She pointed her hand at the creature and asked what the companion was doing in the guy's shirt and asked him not to say that the egg that Claire gave him hatched. The hero closed his eyes and said that he hatched not long ago and called the dragon's name. The creature looked away with interest. Layla was furious while Irma greeted Kranas, saying that they hadn't seen each other for a long time, and she asked what the guy already knew about it. The sun illuminated the expanses and he said that no matter what, naming the club is more important than the beast now and suggested thinking about it on the way to the registration office. The girl looked at the piece of paper and asked that the club of those will be called the Club of Mages, Summoners, Researchers, Spearmen, Mimics. The comrades were excited while the protagonist was pleased. The sheet was lying on the table and she asked that they really wanted to be called that, to which he answered yes and asked to approve. The guys walked down the corridor and the girl said that MC would never name anything again. He looked at her and asked what was wrong, to which she answered that no and absolutely never. The sun was shining on the buildings and he asked not to worry, because they could always change the name, and he thought, who cares what they were called, because the main thing is that they have fun. The walls were decorated with patterns and the dean said that perhaps she decided to visit them too suddenly, to which he replied that of course not. They sat opposite each other, and the woman asked how things were going and said that they had received many talented applicants, and with so many students she was worried that the teachers would be overloaded, and noted that she was aware that some students especially stood out. The man frowned and said that it was so, thinking that rumors about what happened in class had already spread. The violet-haired woman held a cup and said that she heard that something interesting happened in his lecture, and asked him not to think that she intended to interfere with the learning process, and noted that she was just curious, to which he replied that interest was quite natural. The cup reflected the light. The contents of the vessel were steaming, and he said that there was one amazing student in the class, even more so than Claire, which shocked him greatly. The animals were in the audience while Dane used magic, and he said that he was a hero, and she personally approved his admission. The cup was on the saucer, and the dean asked that he promised to write a letter of recommendation. They sat opposite each other, and he said that yes, and that was exactly it, to which she replied that since 2 letters were needed for special admission, she was thinking of writing the second. The violet-haired girl smiled, and when asked that the dean would do it personally, she replied that he was qualified and asked how she could sit still. The man looked down and meaningfully remained silent, thinking that in front of him was a wily snake that wanted to snatch him right from under his nose. He put his hand on his knee, thinking that she had always been like this, and it was he who had let his guard down. She lowered her head and asked if everything was so. The blonde man looked ahead and said, "Everything is fine." The woman with glasses looked ahead and said that everything is fine and asked to write a letter and not to forget to show it to her, because she thought it would be better if they matched in the end. He closed his eyes and agreed. The chairs were on the carpet, and she said that in that case, she would now leave him. The woman left the room. The man grinned and was clearly unhappy with the situation. He sat at the table in front of a cup. His hand was shaking with anger and asked what she thought. He would just sit back and let this happen. The man looked ahead and thought that she would try to pull Dane over to her side, but this time, he would not allow it, and thought that he should win over that genius before she did. The rays of the sun illuminated the building, and he asked what the last lesson for today was: the history of the foundation. The hero looked away and said that there was still time and suggested that he could have a snack of cake on the way or something like that. The figure appeared next to him and clarified the name. He turned around and became interested. The protagonist looked at the girl and asked who was interested, to which she replied that she worked as a messenger at the academy, and said that Professor Delfiniso, the dean of the Faculty of Summoning, wanted to see him. The girl smiled while he was meaningfully silent and thought that why the dean, and not Tamaric. Dane looked ahead and asked about what. The messenger lowered her head and said that she only knew that it was about the letter of recommendation and asked him to come immediately and ask if they would go, to which the guy calmed down and understood. He looked ahead and thought that this was a sudden call and that something was wrong. It was happening in the Imperial Academy, the cradle of the brightest talents in a state where scientific passion grows endlessly, and it was known for its fierce competition, exceeding all expectations. The students stood in line, and it was said that in particular, the struggle for influence between the professors was especially intense, and the influence of the faculty determined the budget, equipment, and even available offices. The wall was decorated with an ornament, and the academy had faculties of fencing, magic, summoning, and the so-called Big Three received most of the funding. The teachers were cunning, and therefore, the prestige of the teachers, as well as their status, as a result changed. 100 affects the direct responsibilities of those. The doors were closed, and they led to the Faculty of Summoning. The walls looked neat, and she thought that she could not hang around in third place, and she could not give in to those all her life. The violet-haired looked out the window, thinking that if this guy was with them, they would easily surpass the Faculty of Magic. She was tense, and thought that the problem was in Keltas with an autonomous specialty. The girl used magic, and she thought that nevertheless the sister of that one, Claire, was studying at their faculty, so he shouldn't refuse so easily, and if he could interest her in summoning, there was a chance. The violet-haired girl looked back while the messenger was saying that she had brought the student, and thought that he had finally arrived. They were standing in front of the door, and she allowed them to enter. The interlocutors were sitting at the table, and the dean asked that life at the academy turned out to be stormy, and said that he had talent, so she could imagine that he was being called to many places, to which he replied that he still had a lot to learn, so he approached it from the point of view of a first-year student, hungry for knowledge. The violet-haired girl looked ahead and said that he had a lot of modesty, and noted that the passion for learning was a commendable attitude, and asked if he had managed to highlight any subject in particular. Dane smiled and said that right now it was hard to choose just one, and said that he wanted to excel in everything. There was food on the table, and she said that he wanted to excel in everything and noted that it always started like this. Asking if he knew why she called the guy to her, he became interested in something, and she said that she heard that something incredible happened during Professor Tamaric's classes, and he summoned Genpa and even managed to strengthen the connection. She sat in front of the guy and asked that, knowing about the manifestation of such abilities, how could she, the dean of the faculty, sit still, and he thought that this is exactly what she wanted from the guy, while she said that with the guy's level, he simply had to pass the exam for special access. Dane lowered his head while she said that therefore she and the professor agreed to write him a recommendation, to which he thanked her for her generous words. The woman closed her eyes and said that writing a letter of recommendation for a student not from their faculty was a first even for her, and noted that his talent was so rare. The vessel exuded steam and she asked if they would get down to business. The light illuminated the walls and he asked again about the study of summons, to which he received the answer that, to be honest, someone who was worthy of a recommendation for special access hardly needed additional classes, but that was precisely why she wanted to take up his training personally. The hero smiled and kept silent meaningfully, thinking that since the dean was directly talking about it, they themselves must be pressed for time as well. His hand was lying on his knee and she asked if he had joined any deep, saying that if he was interested, perhaps the summoning faculty would catch his eye. He looked at her and said that he had already started his own and apologized, to which she was stunned. The woman was upset and asked what already, saying that the rules had changed, so now it should not be easy to establish a circle. The protagonist smiled and said that it was difficult, but fortunately, his senior professor, Keltas, wrote him a recommendation. The woman froze. She remembered the man and thought that he was the one who created her problem. She squeezed her palm and thought that he was one step ahead and thought that she was going to naturally direct him to the club related to summoning. The dean sat in front of the guy and said that nothing can be done, congratulating him on the formation of the club and said that in this case, he can look into their lab in his free time, because there are a lot of interesting things to see there and thought that for now she will have to throw a fishing rod. Dane froze, after the words about her having a familiar egg. The egg was shining and he asked again, while the woman said that just one such egg, in value comparable to an entire castle, is so rare. The hero put his hand inside and said a meaningful word, thinking that he was already growing one. There were books on the shelf and they told him not to worry about the letter, and noted that they would soon send him through official channels. The teacher closed her eyes and said that if he had any questions about the exam, he should feel free to ask, to which he thanked the woman for her attention. She held a piece of dessert in her hands and offered him a snack, saying that the sweets he brought looked extremely appetizing. She bit off a piece and thought that Tamarick might try to get around her, and knew she had to hurry. There was a piece of paper on the table, and she thought it was interesting how low their jaws dropped when they saw him. It was clear outside and someone was saying that the dean had contacted them, and Dane asked again. The blonde looked at the guy and said that after receiving the letter, the Summoners Association had already sent a response today, and they had immediately sent the examination committee to the academy, to which he asked why so quickly and thought that they were no longer hiding the fact that they wanted to recruit him. The girl was tense, and said that it seemed that the professor had taken a fancy to him, and asked what he had done, to which he asked that maybe it was because he was the best student this year. The creatures approached the girl and she said, whatever it was, he would probably have to take an exam soon, and during her time it was necessary to summon 3 creatures at the same time, support them, and then also strengthen the connection. Dane was wary and asked that it must have been very difficult, thinking that his second sister had passed the exam for special admission at 16. Arabella stood in front of the guy and said that you never know what kind of test they will prepare this time, because they do not warn. But on the other hand, even getting a recommendation from a professor is enough to show qualifications, but there are also power struggles in the association, which he asked again. The dean smiled while her sister said that her brother did not know yet and said that Professor Delfiniso had repeatedly refused requests from the Summoner Association, so she was not particularly liked there, which meant that they would not allow her to gain any advantage, and he thought that it seemed he was starting to see the whole picture. The sun was shining on the streets, and he asked if that would make the test even harder, to which she said that it was possible. She touched Dane and said that she was not too worried about him. Arabella smiled and said that she would not be happy if he got hurt, to which he remained silent meaningfully. He smiled and asked not to worry, saying that such a thing would not happen. The hero lowered his head, thinking that he was not going to follow their lead. The students stood in line in front of the chairman, and he said that he had not seen the professor for a long time, to which she asked him how things were. He looked ahead. Elgrid looked at her, and asked how impressive that student was that she was pushing him so hard, to which she apologized, saying that the protagonist's talent was exceptional, that she could not help herself. He folded his arms, saying that in that case, she should have just joined the association when they suggested it, and said that everything would have been decided quickly, to which she said that he knew very well that her academic duties were very important, and with a position in the association, she would not be able to pay due attention to the academy. Delfiniso bared her teeth, thinking that he thought that she did not understand, that he was trying to drag her into his faction for the sake of consolidating influence. She extended her hand, thinking that she had come face to face with death many times on reckless missions that the organization pushed her on for their own benefit. She pointed her hand towards the entrance and offered to follow her, saying that they could continue the conversation on the way, to which he agreed. They walked towards the entrance, and he thought that since the letter went through the proper channels, he would play along, but he did not like that boy. He followed her, and asked what she was saying about Dane being Claire's younger brother, to which she confirmed by saying that they had talent in their blood, To which he replied that he had heard that he had summoned a rank 5 Genpu and had even managed to strengthen the connection, and during the exam to enter the autonomous specialty, he had established a secondary connection with the creature, which he confirmed by saying that it was true. He looked at the girl and said that the mage's abilities sounded incredible, which caused quite a stir in the company, and he said that he didn't think the younger one would be able to outshine the older ones, asking if that didn't put him in the same column as Galdrin. The dean smiled and said that she couldn't say if they were equal, but said that the man would understand everything once he saw the guy in person. He looked away and said that we would conduct the exam with all rigor, as has historically been the case with special access. The purple-haired girl walked next to him and said that she understood. The students were stunned. The group walked towards the entrance, and the students were discussing that Dane had received a recommendation for special access, and was saying that he was the first-year student who had shocked everyone during the lecture, and another asked that he was the one who had even performed the enhancement. The sun was shining over the academy, and he was asking that this guy at least couldn't do something. Delphiniso raised her hand and said that they had arrived at the place where the exam would be held. The old man looked up and grinned. Flags were hanging on a lantern and he offered to follow. Rays of light were shining into the room. A shield was hanging above the doors and Dane was introducing himself. He leaned over, saying that it was an honor to meet him. The hero looked ahead and smiled. Elgert stood in front of him and thought that he was impressive, and it was hard to believe that he was only 14, and now he understood why everyone was in such a hurry to push through the recommendation. The old man raised his hand and introduced himself, saying that he had heard quite a lot about him and noticed that the guy was highly thought of. The protagonist looked ahead while he was told that the test would be difficult, and he said that of course he was ready, and the guy thought that he was putting on a polite show, but he did not look pleased. The chairman looked away, saying that there was no need for long speeches and suggested that they begin immediately, ordering everything to be prepared. The dean looked at Elgert and wondered what he had prepared this time. MC looked at the servants while she said that whether the guy would pass or not was up to him, and if there were any objections, he could refuse the exam right then and there. To which the guy replied that he agreed, and he was told that no form of cheating was allowed during the exam, and if the actions were considered dishonest, the exam results would be annulled and the summoner's qualification would be revoked. Dane looked away and said that he understood. The old man lowered his head and said that in that case, he can't wait to see the uniqueness of that one. He waved his hand and said that the test was beginning. The servants opened magic circles. Mana filled the space. He looked around and thought about what was happening. The flow of mana was pouring like a waterfall. Another flow appeared. They intersected. The hero was confused and Delphiniso did not understand what was happening and thought that they activated the magic circle to protect the training ground, and that meant something bad. The magic circle appeared under the man. The man held the magic circle in front of him. He frowned and asked him to answer his call. There was a bright flash. The creature appeared in the barrier. The fur was thick and dark. MC crossed his arms and groaned. He lowered his head and thought that the mana was literally overwhelming him, and he did not think that the test would be so large-scale. His gaze froze. The huge creature looked at the boy and he asked that it was much more terrible than expected. The fur was covered in mana. The beast showed its claws. Dean looked ahead and said that this could not be and understood that this was a third-rank creature. Her gaze froze and she said that it was Antares. It tensed its muscles and opened its mouth. The beast raised its head and mana enveloped it. Smoke poured out of the barrier. Dane held his hands in front of him and thought that now everything was clear to him. He grinned, thinking that this was why his sister was so worried about him. The monster's arms were muscular, and it made strange sounds. Elgert folded his arms and said that since he was a genius, there must be a problem of this level, and asked if that was true and how he thought. He lowered his head and said that he could use any weapon he was accustomed to in order to subdue Antares by any available means. The creature stood in front of the boy, its eyes glowing red as he said that this was a special clearance task. Delphiniso bared her teeth, thinking that the old man obviously wanted her to fail and wanted to embarrass her. Mana enveloped the training ground and he said that with the boy's outstanding talent, there was no need to worry, and asked if that was true, saying that if he was scared then of course he could give up now, to which he received the answer that he would pass this exam as planned. Elgert was meaningfully silent while he was focused, and the teacher gave him time to prepare. Dane reached his hand into the portal. The stone stood alone under the open sky. He took out an item and thought that he had something just for this situation. He looked ahead. The hero held a spear and thought that this was the weapon his father gave him for his 7th birthday. The beast stood in front of the protagonist, who thought that since it was huge, it would not be difficult to hit it, and was going to strike and retreat. The old man folded his arms, asking what he was using the spear for, saying that it would be strange to expect anything else from the son of Sogers. The man looked away. The blond man was standing behind the railing. Tamaric was confused and asked what it was, not understanding if they really wanted to make the boy fight a rank 3 creature. The dean looked away and said that he would object, to which the chairman said that it was okay and noted that they could begin if Dane was ready. He looked forward angrily. Elgert extended his hand forward and ordered him to destroy the enemy in front of him. The hairy creature looked forward and made incomprehensible sounds. He bared his fangs. His eyes shone blindingly red. He rushed towards the hero, who began to retreat. The enemy was approaching the student. He looked forward and thought that he was about to attack. The animal rushed at the protagonist. Something powerful happened. He moved, making cuts. MC was behind the creature. He looked forward while it turned around. The old man watched what was happening and was perplexed. Delphiniso opened her mouth and was incredibly scared. Tamaric frowned and was beside himself with rage. The students were in shock and could not look away. Dane was fighting the creature, and no one understood what kind of move it was. The spear was in his hand. The hero turned around and moved forward. He stood in a stance and was about to strike. The protagonist smiled, thinking that apparently the special training with the Muma paid off. The beast opened its mouth and growled. The beast rushed to attack, wanting to tear the man apart. It stretched its paw with claws forward. MC was focused. The student dodged the attack, which broke the floor and raised the fragments up. The monster looked forward and the eye glowed red. A powerful blow occurred. The creature trampled the arena, missing the dodging guy. Dane jumped back from the attack, thinking that it was no wonder that he was given the 3rd rank and did not understand where such speed came from with such a size. The enemy opened its mouth and let out a wild roar. Mana began to gather around the paw, while the hero left the line of attack. Paws showed through the flames. The boy twirled the spear in his hands. A huge tongue of flame burst out of the creature's hands. Antares held a huge fire in front of him, incinerating everything in its path. The protagonist stretched the spear forward and was inside the fiery dome. Delphiniso was scared and said that it was a direct hit. The old man held his hand on his jaw and thought that even with the mana boost, a direct confrontation with this creature was pure madness, and he would never have thought that the test would end so quickly. MC was in a plasma cloud. The spear began to spin. He began to disperse the fire. Dane smiled, thinking that it was close. The student was approaching the opponent's body. The hero swung, thinking that it was time to wrap it up. He made a powerful dash. The protagonist found himself under the monster's feet. The paw was tense and engulfed in flames. The creature struck the ground, creating a crater. MC brought the tip of the spear to the body of the enemy. He was concentrated and wanted to use one last thing his father had once shown him. The spear collected mana and he thought about focusing the mana on the tip in order to cause an emission, thinking about a pinpoint explosion. Mana flew to the sides from the contact. The beam pierced the muscles of the creature. It opened its mouth. Dane extended the spear forward, engulfed in energy. The tip went deep into Antare's flesh, and discharges of mana hovered in space. It flowed along the weapon. A powerful explosion occurred and pieces of flesh flew to the sides, allowing the energy to be released. Dane held the spear inside. He looked forward and smiled. The beast with fiery paws suffered the blow. Its muzzle fell back and it opened its mouth. Tamaric was furious. Elgard looked ahead and was perplexed. The students watched in silence, standing in a line. Mana protected the training ground and someone said that it was amazing, because the attacks of the summoned creature did not affect it at all and did not understand what kind of mana it was. Flames enveloped the wounded part of the body. Fire protected the enemy's body. Antares looked up and made terrible sounds. Fangs were visible from his mouth. His eye was filled with blood. A magic circle appeared. A powerful explosion occurred, scattering fragments to the sides and raising dust. Energy was hovering in the epicenter of the explosion. Nothing was visible through the rising column of dust, and he thought that the creature had really gone mad. Dane covered himself with his hand while the animal approached him. He looked to the side and realized that his spear was lying somewhere. The sidewalk was made of stone. Kelthas rose up and asked that he was not too late. The doors opened and asked what had gotten into their heads to conduct the test in such a remote place. He looked down and walked forward. The man watched what was happening, grinning and did not understand what was happening. Mana was protecting the training ground and he asked why there was a shield around the room. He froze and did not understand who they had summoned at all. A huge beast raised its head and growled. Antares looked forward. The teacher looked forward and could not believe that he was seeing a 3rd-rank creature. The spear made several movements before falling. A wound was visible in the enemy's torso. Antares clenched his fists and grinned, showing his teeth, while he thought that he had gotten it in the ass, but did not even feel it. Dane looked down, thinking that the spear would not help further. He extended his hand, forming a whirlwind, and apologized to his father. The hero made several powerful cuts and thought that a sword was needed for the final. The guy looked forward and asked if they would start the second round. The tip reflected the surface and Eldred asked what the sword would be now. Delphiniso looked away and said that she thought there was nothing strange about it since it was a special test, to which he replied that it was true. The protagonist held the weapon in his hands while he thought that what was really scary was that the guy was very collected, as if he had no thought of running away from the beast's onslaught, and seeing his stance, the old man thought that he was visited by a feeling that he had been through countless battles. The blonde looked ahead and said that they would now see what he was really capable of. The beast rushed to attack and the guy was preparing to attack. His paws were engulfed in flames and he said that they would see what his true fencing skills were. The hero made a powerful cut, repelling the flame. He swung, delivering a powerful blow. Concentration was visible on the protagonist's face. 2 powerful blows happened. He raised his leg and he thought that the student was not bad at all. MC dealt blow after blow to the monster, while it thought that after taking blows, it began to use speed rather than strength, and it thoughtfully responded to each movement of the creature. The beast opened its mouth and made incomprehensible sounds, showing its teeth. Dane held out his sword, blocking the attacks. The paw approached the guy and he held out his sword. The hero was perplexed, thinking that both paws were covered in flames and it was now difficult to reach that aura of the blade. The opponent's paw turned into a fist and he began to strike. There was a cut. The protagonist dodged the attack, striking and moving to the side. MC continued to make attacks, while he thought that he would gladly crush him with ancient magic, but too many eyes were watching him. The animal was furious and opened its mouth. The student was serious and thought what to do in such a case. People were watching what was happening and were tense. Delfiniso looked away and said that it was becoming too dangerous and noted that if the student got hurt, none of them would escape disciplinary action. She kept her hands on her body and said that she was going to forcibly recall Antares immediately. Keltha stood behind and asked to just watch for now. She looked around and asked how he got there. He lowered his head and said that he understood her concerns, but he thought Dane had already devised a strategy. The hero dealt blow after blow, moving further, constraining the monster. He was focused and was about to attack. He froze and a magic circle appeared near his eye. The protagonist flew near the monster's body. He turned around, striking repeatedly. The magic circle glowed as it created cuts. MC jumped, lowering his sword. Magic hovered in the space. Calmness was written on his face and mana appeared around him. The man appeared behind the third-rank creature. The legs were cut and bleeding. The hairy monster's terrifying mouth was raised, revealing white fangs. The huge figure swung, kneeling due to the injured leg muscles, while the student ran away, wanting to dodge the attack. A large paw slammed into the surface of the testing ground, while Dane's sword reflected the lines. Elgard was beside himself with surprise and asked him that he had combined swordsmanship and magic in an instant, to which Kelthas, closing his eyes, said that it seemed that he should have summoned something stronger. The old man's hand was clenched, and he thought that a creature of the third rank should have been more than enough to prevent that. The hero rushed forward, intending to finish off the creature, while he thought that the student had completely destroyed all his expectations. The beast was engulfed in flames and made terrible sounds. The protagonist smiled and thought that he would not give up completely and noted that he was very persistent. His hand was surrounded by mana and he thought that he did not want to use ancient magic, but he did not finish. A stream appeared in space. Arrows appeared above him. He showed his teeth and spoke of a mana spear, the second tier, and thought it was time to finish. The mana beams crossed and the creature raised its mouth up, covered in fire. Antares was furious and his mouth cast a glare. Magic hit him in the chest and he made a strange sound. Magic struck the beam at the target. Red, angry eyes looked forward while magic enveloped him. Holes appeared in his body. A paw rose from the ground. The wounded body of the monster fell back. Sharp fangs were visible from the mouth. Dane held his hand in front of him, controlling the mana. He looked away and smiled. The teachers were standing at the door and Kelthas was telling the chairman that this exam was a bit much, which the old man asked again. The hero was holding a sword and dust was rising around him while she was saying that no matter how talented he was, ordering a first year to subdue a third-rank creature was wrong, but she didn't finish and asked if he really thought it was reasonable. The old man looked away and asked how everyone did well. The dean was furious and said that it was good, to the point that he would be included in the history books of the empire. She remembered how the protagonist fought and said that the first-year student used a spear, a sword, magic and even a force link from summoning to root a third-rank creature. MC was holding the sword out into the portal. The onlookers frowned and thought that the last part was especially shocking. Dane was covered in mana and stood in front of the defeated monster, ordering it to respond to his power. The energy flow touched Antares' fur. He raised his muzzle while he thought the student had reached out to the fallen creature and connected to it, then formed a force link to eliminate any hostility. The hero stood next to the monster, and he thought that from the point of view of both tactics and performance, this was the perfect ending. The walls were decorated with ornaments, and the man said that if they learned of today's events, they would think that this test was so unreasonably difficult to intentionally fail the protagonist. Elgard spread his hands and told Professor Delfiniso that he obviously took safety measures, to which she replied that nevertheless, not even a brow twitched when MC went into battle. The dean looked ahead and said that as a professor, Orna could not turn a blind eye to this situation. The old man grinned, thinking that he did not understand how everything turned out like this, since the whole plan was ruined. Kelthas closed his eyes. He looked ahead and thought that he did not believe that he was so strong. Dane stood on the training ground while he thought that even before that he gave the impression of an experienced knight rather than a student. He frowned and thought that he should become his student. The dean was serious and looked away. She stood behind Elgard, who held the thing on the pillow and said that upon passing the exam for special clearance, he is granted the official title of summoner with this sign. The bearded man looked at the guy and wished that he would continue to show talent as a summoner of the Empire, asking to accept it. The protagonist took the item and thanked him. In MC's hands was a tablet with inscriptions, and he thought that this was a golden sign, given only to those who passed the exam for special clearance. Very cool. He was watched by teachers while he examined the gift. He lifted it up and mana swirled around the item and he asked to answer his call. A beam burst out of the gift. The magic circle absorbed mana. The streams moved upward. The object began to fall from the circle. Tamaric and the others were confused. Kelthus froze and asked what it was. The creature had long ears. The beast had rabbit paws. Altamar looked forward and was a 4th-tier support creature that increased physical abilities. Dane looked at the pet and asked if it was cute. The hero looked at the beast and said that it was nice to meet him. The teacher stood at the entrance and silently watched what was happening. The dean turned around, thinking that it seemed like everyone was dumbfounded with surprise. She looked to the side. The boy was holding a rabbit in his hands in full view of everyone, while Delphiniso thought that with such a crowd of witnesses, the entire academy would be on everyone's lips. The protagonist was walking down the street and people were asking him who the person was who had passed the exam for special access, and they didn't understand what kind of family they were, and they were saying that at this rate he would even outpace his sisters. Dane was walking next to his comrades while 2 figures were watching him. Ernest was excited and asked Layla how it was possible, to which she asked him not to even try and just accept it, promising that he would just get used to it soon and understand that their friend was from another planet. They were standing at the entrance, and the guy was saying that he was almost done with deciphering the map, to which she said that it was great news, and MC suggested that as soon as he finished the job, they would hold their first meeting of their club. The guys were happy and the girls said that it was just starting to get boring, to which he said that he would try to decipher it faster then. Dane closed his eyes, thinking that to be honest, he himself was extremely curious about what was hidden there. He waved to his comrades, saying that Kelthus had summoned him, so he would go. The floor was made of tiles, and he said that Antares was a colossal creature, and one summoner from the Empire had once summoned 2 at once, and it was a nightmare. The man stood in front of the boy, saying that just 2 of these creatures had killed 3 knights and dozens of soldiers, to which the boy was wary. He remembered how the county had burned, and he thought that he now remembered that apparently the professor had also been present on that battlefield. The man held his jacket in his hand, saying that he had subdued one without getting a scratch, to which the boy replied that he was lucky, to which the man said that sometimes modesty could be poison. The blond man looked ahead, asking that the decisive blow had been dealt with a thrust of the blade. Dane was calm, thinking that he was not sitting here in vain. He took a step. Kelthus turned around and said that he was only 14 years old, but his courage and grace with the blade were beyond his years. He opened his mouth and said that he wanted to ask for permission to ask. The man smiled and asked if he would accept his formal training in fencing. The hero stood before the professor. There was disappointment on his face and he looked down.